Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Black Magic. We are thrilled to present today's story. What if Gringotts Goblins discovered Dumbledore knew about Harry's abuse and declared war on the entire order? If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1, The Ledgers of Truth. The ledger slammed onto Ragnar's desk with enough force to scatter a few loose papers. Senior Accounts Manager Gornik stood rigid, his long fingers still pressing into the leather-bound book as if it might try to escape. Director Ragnar, I request immediate intervention. Gornik's voice remained level despite the tension visible in his hunched shoulders. The Potter accounts show irregularities that cannot be ignored. Ragnar leaned forward, his shrewd eyes narrowing. The director of Gringotts didn't appreciate dramatics, but Gornik had served the bank for over 70 years without a single instance of overreaction. Explain, Ragnar commanded, pushing aside the property contract he'd been reviewing. Gornik flipped open the ledger with practiced precision, turning to a page marked with a golden ribbon. We've been monitoring the Potter vault since the parents' deaths, as is procedure for orphaned heirs. Monthly statements are sent to the magical guardian, as you know. Albus Dumbledore, Ragnar supplied, a sour note entering his voice. The wizards and their hero worship of the old man had always struck him as ridiculous. Yes. But look here. Gornik pointed to a column of transactions. The Potter heir receives an annual stipend for his care. 5,000 galleons transferred to a Muggle exchange account each year on July 31st. Ragnar frowned. That's standard for orphaned heirs in Muggle placement. Indeed. But our audit revealed none of those funds have been used for the heir's benefit. Gornik flipped to another section. The Muggle guardians make no withdrawals from this account. Not for clothing, education, medical care, nothing. They're using their own funds instead. Ragnar asked, though he already suspected the answer. Gornik's laugh held no humor. No. Our monitoring charms show the boy is severely neglected. Malnourished. Wearing cast-offs. Sleeping in a cupboard. His voice turned to gravel. While thousands of galleons sit untouched. Ragnar stood abruptly. The mismanagement of an ancient family's wealth was serious enough, but the mistreatment of an heir while his own gold sat unused? This cut against everything the Goblin nation stood for. The monitoring charms, Ragnar said slowly. They record conditions. Yes. And transmit monthly reports directly to the magical guardian. The implication hung heavy in the air between them. Dumbledore knows, Ragnar said flatly. He receives these reports. He not only receives them. Gornik turned another page. He acknowledges them. His magical signature confirms receipt and review of each one. Ragnar's clawed hand crashed down onto his desk. For how long? 10 years. Since the boy was placed there. Get me everything. Every report, every signature, every transaction. Ragnar moved toward the door with purpose. And summon the council. Immediately. 4 hours later, 13 senior goblins sat around the black marble table in Gringotts' deepest council chamber. The walls, lined with weapons seized from wizards who'd violated contracts over the centuries, glinted in the light from floating crystal orbs. Ragnar stood before a massive projection showing a skinny boy with unruly black hair and broken glasses trying to cook breakfast while a walrus-like man shouted at him. The timestamp on the image read, June 23, 1991. This is Harry Potter, 3 days ago, Ragnar said without preamble. Heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter. The boy who supposedly saved the wizarding world. He waved his hand, and the image changed to show the same boy being shoved into a small cupboard under some stairs. Another wave showed him wearing clothes several sizes too large, swimming on his small frame as he weeded a garden under the blistering sun. A final image showed his back, marked with welts. These monitoring charms were placed by Gringotts as part of our air protection services. They tracked the physical condition, living situation, and general welfare of orphaned heirs to major accounts. Silverax, head of the legal division, leaned forward. And his magical guardian is aware of this treatment? Ragnarok nodded grimly. Albus Dumbledore receives monthly compilations of these images and basic health assessments. He has magically acknowledged receipt of every report for 10 years. Murmurs broke out around the table. In Goblin culture, the protection of children was sacrosanct. Even during the bloodiest Goblin-Wizard wars, both sides had honored the ancient pact not to harm the young. This goes beyond neglect of fiduciary duty, declared Axebreaker, the eldest of the council. This is a direct violation of the Magical Guardian Covenant of 1637. Precisely, Ragnarok agreed. Dumbledore has legally acknowledged awareness of abuse while taking no action to protect the heir or his assets. Under magical law, this constitutes criminal neglect. Under Goblin law, it's an act of war, finished Bonecrusher, commander of the Gringotts security forces. To knowingly permit harm to come to an heir whose gold sits in our vaults is to attack the very foundation of our institution. Ragnarok looked around the table. I've called you here not merely to inform you, but to seek consensus. If we pursue this matter, we risk open conflict with Wizarding Britain. If we don't pursue it, we betray every principle of our nation, countered Iron Fist from Inheritance Management. The boy's parents paid premium rates for our heir protection services. We are contractually and morally obligated to intervene. One by one, the council members voiced their agreement. Even the typically cautious investment managers saw no choice, their honor and the bank's reputation demanded action. Very well, Ragnarok said when all had spoken. We will proceed in phases. First, a formal confrontation with Dumbledore to confirm his willful negligence. Second, notification to the appropriate wizard authorities. And third, extraction of the heir, Bonecrusher finished. I'll prepare my warriors. While the goblins plotted, Harry Potter sat huddled on his cot in the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive. His recent promotion from the cupboard under the stairs had come only after strange letters had started arriving, letters his uncle had burned before Harry could read them. He poked at the bruise forming on his ribs where Dudley had shoved him into the kitchen counter. His cousin had been especially nasty since Harry's strange encounter with the boa constrictor at the zoo. A scratching sound at the window made Harry look up. An ordinary-looking brown owl sat on the sill, watching him with intelligent eyes. Tied to its leg was a small parcel. Harry glanced nervously at his bedroom door. Uncle Vernon was watching television downstairs, the volume turned up high enough that Harry could hear the canned laughter even from here. Moving quietly, Harry opened the window. The owl hopped inside, extended its leg, and waited patiently. With shaking fingers, Harry untied the small package. The moment he did, the owl gave a soft hoot and flew away. The package contained a small golden key and a note written in sharp, angular handwriting. Mr. Potter, hold this key and say, Sanctuary, if you find yourself in immediate danger. Otherwise, expect representatives from Gringotts to contact you within 48 hours regarding urgent matters concerning your inheritance. Ragnarok Director, Gringotts Bank. Harry stared at the note in confusion. Inheritance? Gringotts? The words meant nothing to him. He tucked the key under his mattress as heavy footsteps thundered up the stairs. Albus Dumbledore was having a pleasant morning in his office at Hogwarts, reviewing the incoming student list for the fall term, when the castle wards alerted him to visitors. Unexpected visitors, arriving without appointment. He frowned slightly as he felt the magical signature. Goblins. A delegation of them, approaching the main gates with clear intent. Curious, he murmured to Fawkes, who trilled in response. The phoenix seemed unusually agitated, ruffling his feathers and shifting on his perch. Dumbledore sent a message to Minerva to escort the visitors to his office and arranged his features into a benign smile as he waited. When the door opened several minutes later, he rose to greet them. Director Ragnarok, he said warmly. This is an unexpected pleasure. And managers Gornik and Silverax as well. To what do I owe the honor of such distinguished company? The three goblins did not return his pleasantries. They marched into his office with stiff formality, and Dumbledore noted with concern that all three wore ceremonial daggers at their belts, a clear indication they were here on official business of a serious nature. Albus Dumbledore, Ragnarok said, dispensing with titles. We come on a matter of grave importance regarding your role as magical guardian to Harry James Potter. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, though inwardly he felt a flicker of concern. Of course. Please, sit down. Would you care for tea? We stand for matters of honor, Silverax replied coldly. And we require direct answers. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded. As you wish. How may I assist you? Gornik stepped forward and placed a crystal orb on the desk. With a tap of his finger, it projected an image into the air, Harry Potter, curled up in a cupboard, crying silently with fresh bruises on his face. The timestamp showed it was from 2 years ago. Do you recognize this image? Gornik demanded. Dumbledore's face remained impassive. I recognize young Harry, yes. This image was sent to you as part of the monthly welfare reports you receive as his guardian, Ragnarok stated. Did you receive it? I receive many reports, answer the question directly, Silverax interrupted. Did you receive and acknowledge this specific report showing the Potter heir injured and confined to a cupboard? Dumbledore sighed. Yes, I received it. And this one? The image changed to show Harry being denied food while his cousin gorged himself. And this? Harry locked outside in winter without a proper coat. And this? Harry being chased by his cousin's gang. With each image, Dumbledore's expression grew graver, but he acknowledged receiving each report. You have been aware for 10 years that the Potter heir lives in conditions of neglect and abuse, Ragnarok stated flatly. You have taken no action to remove him from this environment. You have not utilized his rightful funds to improve his situation. You have not involved wizard child welfare authorities. Dumbledore folded his hands on his desk. I understand how these images appear, but there are greater considerations at play. The blood protection his mother provided does not require abuse, Silverax cut in. The ancient magic requires residence, not mistreatment. As a master of magic, you know this. Dumbledore's eyes had lost their twinkle. The greater good sometimes requires difficult sacrifices. Harry must be properly tempered to face what lies ahead, enough. Ragnarok slammed his fist on the desk so hard that several silver instruments toppled over. You admit it then. You knowingly left a child, an heir to one of our most valued accounts, in an abusive home. Not out of ignorance, but by design. The three goblins stepped back and drew their daggers in a synchronized motion. The ceremonial blades glinted in the sunlight streaming through the windows. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Ragnarok intoned formally. You have violated the magical guardian covenant. You have betrayed your oath to protect an orphaned heir. You have mismanaged the assets of an ancient and noble house. Magic began to swirl in the room as the formal accusation took hold. The portraits of former headmasters fell silent, watching with wide eyes. What say you in your defense? Silverax demanded. Dumbledore rose slowly to his full height. I have acted always for the greater good. Harry Potter is not merely a boy, he is the linchpin in our defense against the return of Lord Voldemort. His upbringing, while regrettably harsh, is necessary to forge the strength of character he will need. The three goblins exchanged glances. It was the answer they had expected, and feared. You admit to willful neglect, Ragnarok concluded. You justify child abuse as character building. You place your strategic aims above the well-being of a child entrusted to your care. Ragnarok stepped forward, and magic crackled around him. By the authority vested in me as director of Gringotts and by the ancient treaties governing magical guardianship, I declare you in breach of covenant. The Goblin Nation hereby revokes all agreements of financial cooperation with you personally and with any organization under your leadership. Dumbledore paled. Surely we can discuss this reasonably. You lost that right when you reasoned away a child's suffering, Gornick said flatly. The Order of the Phoenix is now considered an enemy of the Goblin Nation. Your personal vaults will be sealed pending audit. The Potter heir will be removed from his abusive environment and placed under our protection until a worthy guardian can be appointed. You can't possibly, Dumbledore began, but the magic in the room swelled, recognizing the formal declaration. We not only can, we must, Ragnarok said. Be grateful we are following legal protocols rather than goblin tradition. For what you have done to that boy, our ancestors would have taken your head. The three goblins sheathed their daggers in unison. A golden light flashed through the room as ancient magic sealed their declaration. This means war, Dumbledore, Ragnarok said quietly. Not with wands and swords, perhaps, but war nonetheless. We will expose what you have done. We will protect the boy you sacrificed. And we will see justice done. With that, the goblins turned and marched from the office, leaving Dumbledore standing amid his fallen instruments, the twinkle in his eyes completely extinguished. Harry's day had started like any other, Aunt Petunia rapping on his door at dawn, demanding he come down and cook breakfast. Uncle Vernon complaining about his hair, his glasses, his very existence. Dudley shoving him when no one was looking. He'd been sent to weed the garden under the blazing summer sun without water, his back still tender from Uncle Vernon's belt the night before, punishment for another bout of freakishness, when a plant Harry had been pruning suddenly flourished under his touch. The strange key felt heavy in his pocket. He'd taken to carrying it everywhere, the word sanctuary repeating in his mind like a mantra. Whatever it meant, whoever this Ragnarok was, the idea that someone out there knew he existed, might even be concerned about him, gave Harry a fragile hope. A strange tension hung over Privet Drive that afternoon. The sky darkened prematurely, though no storm clouds were visible. The birds fell silent. Even the ever-present neighborhood gossips had retreated indoors, as if sensing something unnatural approaching. Uncle Vernon arrived home from work in a fouler mood than usual, complaining about foreign-looking characters, asking questions at Grunnings. He'd barely settled into his armchair when the doorbell rang. "Boy! Get the door," he bellowed. Harry scrambled to comply, wiping his dirty hands on his oversized jeans. He pulled the door open and froze. Three of the strangest beings Harry had ever seen stood on the doorstep. Short but powerfully built, with sharp features, pointed ears, and intelligent eyes that seemed to see right through him. They wore what looked like expensive business suits, but with an odd cut and unusual insignias. "Harry Potter?" asked the one in the middle, his voice gravelly but clear. Harry nodded mutely. "I am Director Ragnarok of Gringotts," the being said, giving a slight bow. "These are my colleagues, Bonecrusher and Iron Fist. We need to speak with you in your—" His lip curled slightly. "Guardians. Boy. Who is it?" Uncle Vernon shouted from the living room. "It's, Harry looked helplessly at the visitors. "We'll announce ourselves," Ragnarok said kindly, stepping past Harry into the hallway. The three visitors marched into the living room, where Uncle Vernon was just heaving himself out of his armchair. His face went from red to purple at the sight of them. "What are you? How dare you? Get out of my house," he sputtered. Aunt Petunia shrieked from the kitchen doorway, while Dudley scrambled behind her, his hands clutching his bottom in remembered pain. "Vernon and Petunia Dursley," Ragnarok said formally, ignoring the outburst. "We are representatives of Gringotts Bank, the financial institution that manages the Potter estate. We are here regarding serious concerns about the welfare of Harry Potter. There's nothing wrong with how we treat the boy," Vernon blustered. "We took him in out of the goodness of our hearts when no one else would have him." "Ungrateful little freak," "Silence," Bonecrusher said, and the word carried such authority that Vernon's mouth snapped shut. "We have documented evidence of persistent abuse and neglect. Evidence that has been verified through magical monitoring and through our own investigations. Investigations? Petunia whispered, her face ashen. You've been spying on us. We've been protecting the interests of our client, Iron Fist corrected. Harry Potter is the heir to a significant estate. An estate from which you have been receiving substantial payments for his care. This revelation landed like a bomb in the room. Harry stared at the Dursleys in shock. They'd been paid to take care of him. All these years they'd complained about the burden, the cost, the imposition. That money was compensation. Vernon found his voice again. For taking in an unwanted child. For the disruption to our lives. The stipend, Ragnarok said coldly, was for Harry's food, clothing, education, and general welfare. Our records indicate none of it has been spent on him. Harry felt a strange ringing in his ears. Money meant for him. Money that could have bought him proper glasses, clothes that fit, maybe even small treats now and then. All of it gone to the Dursleys' new car, Dudley's second bedroom full of toys, vacations Harry was left behind from. Harry, Ragnarok turned to him, his voice gentling. Pack your belongings. You will not be staying here any longer. Now see here. Vernon stepped forward, his face contorted with rage. You can't just take him. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore has been removed as Harry's magical guardian due to gross negligence, Bonecrusher interrupted. His arrangements are null and void. But the protection, Petunia started. Will be replaced with far better protections, Iron Fist assured her with a predatory smile. Ones that don't require a child to suffer. Harry still hadn't moved, too stunned by what was happening. Go on, Harry, Ragnarok encouraged. Anything you wish to take with you. Harry nodded numbly and went up to his room. There wasn't much, some broken toys he'd salvaged from Dudley's discards, the few school papers he'd managed to hide when he'd gotten better grades than his cousin, his pitiful collection of ill-fitting clothes. It all fit into a tattered backpack. When he returned downstairs, the scene had shifted. Vernon sat deflated in his armchair, a signed document on the coffee table before him. Petunia perched on the sofa edge, her face buried in her hands. Dudley was nowhere to be seen. Ah, Harry, Ragnarok greeted him. Ready? The Dursleys have just signed over guardianship. Temporarily to Gringotts Bank as an institution, until we can arrange a proper magical guardian for you. But, where will I go? Harry asked, finding his voice at last. For now, to Gringotts, Bonecrusher explained. We have secure accommodations where you'll be safe, comfortable, and can learn about your heritage. My heritage? The three visitors exchanged glances. There is much you don't know, Harry Potter, Iron Fist said gently. Much that has been kept from you. But that ends today. As they led him from the house, Harry looked back one last time at the place that had been his prison for 10 years. Aunt Petunia stood in the doorway, her expression unreadable. He had her eyes, she said suddenly. Lily's eyes. I should have. But whatever she should have done remained unsaid as the door closed firmly behind them. The Order of the Phoenix gathered in emergency session at Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Black family. Dumbledore had summoned them with an urgency that many hadn't seen since the height of the war against Voldemort. The Goblins have declared war, Dumbledore announced without preamble, his usual serene demeanor notably absent. Shocked murmurs ran through the assembled Order members. War. Arthur Weasley repeated incredulously. But why? What happened? They have taken Harry Potter, Dumbledore said gravely. Removed him from his relative's home, where he was protected by blood magic. They claim misconceptions about his treatment there. Molly Weasley frowned. What sort of misconceptions, Albus? I've always wondered why the boy couldn't stay with a wizarding family. The blood protection was essential, Dumbledore insisted. It required his residence with a blood relative of Lily Potter. His aunt was the only option. That doesn't answer the question, Remus Lupin spoke up from the corner where he'd been quietly listening. What exactly did the goblins object to? Dumbledore sighed heavily. They believe the Dursleys were overly strict with the boy. Strict? Mad-Eye Moody barked a harsh laugh. I've watched that house, Albus. Strict isn't the word I'd use. All eyes turned to the grizzled exoner. What do you mean, Alastair? Minerva McGonagall demanded. I mean the boy was worked like a house elf and kept in a cupboard, Moody said bluntly. Not exactly the pampered savior I expected to find when you sent me to check the security that time. A shocked silence fell over the room. A cupboard? Molly whispered, horror dawning on her face. Albus, tell me that's not true. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. The living arrangements were not ideal, I admit. But the protection of the blood wards required his residence, not his misery, Minerva cut in sharply. I told you they were the worst sort of muggles. I watched them for a day before you left him there. The meeting devolved into chaos as Order members began shouting questions and accusations. Dumbledore raised his hands for silence, but for once, his authority seemed diminished. What matters now, he said firmly once the noise had subsided, is getting Harry back. The goblins have no right to interfere with wizarding guardianship. Actually, Arthur Weasley said hesitantly, if they invoked the magical guardian covenant, and if they had evidence of real abuse, they do have that right. It's in the treaties of 1637, reaffirmed after the rebellion of 1752. Dumbledore frowned. This is a matter of wizard law, which is bound by treaty to respect goblin intervention in cases of heir abuse, Bill Weasley spoke up. As a Gringotts cursebreaker, he understood goblin law better than most. If they've formally revoked your guardianship, Albus, they've done so with the full backing of magical law. What does this mean for the Order? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked, ever practical. It means, Dumbledore said heavily, that our financial resources are compromised. The goblins have frozen my personal assets and any vaults connected to the Order. More concerning, Harry is now beyond the protection of the blood wards, making him vulnerable to Voldemort's eventual return. Or maybe he's finally being protected from more immediate threats, Remus said quietly, but in the tense room, everyone heard him. Dumbledore fixed him with a penetrating stare. Whatever you may think of my methods, Remus, everything I've done has been to prepare Harry for what lies ahead. By letting him be abused? Molly demanded, rising to her feet. That's not preparation, that's cruelty. The meeting fractured after that, with clear divisions forming. Some, like Molly and Arthur Weasley, Remus Lupin, and surprisingly, Alastair Moody, expressed grave concerns about Dumbledore's handling of Harry. Others, like Severus Snape, Elphias Doge, and Daedalus Diggle, remained firmly loyal to Dumbledore's judgment. As members began departing, their unity shaken, Dumbledore remained seated at the head of the table, looking suddenly every one of his considerable years. We need to present a united front, he told the few who lingered. The goblins must be made to understand they cannot interfere in matters of wizarding security. Perhaps, Minerva suggested carefully, we should first ensure our own house is in order. If what Alastair says is true, then the goblins may have legitimate concerns. Dumbledore's expression hardened slightly. The greater good sometimes requires difficult choices, Minerva. Harry's role is too important to leave to chance or sentiment. And that, Bill Weasley said as he stood to leave, is exactly the kind of thinking that starts goblin rebellions. Harry had never seen anything like Gringotts Bank. The massive white marble building dominated the strange, bustling street they'd arrived at after a disorienting journey by what Ragnarok had called a portkey. Inside, the vast banking hall was staffed entirely by beings like his three rescuers, goblins, he'd learned they were called. They worked with precision at high desks, counting gold coins, examining jewels through eyepieces, and assisting oddly dressed people who Harry now understood were witches and wizards. He was whisked through the main hall and into a maze of corridors that sloped ever downward. Finally, They arrived at an ornate door bearing a nameplate that read, Director Ragnarok, in both English and strange angular symbols Harry couldn't read. The office beyond was spacious and richly appointed, with walls lined with weapons and artifacts. A large desk dominated one end, while comfortable seating was arranged around a fireplace at the other. "Sit, Harry Potter," Ragnarok invited, gesturing to a chair that adjusted itself to Harry's height as he approached it. "There is much to discuss." Harry perched nervously on the edge of the seat. Am I in trouble?" The three goblins exchanged surprised glances. "No, child," Ragnarok said gently. "You have done nothing wrong. It is the adults responsible for your care who are in trouble." "The Dursleys?" Harry asked. "Them, yes. But more significantly, Albus Dumbledore." Harry frowned. "Who?" Another exchange of glances, this time accompanied by deepening scowls. "Albus Dumbledore," Bonecrusher explained, "is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He was appointed as your magical guardian after your parents died." "Magical, my parents?" Harry felt overwhelmed. "But Uncle Vernon said they died in a car crash." "That my father was a drunk." A goblet on Ragnarok's desk suddenly shattered, though no one had touched it. The director took a deep breath, visibly controlling his anger. "Your parents, James and Lily Potter, were murdered by a dark wizard on October 31, 1981, he said carefully. "They died protecting you. They were heroes of the wizarding world, and among the finest people I have personally known." Harry felt tears welling in his eyes. No one had ever spoken of his parents with such respect before. "They were magical. Like me?" "Yes," Iron Fist confirmed. "Your father came from an ancient wizarding family. Your mother was Muggle-born, a witch born to non-magical parents, but extremely talented. Both were renowned for their magical abilities. And they left you well provided for," Ragnarok added. "The Potter family is wealthy, Harry. You own properties, investments, heirlooms, none of which you should have been kept ignorant of." Harry's mind reeled with these revelations. "But why was I sent to the Dursleys? Why didn't someone tell me all this?" "Dumbledore claimed it was for your protection," Bonecrusher growled. "A half-truth at best. Yes, there were blood wards tied to your mother's sacrifice and her sister's home. But they did not require you to be mistreated. In fact," Ragnarok added grimly, "the abuse you suffered likely weakened those wards. Protection magic thrives on care and love, not neglect and cruelty." Harry absorbed this in silence, emotions warring within him. Anger at the deception. Grief for the parents he couldn't remember. Relief at finally understanding why strange things happened around him. "What happens now?" he asked finally. "First," Ragnarok said, "you need healing. Our medical staff will treat the injuries and malnutrition you've suffered. Then, education. You have much to learn about magic, your heritage, and your place in our world." "And the Dursleys? Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Justice will be served," Bonecrusher promised. "The Goblin Nation has declared war, not with weapons, but with law and finance. We've frozen Dumbledore's assets and those of his order. We've filed formal charges with the wizard courts regarding your treatment." Will I have to go back?" Harry couldn't keep the fear from his voice. "Never," all three goblins said in unison, with such conviction that Harry finally felt the knot of tension he'd carried for as long as he could remember begin to loosen. "For now, you'll stay in our guest quarters," Ragnarok explained. "Tomorrow, we'll begin the process of finding you a proper magical guardian, someone who will genuinely care for your well-being." A knock at the door interrupted them. A female goblin entered, carrying a tray laden with food. "Ah, perfect timing," Ragnarok said. "Harry, this is Healer Sharpfang. She'll show you to your quarters and begin your treatment after you've eaten." Harry stood, suddenly aware of how hungry he was. He hesitated, then asked the question burning in his mind. "Why are you helping me?" You're bankers, aren't you? Ragnock smiled, showing pointed teeth. We are bankers, yes. But we are also guardians of inheritance and legacy. When your parents entrusted their wealth to us, they also entrusted their most precious treasure, you. We take such responsibilities very seriously. And, Bonecrusher added with a fierce gleam in his eye, we despise those who abuse power and harm children. Dumbledore has done both. Harry nodded, feeling for the first time in his life that he might be truly safe. Thank you, he said simply. Ragnock bowed slightly. Rest now, Harry Potter. Tomorrow, we begin to right old wrongs. News of the Goblin Declaration spread quickly through Wizarding Britain. By morning, the Daily Prophet's headline screamed, Goblins declare war on Dumbledore boy who lived rescued from abusive Muggle home Potter fortune frozen. Order of Phoenix Finances seized the article, penned by an eager Rita Skeeter, painted a damning picture of neglect and calculated manipulation, with heavy insinuations about Dumbledore's motivations. While many readers dismissed it as typical Skeeter sensationalism, others found the specific allegations troublingly detailed. At the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge convened an emergency meeting of department heads. This is a disaster, the minister declared, mopping his brow with a handkerchief. The goblins haven't taken such dramatic action since the rebellion of 1752. The question, drawled Lucius Malfoy, who had managed to secure an invitation as a special advisor, is whether their claims have merit. If Dumbledore truly left the Potter boy with abusive muggles. We need verification, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stated firmly. I want Aurors interviewing these muggles today. And someone needs to speak with Potter himself. The goblins won't release him easily, warned Ludo Bagman from Magical Games and Sports. They're invoking ancient treaties about air protection. They're still subject to ministry oversight, Fudge blustered. Actually, Minister, Percy Weasley spoke up nervously from his position taking notes, in matters of air protection, the treaties give them considerable autonomy. If they've formally revoked Dumbledore's guardianship under the Covenant of 1637. I don't care about ancient treaties. Fudge snapped. This is about politics. How does it look when the most famous wizard in Britain loses a goblin vote of confidence? Perhaps, Lucius suggested smoothly, this presents an opportunity. Dumbledore has held unquestioned moral authority for too long. If his judgment regarding Potter was so flawed. Amelia Bones narrowed her eyes at Malfoy. This isn't about political advantage. It's about a child's welfare. Of course, Lucius inclined his head. The boy's well-being must be our primary concern. Which is precisely why Dumbledore's judgment should be questioned. If these allegations are true. The meeting continued in this vein, with factions quickly forming. Those loyal to Dumbledore argued for patience and discretion. Others, sensing an opportunity to diminish the powerful wizard's influence, pushed for immediate investigation. A few, like Amelia Bones, genuinely concerned about Harry's welfare, insisted on following proper protocols. Meanwhile, in a dark manor house far from London, a pale, thin man with a face not quite human smiled coldly as he read the same headline. Fascinating, Lord Voldemort murmured, his current host body barely able to contain his essence. Our old enemies turn on each other while I gather strength. A fortunate distraction, my lord, Peter Pettigrew simpered. More than distraction, Wormtail. Opportunity. The Dark Lord's red eyes gleamed. Potter beyond Dumbledore's reach, the Order in disarray, the Ministry caught between wizarding pride and goblin treaties. How shall we use this, Master? Pettigrew asked eagerly. Carefully, Voldemort replied. For now, we observe. Let them weaken each other while we prepare. When the time is right. He stroked the massive snake coiled beside his chair. We will strike at both. Harry woke in a comfortable bed for the first time in his life. The guest quarters at Gringotts were nothing short of luxurious, at least by his standards. A spacious room with a four-poster bed, a private bathroom with hot running water, and a wardrobe now filled with clothes that actually fit him. The healing session the previous night had been uncomfortable but effective. Healer Sharpfang had tooted and muttered in her own language as she waved strange instruments over him, applied foul-smelling but instantly soothing balms to his bruises, and fed him potions that tasted terrible but made him feel better immediately. Decades of magical healing advances, she'd grumbled, and we still can't make the potions taste decent. A soft knock at his door roused him from his thoughts. A young goblin entered, carrying a tray laden with breakfast. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," the goblin said formally. "I am Grip Hook, assigned as your liaison during your stay with us. Director Ragnarok requests your presence in his office at 9 o'clock, after you've eaten and dressed." "Thank you," Harry said, eyeing the feast before him: eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, pastries, and fresh fruit, more food than the Dursleys would have allowed him in a week. As he ate, Harry tried to process everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. Magic was real. He was a wizard. His parents hadn't died in a car crash but had been murdered protecting him. He was apparently wealthy. And a powerful wizard named Albus Dumbledore had left him with the Dursleys despite knowing how they treated him. That last part still confused Harry. Why would anyone who knew about the cupboard, the hunger, the hand-me-downs, the punishments, why would they leave a child in such a situation? After breakfast, Harry dressed in some of his new clothes, simple but well-made trousers and a shirt that actually fit his frame. Even just this small change made him feel different, more present, more real somehow. Grip Hook led him through the warren of Gringotts corridors to Ragnarok's office. Inside, he found not only the director but a tall, thin man with prematurely gray hair and shabby clothes who leapt to his feet when Harry entered. "Harry," the man breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "You look so like James. But your eyes are lilies," Harry finished automatically, recalling Aunt Petunia's parting words. The man nodded, seemingly unable to speak further. "Harry," Ragnarok said, "this is Remus Lupin. He was a close friend of your parents." Harry stared at the man, hungry for any connection to his past. "You knew my parents?" "Very well," Remus confirmed, regaining his composure. "Your father was one of my best friends from our first day at Hogwarts. And your mother was the kindest person I've ever known. Why didn't you ever visit me?" Harry couldn't help asking. "If you were their friend." Pain flashed across Remus's face. "I tried. Many times. Dumbledore insisted you needed complete separation from the magical world for your protection. When I persisted, Remus hesitated. He leveraged certain aspects of my condition to keep me away. Mr. Lupin suffers from lycanthropy," Ragnarok explained, noting Harry's confusion. "He is a werewolf, which carries significant social stigma in wizarding society. Dumbledore used this to control his access to you." "But that's terrible," Harry exclaimed. "It was manipulative," Remus acknowledged. "But I believe Dumbledore had your best interests at heart. Had I known how the Dursleys were treating you." The pain in his voice was so raw that Harry instinctively moved to reassure him. "You didn't know. It's not your fault." Remus looked at him with wonder. "You truly are Lily's son." Ragnarok cleared his throat. "Mr. Lupin has come forward as a potential guardian for you, Harry. While his condition presents certain challenges, Goblin law does not discriminate against lycanthropes. However, the decision is yours." Harry blinked, surprised to be given a choice. "Mine." "You are the last Potter," Ragnarok said seriously. "While you are still a minor requiring guardianship, you have the right to approve or reject potential guardians." Harry looked at Remus thoughtfully. "Could you tell me about my parents? What they were really like?" Remus's face lit up. "Every story, every memory I have, Harry. Your father's ridiculous pranks, your mother's brilliant charm work, how they fell in love, how they fought for what was right, all of it. And would you Harry hesitated, then pressed on. Would you let me make some of my own decisions? Not treat me like a little kid who can't think for himself. Remus nodded solemnly. You've survived things no child should face. I would guide you, protect you, but yes, I would respect your autonomy. Harry turned to Ragnarok. I'd like Mr. Lupin to be my guardian, then. If he wants to. More than anything, Remus said quietly. Excellent, Ragnarok nodded. We'll begin the paperwork immediately. However, he added, his expression growing serious, there are complications. Dumbledore, Remus guessed. And the Ministry, Ragnarok confirmed. Both are demanding Harry's return to wizard custody. Dumbledore claims his guardianship cannot be legally revoked without Wizengamot approval. The Ministry argues that Goblin intervention, while permissible in financial matters, cannot extend to physical custody of a wizard child. But what about the evidence of abuse? Harry asked. Being conveniently overlooked, Ragnarok said dryly. Which is why we've taken certain precautions. He handed a document to Remus, who read it with widening eyes. This is audacious, Remus said finally. Clever, but audacious. What is it? Harry asked. A declaration of sanctuary, Ragnarok explained. An ancient provision in the Goblin treaties that allows us to grant protection to individuals facing persecution. By invoking it, we place you under Goblin protection until all legal matters regarding your guardianship are resolved. And since Goblin legal proceedings move at Goblin speed, while wizard courts. Remus trailed off with a small smile. Precisely, Ragnarok nodded. We can protect Harry legally while we fight both the guardianship battle and pursue charges against Dumbledore for his neglect. Won't that make the wizards angry? Harry worried. Furious, Ragnarok agreed cheerfully. But legally frustrated, which is the best kind of fury. A knock at the door interrupted them. Griphook entered, looking agitated. Director, a delegation from the Ministry has arrived. They're demanding to see Mr. Potter. Ragnarok sighed. Right on schedule. Show them to the gold conference room. We'll join them shortly. He turned to Harry. You don't have to meet with them if you don't wish to. Harry squared his shoulders. No, I want to. I'm tired of people making decisions about me without me being there. Remus looked at him with pride. Just like your mother. The gold conference room proved to be aptly named. Everything from the walls to the furnishings gleamed with gold accents. Around a massive table sat an uncomfortable-looking assortment of people. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, fidgeted with his lime-green bowler hat. Beside him, a severe-looking woman with a monocle regarded Harry with sharp eyes. A tall black wizard with a gold earring stood to one side, his face carefully neutral. And at the far end, Albus Dumbledore sat serenely, his long white beard cascading over purple robes, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Harry felt a surge of anger at the sight of the old wizard. This was the man who had known about the cupboard, the hunger, the abuse, and had done nothing. Ah, Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said warmly as they entered. I'm relieved to see you well. Before Harry could respond, Ragnarok stepped forward. Mr. Potter is not your boy, Dumbledore. Your guardianship has been revoked under the Magical Guardian Covenant. A technicality that the Wizengamot will overturn, Dumbledore replied calmly. A covenant sealed by magic itself, Ragnarok countered. Even your human courts cannot override that. Fudge cleared his throat importantly. Now see here, Director. While we respect Gringotts' authority in financial matters, custody of the boy who lived is clearly a matter for the Ministry. The boy has a name, Remus said quietly, his hand resting supportively on Harry's shoulder. The severe woman with the monocle spoke up. Perhaps we should ask Mr. Potter himself what he wants. I'm Amelia Bones, Director of Magical Law Enforcement, she added, addressing Harry directly. Are you being treated well here, Mr. Potter? Yes, ma'am, Harry replied. Better than I've ever been treated before. A flash of something, guilt. Concern. Crossed Dumbledore's face before his serene expression returned. And where would you prefer to stay while these matters are resolved? Madame Bones continued. With Mr. Lupin, Harry said firmly. He was friends with my parents. He wants to be my guardian. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. While Remus is indeed a good man, his condition makes him an unsuitable guardian under ministry regulations. Those regulations, Remus said with quiet intensity, were expanded under your influence after James and Lily died, Albus. Convenient timing. An uncomfortable silence followed this accusation. Regardless, Fudge blustered, the boy must be placed with a proper wizard family immediately. The public will demand it. Mr. Potter has been granted sanctuary under Article 7 of the Treaty of 1752, Ragnarok stated formally. He will remain under Goblin protection until all legal proceedings regarding his guardianship and the criminal neglect charges against Albus Dumbledore are resolved. Criminal charges? Fudge spluttered. This is absurd. Is it? The tall black wizard spoke for the first time. Shacklebolt, Auror Office, he introduced himself to Harry. We've interviewed the Dursleys. His expression darkened. Their statements align with the Goblin evidence. Dumbledore sighed heavily. The blood protection was essential, Kingsley. The greater good, don't you dare, Remus growled, his eyes flashing amber. Don't you dare justify what happened to Harry as the greater good. Harry, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. Professor Dumbledore, did you know the Dursleys kept me in a cupboard? The room fell silent. Dumbledore's eyes lost their twinkle as they met Harry's. I was aware your accommodations were modest, he admitted. Did you know they didn't feed me properly? That I wore Dudley's old clothes? That Uncle Vernon hit me? Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. The monitoring charms reported concerns. I believed some discomfort was an acceptable trade for your safety from Voldemort's remaining followers. Gasps sounded around the table at the casual use of the Dark Lord's name. Discomfort? Harry repeated incredulously. Is that what you call it? You cannot understand the difficult decisions, Dumbledore began. I understand enough, Harry interrupted, surprising himself with his boldness. You knew and you did nothing. You left me there. You kept people who cared about me away. Madame Bones cleared her throat. These are serious allegations, Albus. If substantiated, they are fully substantiated, Ragnarok interjected. We have 10 years of monitoring records, all magically acknowledged by Dumbledore himself. We have financial records showing the Dursleys received and spent Potter funds meant for Harry's care. We have medical scans documenting the resulting malnutrition and injuries. Fudge looked increasingly distressed. Surely there's been some misunderstanding. There has not, Shacklebolt said firmly. I've seen the evidence, Minister. It's compelling. This is a matter for the Wizengamot, Dumbledore stated, rising from his seat. Until then, Harry should return to Hogwarts under my supervision. No, Harry said simply. The word hung in the air, powerful in its simplicity. Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised. Harry, I understand you're upset, but there are greater concerns, greater than a child's safety. Remus demanded. Greater than his happiness? What exactly is this greater good that justifies child abuse, Albus? Voldemort will return, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry must be prepared. And abuse prepares me how? Harry asked. By making me easy to manipulate? By teaching me I don't deserve better? Dumbledore had no answer to that. Ragnarok stood. This meeting is concluded. Mr. Potter remains under Goblin protection. The evidence will be presented to both your Wizengamot and our Council of Elders. Until both bodies rule, the sanctuary stands. This is unprecedented, Fudge complained. So was leaving the savior of the wizarding world in an abusive muggle home, Madame Bones replied dryly. Perhaps unprecedented solutions are required. As the ministry delegation prepared to leave, Dumbledore approached Harry once more. Harry, he said softly, I truly believed I was acting for the best. The blood protection your mother provided, my mother died to protect me, Harry interrupted. I don't think she meant for me to be protected from Voldemort just so I could be hurt by my relatives instead. For once, Albus Dumbledore seemed at a loss for words. News of the confrontation at Gringotts spread quickly through Wizarding Britain. The Daily Prophet published a special evening edition. Potter refuses Dumbledore, he knew about the abuse, claims boy who lived goblins grants sanctuary, ministry powerless to intervene for the first time in living memory, Albus Dumbledore found himself on the defensive. Long accustomed to near-universal respect and deference, the barrage of howlers, hostile press coverage, and public criticism left the old wizard visibly shaken as he addressed an emergency session of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. I maintain that my actions regarding Harry Potter were necessary for his long-term safety, Dumbledore insisted. The blood protection established by his mother's sacrifice required his residence with Petunia Dursley. Residence, perhaps, Augusta Longbottom sniffed, not mistreatment. There's a difference between living with relatives and being abused by them, Albus. The monitoring showed concerns, Dumbledore admitted. But removing him would have left him vulnerable to Death Eaters still at large. So instead you left him vulnerable to the Muggles actually raising him, Lucius Malfoy observed with silky venom. Curious priorities, Headmaster. This is not a simple matter, Dumbledore began. It is precisely a simple matter, Augusta interrupted. A child was placed in your care. You failed that child. Whether your intentions were good is beside the point. The board ultimately stopped short of removing Dumbledore as headmaster, his educational credentials and contributions to Hogwarts remained undisputed. But they issued a formal censure and required that all future decisions regarding student welfare be reviewed by a committee rather than left to his sole discretion. It was, perhaps, a minor rebuke in practical terms. But to a man accustomed to unquestioning trust, it stung deeply. At Gringotts, Harry was beginning the process of learning about his heritage. In a comfortable study lined with books, he sat with Remus and a goblin named Barchoke, the Potter accounts manager. The Potter family, Barchoke explained, unrolling an elaborate family tree, is one of Britain's oldest magical bloodlines, dating back to the 12th century. Your father, James, was the last of the direct line until you. Harry traced the names with his finger, lingering on his parents. What were they like? Really like? Remus smiled, his eyes distant with memory. James was, larger than life. Confident, sometimes arrogant, but fiercely loyal. Brilliant at transfiguration. A natural leader. And utterly, hopelessly in love with your mother from about age 13, though she didn't give him the time of day until 7th year. And my mom? Lily was extraordinary. Clever, kind, with a wicked sense of humor when you got past her serious student exterior. She had a gift for charms and potions. And a temper to match her red hair when confronted with injustice. She sounds amazing, Harry said softly. She was. They both were. Remus hesitated. Harry, there's something you should know about your parents' deaths. Something beyond what most people are told. Harry tensed. What? They were betrayed, Remus said, pain evident in his voice. They went into hiding under a powerful charm that concealed their location. Only one person knew where they were, their secret keeper. Who was it? Harry asked, though something in him already knew this story ended badly. We all thought it was Sirius Black, your father's best friend, your godfather. He was arrested for betraying them to Voldemort and for killing another friend of ours, Peter Pettigrew, along with 12 Muggles. Harry frowned. You said, we all thought, wasn't it him? That's just it, Remus said. The goblins have been investigating, and they've found inconsistencies. Sirius was never given a trial. He was simply thrown into Azkaban, the wizard prison. And the goblins have uncovered financial transactions suggesting Peter may have been the real traitor. Barchoke nodded gravely. Mr. Pettigrew's vault shows deposits from a known Death Eater fund in the weeks before your parents' deaths. And more troublingly, continued small withdrawals after his supposed death. You mean, he might still be alive? And my godfather is in prison for something he didn't do? Harry's head spun with these new revelations. It appears that way, Remus confirmed. The goblins have filed motions with the ministry for a formal investigation and trial. If Sirius is innocent, then I have family, Harry finished quietly. Real family. You do anyway, Remus assured him. Sirius and I may not be blood relatives, but we both love you, Harry. We always have. For a boy who had grown up believing himself unwanted, these words were almost too much to bear. Harry blinked rapidly, fighting back tears. Barchoke tactfully changed the subject. Now, regarding your inheritance. Beyond the vault you'll use for school expenses, there's the main Potter family vault containing heirlooms, books, and artifacts. When you reach 17, you'll also gain control of the Potter investment portfolio, which currently includes stakes in various magical businesses including quality Quidditch supplies, Flourish and Blots, and several potion ingredient suppliers. I don't know anything about managing investments, Harry admitted. That's what we're here for, Barchoke assured him. And you have years to learn. There's also Potter Manor, Remus added. Your family's ancestral home. It was placed under stasis charms after your parents went into hiding in Godric's Hollow. No one has lived there since, but the house elves have maintained it. House elves? Harry asked, confused. Magical servants bound to wizarding families, Remus explained. The Potters always treated theirs well, he added hastily. More like family retainers than servants, really. Harry nodded, trying to absorb all this information. Could we visit the manor sometime? Of course, Remus smiled. It's your home, Harry. Whenever you're ready. Home. The word resonated within Harry like a bell. Not a cupboard, not a reluctantly given second bedroom, but a real home that was his by right. For the first time, the future seemed full of possibilities rather than dread. While Harry discovered his heritage, the wizarding world continued to fracture over the growing conflict. The Order of the Phoenix, its finances frozen and its moral authority questioned, faced a crisis of confidence. In the kitchen of the Burrow, the Weasley family home, Molly and Arthur hosted an unofficial gathering of Order members concerned about recent developments. I can't believe what's coming out about Harry's home life, Molly said, distress evident in her voice as she served tea to those gathered around her scrubbed wooden table. That poor boy. And Albus knew. The evidence suggests he did, Arthur confirmed grimly. The monitoring charms sent regular reports. Bill says the Goblin records are irrefutable. How could he leave a child in such conditions? Hestia Jones wondered aloud. It goes against everything the Order stands for. Does it? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked quietly. We've always followed Albus's lead without much question. Perhaps that's part of the problem. Are you suggesting we break with Dumbledore? Daedalus Diggle looked scandalized at the very idea. I'm suggesting we think for ourselves, Kingsley replied calmly. If Dumbledore could be so wrong about Harry's welfare, what else might he be wrong about? The goblins aren't just angry about Harry, Bill Weasley added. They've uncovered other instances where Dumbledore acted, questionably. Sirius Black never receiving a trial, for one. Black was guilty. Elphia's Doge protested. Everyone knows that. Do we? Remus asked from the doorway, where he'd just arrived. Or do we just know what we were told? The conversation paused as everyone turned to look at the newcomer. Remus, Molly greeted him warmly. How is Harry? We've been so worried. He's doing remarkably well, considering everything, Remus replied, taking a seat. The goblins have treated him with more care and respect than the Dursleys ever did. And he's finally learning about his heritage, his parents, his place in our world. That's wonderful, Arthur said sincerely. But what about this business with Sirius? Surely you don't believe he's innocent? He was your friend, but after what he did. That's just it, Remus said. I'm no longer certain what he did or didn't do. The goblins have found financial records suggesting Peter Pettigrew was receiving payments from known Death Eaters before James and Lily died. And more troublingly, his account shows activity after his supposed death. A stunned silence followed this revelation. Are you saying Pettigrew faked his death? Kingsley asked, his aura instincts immediately engaged. It's a possibility we can't ignore, Remus confirmed. Especially since Sirius never received a trial where evidence might have been properly examined. This is all very convenient for the goblins' narrative, Doge said skeptically. Suddenly they're finding evidence that undermines Dumbledore at every turn. They're finding evidence that's always been there but no one bothered to look for, Bill corrected. That's an important distinction. The gathering broke into heated discussion after that, with clear divisions forming. Some, like Molly and Arthur Weasley, Remus Lupin, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, were deeply troubled by the emerging picture of Dumbledore's decisions. Others, like Elphias Doge and Daedalus Diggle, remained staunchly loyal to the headmaster. We need to see Harry, Molly declared finally. Make sure he's truly all right. And let him know not all of us support what happened to him. I'll arrange it, Remus promised. He could use more people in his corner right now. As the unofficial meeting broke up, Arthur pulled Remus aside. Our son Ron will be starting Hogwarts with Harry this year, he said quietly. If Harry needs a friend, someone with no connection to all this mess. Remus smiled gratefully. I'll make sure they meet. Harry hasn't had much opportunity for friendships. The Dursleys. He trailed off, his expression darkening. Arthur squeezed his shoulder. That's over now. And we'll make sure it stays that way. In a cold, forbidding cell in Azkaban prison, Sirius Black sat huddled against the stone wall, fighting to maintain what little sanity he had left. 10 years surrounded by Dementors had hollowed him out, leaving only his core convictions intact, his innocence, his love for his godson, his hatred for Peter Pettigrew. The approaching footsteps barely registered until they stopped outside his cell. This wasn't the shuffle of the usual guards or the gliding presence of Dementors. These steps were purposeful, official. The door creaked open, and Sirius squinted against the light of a Patronus that accompanied the visitors, a lynx that could only belong to one Auror. Kingsley. Sirius croaked, his voice rusty from disuse. Hello, Sirius, Kingsley Shacklebolt replied, his deep voice betraying no emotion. Beside him stood Amelia Bones, her monocle glinting in the Patronus light. What's happening? Sirius asked, struggling to his feet. After a decade of minimal movement, his muscles protested even this simple action. That's what we're here to determine, Madame Bones said crisply. Mr. Black, new evidence has emerged concerning the events of October 31, 1981, and the subsequent incident involving Peter Pettigrew. Sirius stared at her in disbelief. After 10 years, someone was finally asking questions. Evidence, he repeated. Financial records showing Pettigrew received payments from Death Eater accounts, Kingsley explained. And indications his vault has seen activity since his supposed death. A wild laugh escaped Sirius, half joy, half madness. He's alive. The rat is alive. I've been saying it for years, but no one would listen. We're listening now, Madame Bones said firmly. The Wisengamot has authorized a formal investigation, including the use of Veritaserum to take your testimony. Yes, Sirius agreed immediately. Yes, anything. Ask me anything under Veritaserum. I'll tell you everything. There's something else you should know, Kingsley said, his voice gentling slightly. Harry Potter has been removed from his Muggle relative's home. Evidence of abuse has come to light, along with the fact that Dumbledore was aware of it. Sirius went very still. Harry was abused. And Dumbledore knew. It appears so, Madame Bones confirmed. The Goblins have declared war on Dumbledore and the Order over the matter. They've granted Mr. Potter sanctuary while the legal proceedings unfold. Is he all right? Sirius demanded, genuine fear in his voice. Is Harry safe now? He's safe, Kingsley assured him. Remus Lupin is acting as his guardian, with the Goblins backing. Remus, Sirius breathed. Good. That's good. He straightened up with visible effort. When do we start? The questioning. Now, Madame Bones replied, producing a small vial of clear liquid. If you're willing. I've been waiting 10 years for this, Sirius said, holding out his hand with remarkable steadiness. I'm more than willing. 3 days after Harry had arrived at Gringotts, Ragnarok called him to a meeting in a different conference room, this one paneled in rich, warm wood rather than gold. When Harry arrived with Remus, he found the room already occupied by a small gathering of people. A plump, motherly woman with bright red hair rushed forward immediately. Harry, dear. Oh, just look at you. She stopped just short of hugging him, seeming to realize he might not welcome physical contact from strangers. Harry, this is Molly Weasley, Remus introduced them. And her husband Arthur. Their family has always been good friends to yours. We're so sorry about what happened to you, Harry, Arthur said sincerely, stepping forward to shake Harry's hand. Had we known? No one knew, Harry said automatically. Except Dumbledore, he added, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. That's why we're here, said Kingsley Shacklebolt, whom Harry recognized from the Ministry delegation. Things are changing rapidly, and we wanted to update you personally. Harry nodded, taking a seat at the table. Remus sat beside him, a reassuring presence. First, Kingsley began, Sirius Black has been given a preliminary hearing under Veritaserum. His testimony confirms what the Goblin evidence suggested, he was not your parents' secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was. And Pettigrew betrayed them to Voldemort, Harry guessed. Several people flinched at the name, but Kingsley nodded. Yes. Sirius confronted him, and Pettigrew faked his own death while killing 12 Muggle bystanders, then escaped in his animagus form. Animagus? Harry questioned. A wizard who can transform into an animal, Remus explained. Pettigrew could become a rat. Quite fitting, as it turns out. The Wisingamot has ordered a full trial, but given the Veritaserum testimony and the new evidence, Sirius has been moved from Azkaban to a Ministry holding cell, Madame Bones added. He's receiving medical treatment for his time in prison. When will he be cleared? Harry asked eagerly. The idea of having a godfather, someone his parents had chosen for him, filled him with hope. The full trial is scheduled for next week, Madame Bones replied. Barring unexpected developments, he should be fully exonerated then. There's more, Kingsley continued. The investigation into your treatment at the Dursleys has confirmed the Goblin evidence. Your relatives have been charged under both Muggle and magical law with child abuse and misappropriation of funds. Harry felt oddly detached about this news. The Dursleys seemed increasingly distant, like a bad dream he was finally waking from. And Dumbledore? He asked. The adults exchanged glances. That's more complicated, Arthur admitted. He remains headmaster of Hogwarts, though under increased oversight. The Wisingamot is divided on whether to proceed with criminal charges for his negligence as your guardian. Politics, Molly sniffed disapprovingly. Some people care more about Dumbledore's reputation than what he actually did. Or didn't do, Remus added quietly. The good news, Kingsley continued, is that no one is contesting the Goblin sanctuary at this point. You're legally protected here until all matters are resolved. And then? Harry asked. What happens then? Then, Remus said with a smile, assuming Sirius is cleared, we both become your guardians. That was always your parents' wish, that we would raise you together if anything happened to them. For the first time since arriving at Gringotts, Harry felt tears threatening. Not from sadness or pain, but from a cautious, fragile hope. A future with people who actually wanted him. Who had always wanted him. Molly Weasley seemed to sense his emotion. "Harry, dear, we'd like to introduce you to our family as well. Our youngest son, Ron, will be starting Hogwarts with you this year. And we'd love to have you visit the Burrow, our home, once everything settles down." "I'd like that," Harry said softly. "Thank you." As the meeting continued, with discussions of school preparations and living arrangements, Harry found himself watching these adults with a new perspective. They weren't perfect, none of them had questioned Dumbledore's decisions until now, but they were trying to make things right. They were fighting for him, not using him. It was a novel experience, having adults actually put his welfare first. One he could definitely get used to. The next week passed in a blur of activity. Harry divided his time between healing sessions with the Goblin medical staff, lessons about his family history and the wizarding world, and visits from various allies who had broken with Dumbledore over the revelations. He met the Weasley children, Bill, who worked for Gringotts, the twins Fred and George, who made him laugh for what felt like the first time in his life, Percy, who was stiffly formal but genuinely concerned, Ron, who seemed determined to be Harry's friend despite the unusual circumstances, and Ginny, the youngest, who blushed furiously whenever Harry looked at her. He received his Hogwarts letter, delivered by a stern-faced Professor McGonagall who took one look at the healthy color in his cheeks and the proper clothes on his back and seemed to relax slightly. "I told Albus those muggles were the worst sort," she said crisply. "I should have done more than just tell him." "You didn't know," Harry said, finding himself in the strange position of comforting an adult. "I suspected," she corrected herself. "But I trusted Albus's judgment over my own instincts. That won't happen again." The most significant day came when Sirius Black was formally cleared of all charges. The trial, covered extensively by the wizarding press, exposed not only his innocence but the systemic failures that had allowed an innocent man to be imprisoned without trial for a decade. Photographs of Pettigrew's financial records, projected magically for the Wizengamot to see, showed deposits from known Death Eaters days before the Potters' deaths. Memories extracted from Sirius and viewed in a pensieve revealed the switch in Secret Keepers and the confrontation that led to Pettigrew's escape. When the chief warlock, notably not Dumbledore, who had recused himself, announced the unanimous verdict of innocence, the courtroom erupted in chaos. Reporters shouted questions, spectators debated loudly, and in the midst of it all, Sirius Black sat calmly, tears streaming down his hollow face. The following day, after initial healing treatments at St. Mungo's, Sirius was finally reunited with Harry at Gringotts. The meeting took place in a private room, with Remus present for support. Harry waited nervously as the door opened. The man who entered barely resembled the handsome youth in the photos Remus had shown him. Sirius Black was gaunt, his face lined beyond his years, his dark hair streaked with premature gray. But his eyes, the same gray as in the photos, lit up with joy when they landed on Harry. "Harry," he breathed, stopping a few feet away, clearly restraining himself from rushing forward. "You look so much like James." "Except, my mother's eyes," Harry finished with a small smile. "So I've been told." Sirius nodded, his own smile tremulous. "I've dreamed of seeing you again for so long. I'm so sorry, Harry. I failed you. I went after Peter instead of staying to take care of you, and everything went wrong." "You didn't know what would happen," Harry said. "And you're here now." Something in those simple words seemed to break through Sirius's remaining restraint. He moved forward and dropped to one knee before Harry, bringing them to eye level. "I am here now," he agreed fervently. "And I promise you, Harry, I will never leave you again. If you'll have me as your guardian." "You're my godfather," Harry said simply. "My parents chose you." "They chose both of us," Sirius corrected, glancing at Remus with a smile. "The responsible one and the fun one." And which are you? Harry asked, a hint of mischief entering his voice. Sirius barked a laugh, a rusty sound, as if long and used. Oh, definitely the fun one. Just ask Moony. Moony? My old nickname, Remus explained. Your father was Prongs, Sirius was Padfoot, and, well, Peter was Wormtail. We were the Marauders, Sirius added. Hogwarts' greatest pranksters. A title I believe the Weasley twins are currently challenging. Harry smiled, enjoying this glimpse into his parents' world. Will you tell me about them? My mom and dad. Everything, Sirius promised. Every story, every adventure, every time your mother hexed your father for being an arrogant torag. He paused, studying Harry's face. But first, I want to hear about you. The real you, not the boy who lived nonsense the papers write about. And for the first time in his memory, Harry found himself eagerly sharing his thoughts, his few good memories, his hopes for the future, with adults who genuinely wanted to know him, the real Harry, not the unwanted burden or the famous name, but the boy himself. As July turned to August, the Goblin war against Dumbledore continued on multiple fronts. Financial records were scrutinized, revealing patterns of questionable decisions. The Order of the Phoenix, its accounts frozen, struggled to maintain cohesion as members split between loyalty to Dumbledore and concern over his actions regarding Harry. The Daily Prophet, sensing a shift in public opinion, published increasingly critical articles about the Dumbledore regime that had dominated wizarding politics for decades. Questions arose about other children he might have failed, other decisions made unilaterally in the name of the greater good. Dumbledore himself remained headmaster of Hogwarts, but his influence beyond the school diminished rapidly. He was forced to step down as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards after several foreign delegations expressed concern about the emerging pattern of neglect toward Harry Potter. His position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot was suspended pending the outcome of the negligence investigation. For the first time in half a century, Albus Dumbledore found himself answering to others rather than making decisions for them. It was a humbling experience for a man accustomed to reverence. Through it all, Harry thrived under the joint guardianship of Sirius and Remus. With proper nutrition and medical care, he began to fill out, no longer the skinny waif who had arrived at Gringotts. With proper guidance, he eagerly absorbed knowledge about magic, his heritage, and the world he would soon formally enter. And with proper care, the emotional wounds of a decade of neglect began, slowly, to heal. The day before Harry was to leave for Hogwarts, Ragnarok called a final meeting in his office. Harry arrived with Sirius and Remus to find the director looking unusually somber. Harry Potter, Ragnarok began formally, tomorrow you will leave Goblin Sanctuary to attend Hogwarts School. Before you go, there are matters we must discuss. Harry nodded, taking a seat across from the Goblin director. Is something wrong, Director Ragnarok? Not wrong, precisely. But concerning. Ragnarok steepled his long fingers. Our investigation into Dumbledore's actions regarding you has uncovered inconsistencies that point to a larger pattern. What kind of inconsistencies? Sirius asked, instantly alert. Dumbledore has maintained that leaving Harry with abusive relatives was necessary for his protection against Voldemort's followers. Yet our examination of the Potter wills, which Dumbledore sealed, shows multiple safe alternatives were specified by James and Lily. We knew that, Remus said with a frown. They named Sirius, then me, then the Longbottoms as potential guardians. Yes. All options Dumbledore bypassed. Ragnarok nodded. But more troublingly, we found evidence that Dumbledore may have had specific plans for Harry that required him to be raised without knowledge of his heritage or power. Harry tensed. What kind of plans? Ragnarok hesitated, then pushed a folder across the desk. These are copies of notes we found in a private vault Dumbledore maintains under an assumed name. They reference something called the Horcrux and contain speculation about a connection between Harry and Voldemort. Sirius took the folder, opening it with Remus reading over his shoulder. Both men paled as they scanned the contents. "This can't be right," Remus muttered. "He wouldn't." "What?" Harry demanded. "What is it?" Sirius looked up, his expression grim. "According to these notes, Dumbledore believes Voldemort created Horcruxes, objects containing pieces of his soul that anchor him to life even if his body is destroyed. And he believes." Sirius swallowed hard. "He believes you might be one too, Harry. That when Voldemort tried to kill you, a fragment of his soul attached to you." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. "I have a piece of Voldemort's soul in me." "If these notes are accurate," Ragnock emphasized. "But our curse breakers have examined you thoroughly during your healing treatments, Harry. They found a dark magical residue in your scar, yes, but nothing suggesting a soul fragment." "Then Dumbledore is wrong." Relief flooded Harry's voice. "Or lying," Sirius growled. "These notes suggest he was preparing you for a sacrificial role, that you might need to die to truly defeat Voldemort." The room fell silent as this revelation sank in. "The greater good," Harry whispered finally. "That's why he left me with the Dursleys. Not just for protection, but to make me, what? Desperate for approval? Willing to sacrifice myself?" "That would be consistent with his pattern of isolating you from supportive adults," Remus agreed, anger evident in his normally gentle voice. "Keeping Sirius imprisoned without trial. Using my condition to keep me away. Hiding your heritage." Ragnock nodded grimly. "Which brings me to the second purpose of this meeting. Our curse breakers believe they can remove the dark residue from your scar, Harry. The procedure would be uncomfortable but not dangerous." "Do it," Harry said immediately. "Get whatever it is out of me." "We will, pup," Sirius assured him, using the nickname he'd recently adopted. "But there's more to discuss." "Hogwarts." Harry frowned. "You don't want me to go?" "We want you to go," Remus clarified. "But with your eyes open. Dumbledore will still be there as headmaster. He's lost much of his political power, but within Hogwarts, his influence remains significant. He will likely attempt to regain your trust," Ragnock warned. "To manipulate you toward whatever plans he has for confronting Voldemort's eventual return." "So what do I do?" Harry asked. The three adults exchanged glances. "Be careful," Sirius said finally. "Be respectful but not trusting. Remember that his idea of the greater good once included leaving you in an abusive home. Make allies beyond Gryffindor," Remus suggested. "Dumbledore expects you to follow your parents into that house. Having friends across house lines would give you support he wouldn't anticipate. And remember," Ragnock added, "that Gringotts remains your ally. Any letter sent to us will receive immediate attention. Any concern you have will be addressed. The Goblin Nation does not abandon those under its protection." Harry nodded, absorbing this advice. "I'll be careful. But I still want to go. I want to learn magic. I want to make friends. I want to live my life, not hide from it." Sirius smiled proudly. "That's the James in you talking. With Lily's common sense, I hope," Remus added with a small smile. "We will perform the cleansing ritual tonight," Ragnock decided. "And tomorrow, Harry Potter will board the Hogwarts Express not as a pawn in Dumbledore's game, but as a young wizard in his own right, with allies both goblin and human watching his back." Harry straightened in his chair, feeling a surge of confidence. For the first time in his life, he wasn't facing challenges alone. He had people fighting for him, supporting him, believing in him. Whatever came next, Hogwarts, Dumbledore, even Voldemort's eventual return, he would face it with something he'd never had before, a family. Chapter 2, Blood and Gold. Harry clutched his newly purchased Holly and Phoenix feather wand as the Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4. The familiar weight of his glasses, new ones that actually fit his face, rested comfortably on his nose as he watched Sirius and Remus waving from the platform until they faded from view. Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full. A gangly, freckled boy with bright red hair stood in the compartment doorway. Harry grinned. Ron, right? We met at Gringotts. Yeah. Ron Weasley beamed, plopping down across from him. Wasn't sure you'd remember. Must have met loads of people this summer. Kind of hard to forget your family, Harry laughed. Especially the twins. They have that effect, Ron groaned, but his smile remained. So is it true? You lived at Gringotts with the goblins? Harry nodded. For about a month. They were brilliant, actually. Nothing like what wizard books say about them. Dad says the same. Reckons most wizards never bother to understand goblin culture. Ron unwrapped a sandwich and made a face. Corned beef again. Mom always forgets I hate corned beef. Want to trade? Harry offered, pulling out some chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties that Remus had packed for him. I've got plenty. Ron's ears reddened. You don't have to, friends share food, Harry said firmly, remembering all the times he'd watched Dudley eat treats while getting nothing himself. And I want to be friends. A smile broke across Ron's face as he accepted a pasty. Thanks, mate. The compartment door slid open again, revealing a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Her eyes landed on Harry and widened. You're Harry Potter. Harry tensed, expecting the usual staring at his scar, but the girl surprised him. I've read all about you, of course, particularly the recent articles about Goblin Sanctuary and Guardian Malfeasance. It's fascinating from a magical law perspective, especially considering the 1752 treaty precedents they're citing. She paused for breath. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Nice to meet you, Harry replied, both overwhelmed and impressed by her rapid-fire delivery. And no, we haven't seen a toad. Oh well. You'd better change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon. She turned to leave, then hesitated. Is it true that the goblins performed a curse-breaking ritual on you? Harry blinked in surprise. How did you know about that? It was in this morning's Prophet, Ron explained. Small article, back page. Said something about cleansing ritual and dark residue. Great, Harry muttered. More stuff for people to talk about. Was it scary? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity evident. Curse-breaking is supposed to be incredibly complex magic. It was intense, Harry admitted, recalling the previous night's ritual. But not scary, exactly. The goblins knew what they were doing. The ritual had taken place in a circular chamber deep beneath Gringotts. 7 goblin curse-breakers, including Bill Weasley, had formed a circle around Harry while Ragnarok chanted in gobbledygook. Harry's scar had burned white-hot for several seconds before something dark and oily had been drawn out of it, screaming as it dissipated in a flash of purifying fire. The relief had been immediate, like a weight he hadn't known he was carrying suddenly lifted. They found something nasty in my scar left over from Voldemort's attack, he explained, ignoring their winces at the name. But it's gone now. That's brilliant. Ron said. No wonder you don't seem bothered about going to school with Dumbledore still there. Hermione looked scandalized. Professor Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of our age. He's also the man who left me with abusive relatives for 10 years, Harry countered quietly. And knew about it. An uncomfortable silence fell over the compartment. I should go help Neville find his toad, Hermione finally said, her certainty visibly shaken. But, well, maybe we could talk more later. About the legal aspects of your case. Harry nodded, surprised by her shift in tone. Sure. I'd like that. After she left, Ron shook his head. Mental, that one. But right about changing. We should be there soon. As they pulled on their school robes, Harry felt a strange mix of excitement and apprehension. Hogwarts represented everything he'd been denied: knowledge of magic, connections to his parents, friendships with other magical children. But it also meant facing Dumbledore on the old wizard's home territory. He patted the enchanted mirror in his pocket, a gift from Sirius that would allow them to communicate regardless of Hogwarts wards. Whatever happened, he wouldn't be facing it alone. The great hall buzzed with excited whispers as the first years lined up for sorting. Most of those whispers centered on one particular black-haired boy. That's him. Harry Potter. The goblins took him from Dumbledore. My dad says Dumbledore's finished politically. My mum says it's all rubbish. Harry kept his eyes forward, focusing on the patched hat sitting on a stool rather than the hundreds of staring students. At the head table, Dumbledore watched him with an inscrutable expression that Harry carefully avoided meeting. Professor McGonagall began calling names. Harry noted with interest which students went to which houses, remembering Remus's advice to make connections beyond Gryffindor. When Granger, Hermione, became a Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat, Harry gave her an encouraging smile. The bushy-haired girl might be intense, but her quick mind reminded him of stories about his mother. Malfoy, Draco, strode forward with such confidence that Harry couldn't help but notice him. The hat had barely touched the blonde boy's head when it shouted, "Slytherin." He sauntered to the green and silver table with a smug expression. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." The hall fell silent as Harry approached the stool. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was hundreds of faces craning to get a good look at him. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool. Somewhere I can grow into myself, he thought. Not just what others expect. Oh ho, the hat seemed delighted. Not asking for Gryffindor like your parents. Most refreshing. You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. Harry considered this. A month ago, he might have rejected Slytherin based solely on what he'd heard about its dark reputation. But his experiences with the goblins had taught him that reputations weren't always accurate. I'm not opposed, he thought carefully, but I'd need to make allies in all houses if I went there. And I'm not sure that's possible given what happened to my parents. Wise beyond your years, the hat mused. Very well, better be Ravenclaw. The last word was shouted to the hall. Harry removed the hat to stun silence, followed by explosive cheering from the blue and bronze table. Glancing at the head table, he caught Dumbledore's brief look of surprise before the headmaster's features smoothed back into benign approval. As Harry made his way to the Ravenclaw table, he noticed mixed reactions at the Gryffindor table, disappointment from the Weasley twins, but thoughtful consideration from Percy. Ron, still waiting to be sorted, gave him a thumbs up that eased Harry's momentary worry about their friendship. Welcome to Ravenclaw. An older girl with long dark hair shook his hand as he sat. Penelope Clearwater, Prefect. This is a pleasant surprise, everyone expected you in Gryffindor. I'm full of surprises lately, Harry replied with a small smile. The sorting continued, with Ron predictably joining Gryffindor. When Zabini, Blaise became the final Slytherin, Dumbledore rose to his feet. Welcome, he said, beaming around at them all. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down to applause and cheers, though Harry noticed many older students exchanging glances. Clearly, recent events had affected Dumbledore's standing even among the student body. Is he, a bit mad? Harry asked Penelope cautiously. Brilliant mind, she replied diplomatically, but eccentric, certainly. And lately, well, there've been questions. She lowered her voice. About you, actually. The prophet's been running articles all summer about how he left you with muggles who mistreated you. That's not just the prophet exaggerating, asked a girl across from Harry. I'm Lisa Turpin, by the way. No, Harry said quietly but firmly. It's not exaggerated. Dumbledore knew exactly how they treated me and did nothing. Several nearby Ravenclaws looked horrified. But why would he do that? Asked a boy who introduced himself as Terry Boot. That, Harry said, serving himself some roast chicken as the feast appeared, is the question everyone's been asking. In his tower office, Albus Dumbledore paced before the fireplace, his customary serenity notably absent. Ravenclaw, he muttered. Not what I expected. Not what I planned for. Perhaps it's time to reconsider some of those plans, Minerva McGonagall suggested from her seat by his desk. The boy is clearly not the malleable child you anticipated. The goblins have poisoned him against me, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard distractedly. And Sirius Black, the man spent a decade surrounded by Dementors. He's hardly a suitable guardian. And yet, Minerva countered, Harry looks healthier and happier than he likely ever would have been with those dreadful muggles. She fixed him with a sharp look. I told you they were the worst sort, Albus. I told you the very night you left him there. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I made a miscalculation. I believed the blood protection was worth some discomfort. Discomfort? Minerva's voice rose dangerously. Albus, I've seen Poppy's report from his medical scan. The boy had evidence of multiple untreated broken bones, chronic malnutrition, and signs of regular physical punishment. That goes well beyond discomfort. I didn't know the extent, she cut him off sharply. I've seen the monitoring records the goblins released. You received monthly reports. You magically acknowledged them. Dumbledore sank into his chair, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. What would you have me do, Minerva? Apologize? Step down. Abandon all the plans I've made to prepare for Voldemort's return? I would have you reflect on whether those plans are still viable, she replied. The boy isn't a pawn, Albus. He's a person. And thanks to the goblins, he now has people who will fight for him. She stood, straightening her robes. Including me. As she swept from the office, Dumbledore remained seated, contemplating the ruins of a decade of careful planning. The Dursleys had been meant to keep Harry humble, malleable, grateful for any kindness shown to him. Hogwarts should have been his first real home, with Dumbledore as his first real mentor and protector. Instead, the boy had arrived at Hogwarts already knowing his worth, already surrounded by allies, already suspicious of Dumbledore's motives. And now, instead of Gryffindor's straightforward courage, he had Ravenclaw's analytical mind to apply to the situation. Fawkes, Dumbledore addressed his phoenix, I fear I may have made a grave miscalculation. The phoenix trilled softly, but whether an agreement or consolation was unclear. Harry's first week at Hogwarts proved both wonderful and challenging. The castle itself was everything Sirius and Remus had described, majestic, magical, and more than a little confusing with its moving staircases and hidden passages. The classes ranged from fascinating, charms, transfiguration, to tedious, history of magic, to downright hostile, potions, where Professor Snape seemed to have a personal vendetta against him. Being sorted into Ravenclaw had unexpected advantages. While it meant he didn't room with Ron, it gave him a natural excuse to form friendships across house lines. He studied with Hermione and Ron in the library, partnered with Susan Bones from Hufflepuff in herbology, and even managed civil conversations with Draco Malfoy in potions after the Slytherin boy made a calculated approach. My father says the goblins were right to remove you from those muggles, Draco had drawled during their second potions class. No wizard child should be raised by their kind. Harry had recognized the opening for what it was, not friendship exactly, but a testing of potential alliance. I think the issue was their specific treatment, not their being muggles, he'd replied carefully. My mother was muggle-born, after all. Draco had looked surprised at this measured response, clearly expecting either instant friendship or angry rejection. Still, you're better off with proper wizarding guardians. Even if one is a werewolf. He'd wrinkled his nose slightly. Remus is brilliant, Harry had said firmly. And Sirius is feeling better every day. St. Mungo's says he'll make a full recovery. They'd settled into a cautious working relationship after that, not friends but not enemies either. Harry sensed that Draco was hedging his bets politically, something the Slytherin had likely learned from his father. The Ravenclaw common room quickly became Harry's sanctuary. Located in a tower accessed by solving a riddle rather than giving a password, it featured comfortable blue chairs, extensive bookshelves, and large windows with spectacular views of the mountains. His housemates, while initially starstruck, soon treated him as just another first year with an unusual background. Friday evening found Harry seated in a window alcove, writing a letter to Gringotts. He'd promised Ragnarok weekly updates, and despite a relatively quiet first week, there was plenty to report. Writing to your goblin allies? Harry looked up to find Dumbledore standing beside him, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. The headmaster had somehow entered the Ravenclaw common room without anyone noticing. Just keeping my promise to Director Ragnarok, Harry replied neutrally, setting down his quill. May I join you? Dumbledore gestured to the opposite seat in the alcove. Harry nodded, his heart rate accelerating slightly. He'd known this conversation would come eventually. You seem to be settling in well, Dumbledore observed. Professor Flitwick speaks highly of your work in charms. It's my favorite subject so far, Harry said. My mother was good at charms, wasn't she? Exceptional, Dumbledore confirmed. One of the brightest witches of her generation. Your father, meanwhile, excelled at transfiguration. Harry nodded, waiting. He'd decided in advance not to make this conversation easy for Dumbledore. After a moment, the headmaster sighed. Harry, I believe we have unfinished business between us. About you leaving me with people who hated magic and abused me for 10 years. Harry's voice remained calm, but his eyes held Dumbledore's steadily. I made a grave mistake, Dumbledore admitted. I believed the blood protection from your mother's sacrifice was worth certain hardships. I didn't anticipate the extent of your relatives' mistreatment. You received monthly reports, Harry countered. The goblins showed me copies. Reports that showed me sleeping in a cupboard, being denied food, wearing rags while my cousin had everything. Dumbledore's eyes lost some of their twinkle. I believed some adversity would build character. Prepare you for the difficulties that inevitably lie ahead. I was wrong, and for that, I am deeply sorry. Harry considered the apology. It sounded sincere enough, but there was something calculating in the old wizard's expression that reminded him of Remus's warning. Why are you telling me this now? He asked. Because I hope we can move forward, Dumbledore replied. Despite my mistakes, I have only your best interests at heart, Harry. The challenges that lie ahead, you mean Voldemort, Harry interrupted. Sirius and Remus have already told me he's likely to return someday. Surprise flashed across Dumbledore's face. They've been quite forthcoming. They don't keep secrets from me, Harry said pointedly. They also told me about the Horcruxes. The twinkle vanished entirely from Dumbledore's eyes. How could they possibly? The goblins found your notes, Harry explained. In that secret vault you keep under a different name. They found your theory that I had a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar. Dumbledore went very still. Harry, those are incredibly dangerous magical secrets, which is why the Goblin Cursebreakers removed it before I came to Hogwarts, Harry said. That dark residue the prophet mentioned? It's gone. For the first time in their conversation, Dumbledore looked genuinely shocked. They removed it? How? My research suggested it would require sacrifice. Harry finished. Yeah, we saw those notes too. The ones where you wondered if I might have to die to get rid of it. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. You misunderstand. I spent years searching for alternatives, while leaving me with abusive relatives who you hoped would make me eager for approval and willing to sacrifice myself, Harry said. That's what Sirius thinks, anyway. Sirius spent a decade surrounded by creatures that feed on positive emotions, Dumbledore replied, an edge entering his voice. His perspective is understandably skewed. Maybe, Harry conceded. Or maybe he sees more clearly now that he's free from your manipulations. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I see the goblins and your new guardians have thoroughly poisoned you against me. No, Harry shook his head. They just told me the truth and let me make up my own mind. That's the difference between them and you, Professor. They treat me like a person, not a weapon to be forged. For a moment, Dumbledore looked genuinely pained. I have made mistakes, Harry. Serious ones. But everything I've done has been to prepare for the dark days ahead. Voldemort will return, and when he does, Harry interrupted, I'll face him with people who actually care about me beside me. Not alone. Not as some sacrificial chess piece. The headmaster studied him for a long moment. You've changed from what I expected, he finally said. Ravenclaw suits you better than I anticipated. I'm not what anyone expected, Harry replied. That's what happens when people make plans for you without actually knowing you. Dumbledore rose, smoothing his robes. I hope, in time, you'll come to see that my intentions, however flawed in execution, were good. Maybe, Harry said noncommittally. But as Sirius likes to say, the road to Azkaban is paved with good intentions. A flicker of something, anger. Respect, crossed Dumbledore's face before his benign expression returned. Good evening, Harry. Do finish your letter to Director Ragnarok. I'm sure he'll find tonight's conversation most interesting. As the headmaster glided away, Harry picked up his quill again, his hand slightly shaky from the confrontation. He'd stood his ground, just as he'd practiced with Sirius and Remus. But Dumbledore's calm confidence suggested the old wizard wasn't done with him yet, not by a long shot. Ragnarok slammed Harry's letter down on his desk, causing several goblin aides to flinch. Dumbledore confronted the boy directly, he growled. Tried to manipulate him with false contrition and vague warnings. Potter held his ground, Gornick observed, scanning his own copy of the letter. Impressively so for a child his age. The boy has spine, Ragnarok agreed. But Dumbledore won't give up easily. His plans have been decades in the making. He turned to Barchoke, who handled the Potter accounts. What's the status of our other investigations? Proceeding rapidly, Barchoke reported. We've traced 3 potential Horcruxes based on the notes from Dumbledore's secret vault. One appears to be hidden at Hogwarts itself. Convenient for the old manipulator, Ragnarok muttered. What of our financial campaign? Most effective, Gornick smiled, showing pointed teeth. The Order of the Phoenix remains unable to access its funds. Dumbledore's personal accounts have been audited and significant discrepancies found, particularly regarding Potter Trust withdrawals he made for security measures that never materialized. And the Ministry? Minister Fudge continues to waffle, Silverax reported from his position near the door. He fears both Dumbledore's influence and our financial leverage. The Wisengamot has scheduled a formal inquiry into Potter's treatment for next month, however. Ragnarok nodded thoughtfully. Good. Keep the pressure on all fronts. Dumbledore has lost significant political capital, but he remains dangerous, particularly within Hogwarts. Should we withdraw Potter from the school? Barchoke suggested. Not unless the situation deteriorates, Ragnarok decided. The boy deserves his education, and pulling him would play into Dumbledore's narrative that we're controlling him. Besides, he added with a grim smile, having Harry Potter inside Hogwarts gives us eyes on Dumbledore's home territory. He turned to a goblin wearing the insignia of the security division. Double the protection detail on Black and Lupin. If Dumbledore can't control the boy directly, he may target his guardians. Already done, Director, the security goblin confirmed. We've also enhanced the wards on Potter Manor in preparation for the winter holidays. Excellent. Ragnock studied the map of Britain spread across one wall of his office, magical lights indicating various goblin operations. The wizards think this is about banking and guardianship. They have no idea what's truly at stake. The other goblins nodded grimly. Their investigation had uncovered far more than just Dumbledore's neglect of Harry Potter. The old wizard's machinations extended into areas of magic that violated the oldest treaties between magical species, treaties that predated the founding of Hogwarts itself. For 10 centuries, we've honored our agreements, Ragnock said softly. Banking, inheritance, territorial boundaries. We've watched wizard ministries rise and fall, dark lords come and go. We've endured their prejudice and condescension. He traced a clawed finger over the light representing Hogwarts. But Dumbledore crossed a line when he decided a child's suffering was an acceptable cost. A magical child whose gold rests in our vaults. Whose parents trusted us to protect their legacy. His voice hardened. We may use financial weapons instead of blades, but make no mistake, this is war. And goblins do not lose wars of honor. Sirius Black stared at the imposing facade of Potter Manor, a lump forming in his throat. He hadn't set foot on these grounds since James and Lily went into hiding at Godric's Hollow over a decade ago. Are you ready for this? Remus asked quietly beside him. Not really, Sirius admitted. Too many ghosts. Literal or figurative? Remus smiled faintly. Knowing the Potters? Probably both. Sirius took a deep breath and pushed open the wrought iron gates bearing the Potter family crest. The extensive grounds had been maintained by house elves despite a decade of human absence. Neatly trimmed hedges lined the gravel drive, and ancient oak trees stood sentinel on the rolling lawns. The manor itself was an elegant Jacobean structure of warm red brick and mullioned windows, large but not ostentatiously so. As they approached the main entrance, the front door swung open, revealing a house elf wearing a neat tea towel embroidered with the Potter crest. Master Black and Master Lupin, the elf squeaked excitedly. Tilly is so happy to be seeing you again. Tilly has kept everything ready, yes she has. Sirius smiled despite his melancholy. Hello, Tilly. It's good to see you too. The other elves are preparing tea, Tilly informed them, ushering them inside. We is so excited that young Master Harry will be coming home for Christmas. His room is being ready, and we is making all his favorite foods. How would you know his favorite foods? Remus asked gently. Tilly's ears drooped slightly. We asked the Hogwarts elves, Master Lupin. Is that wrong? Tilly wants everything perfect for young Master's first visit home. It's perfect, Tilly, Sirius assured her. You've done brilliantly. The entrance hall was just as Sirius remembered, warm wood paneling, a grand staircase, and Potter family portraits lining the walls. Several of the portraits called out greetings as they recognized the visitors. Sirius Black, you scoundrel. Remus, my dear boy, looking peaky as ever. Where's little Harry? Has he grown? He's at Hogwarts, Sirius called back to Euphemia Potter's portrait. First year. Ravenclaw, if you can believe it. Ravenclaw. James's mother looked delighted. Oh, my father will be so pleased. He was Ravenclaw, you know. First in 5 generations. Sirius nodded, his throat tight again. He hadn't visited James's parents' portrait since their deaths from dragonpox shortly before Harry's birth. Another guilt to add to his collection. Remus squeezed his shoulder. One room at a time, he murmured. We're here to make sure everything's ready for Harry, remember? Right, Sirius straightened, focusing on the task at hand. Let's start with his bedroom. Tilly led them upstairs to what had once been James's childhood room. The house elves had completely redecorated it, removing the Quidditch posters and Gryffindor colors that had dominated during James's tenure. We is not knowing what young master likes yet, Tilly explained anxiously. So we keeps it simple for now. He can be changing anything he wants. The room was indeed simple but elegant, a large four-poster bed with blue hangings, a desk by the window overlooking the gardens, comfortable seating, and extensive bookshelves. Personal touches could be added when Harry arrived. It's perfect, Tilly, Remus assured her. Harry will love it. They continued their tour, checking each room and making notes of anything that needed attention before the Christmas holidays. The manor was in excellent condition thanks to the elves' care, but certain areas, like the family library, needed additional security measures to protect an 11-year-old from potentially dangerous magical books. In the study that had once belonged to Fleamont Potter, James's father, Sirius paused before a large portrait of James and Lily on their wedding day. The couple beamed and waved, eternally young and happy. We should have brought Harry here years ago, Sirius said quietly. Even if I was in Azkaban, you could have. Dumbledore blocked every attempt, Remus reminded him. I tried, Padfoot. I even came to the gates once, but the wards had been modified to reject me. His expression darkened. I later learned he'd used Ministry anti-werewolf regulations to legally bar me from acting as Harry's guardian in any capacity. Sirius's face hardened. The more I learn about what that manipulative old Master Black. Tilly interrupted, hurrying into the study. Goblin representatives is arriving at the gates. They says it's urgent. Exchanging alarmed glances, Sirius and Remus hurried downstairs and out to the gates. 3 armed goblin warriors stood there, along with Griphook, whom Harry had mentioned in his letters. Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, Griphook greeted them tensely. We have intelligence that suggests an imminent threat. Director Ragnarok has ordered enhanced security for both of you and this property. What kind of threat? Remus asked sharply. Dumbledore has been meeting secretly with Ministry officials loyal to him, Griphook explained as they walked back toward the house. Our sources indicate he may be preparing legal challenges to your guardianship of Harry Potter. More concerning, there have been inquiries about the protections on this property. He wouldn't dare attack Potter Manor, Sirius growled. The political fallout would destroy him. Not attack, Griphook corrected. Inspect. He's attempting to convince the Ministry that the property may contain dark artifacts that render it unsafe for a child. That's absurd, Remus said. The Potters were firmly light. Absurd but legally viable as a delaying tactic, Griphook noted. If the Ministry orders an inspection, you would be forced to allow them entry. Depending on what they find, they could declare the property uninhabitable for a minor. Forcing Harry to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas, Sirius realized. Under Dumbledore's influence. Precisely, Griphook confirmed. Director Ragnarok anticipated this move, however. As the Potter account managers, Gringotts has the authority to conduct our own inspection and certification of the property. He gestured to the warriors accompanying him. These security specialists will thoroughly examine the manor and grounds, documenting everything. Their certification will preempt any Ministry inspection. Sirius grinned. Ragnarok thought of everything. Director Ragnarok, Griphook said with evident pride, has been outmaneuvering wizard politicians since before you were born, Mr. Black. The Goblin security team immediately set to work, scanning each room with specialized devices and cataloging the contents. Meanwhile, Griphook shared additional news from Gringotts. Our curse breakers have located what appears to be one of the Horcruxes mentioned in Dumbledore's notes, he reported as they settled in the kitchen with tea provided by the excited house elves. A locket once belonging to Salazar Slytherin, hidden in a house at Grimmauld Place. Sirius nearly choked on his tea. My family's house. How the hell did a piece of Voldemort's soul end up there? We believe your brother Regulus may have been involved, Griphook said carefully. There are indications he may have turned against the Dark Lord before his death. Sirius went very still. Reg, turned against Voldemort? The evidence suggests so, Griphook nodded. Our team would like your permission to enter the property and retrieve the locket for destruction. Of course, Sirius said automatically, his mind still processing this revelation about the brother he'd written off as a Death Eater. I'll need to deal with whatever dark objects my lovely family left behind eventually anyway. Harry should be able to visit all his properties safely. There's more, Griphook continued. The Horcrux in the locket appears identical in magical signature to the fragment removed from Harry's scar. This confirms Dumbledore's theory was partially correct. The boy did carry a soul fragment, though not a proper Horcrux. What's the difference? Remus asked. A true Horcrux requires a specific ritual, Griphook explained. The fragment in Harry's scar was created accidentally when the killing curse rebounded. Our researchers believe Voldemort's soul was already unstable from creating multiple Horcruxes, allowing this unintended split. How many of these things are there? Sirius demanded. Dumbledore's notes suggest he suspects 7 in total, including the accidental one in Harry. We've confirmed the locket, and we have leads on a cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff and an item hidden at Hogwarts itself. Of course there's one at Hogwarts, Sirius muttered. Right under Dumbledore's crooked nose. And he's been using Harry as bait instead of hunting these things himself. The politics are complicated, Griphook said diplomatically. Dumbledore appears to have been playing a very long game, positioning pieces over decades. Harry's role seems central to his plans, which explains his extreme reaction to losing control of the boy. Well, he's not getting that control back, Remus stated firmly. Not while we're alive. Which is precisely why Director Ragnarok has assigned you this security detail, Griphook nodded to the warriors, who were now meticulously examining the kitchen for dark magic. You are the primary obstacles to Dumbledore regaining influence over Harry Potter. Sirius's expression darkened. Let him try something. After what he did to Harry, and to me by leaving me in Azkaban without a trial, I'd welcome the opportunity. Careful, Padfoot, Remus warned. Remember what we're here for. Harry needs stability, not more conflict. Harry needs the truth, Sirius countered. And protection from those who'd use him. If Dumbledore wants a fight, he'll get one. Harry ducked as a jet of red light sailed over his head, singeing a few hairs. Too slow, Potter. Draco Malfoy called, a rare genuine smile lighting his pointy features. You need to anticipate, not just react. Easy for you to say, Harry grumbled good-naturedly, getting back to his feet. You've been practicing magic since you could walk. They were in an unused classroom on the 3rd floor, part of a study group that had formed across house lines. What had started as occasional library sessions with Ron and Hermione had expanded to include Draco from Slytherin, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, and Terry Boot and Padma Patil from Ravenclaw. Today, they were practicing the disarming charm that Flitwick had demonstrated in class. Only Draco and Hermione had successfully cast it so far, with Harry coming close. Try again, Hermione encouraged from where she sat perched on a desk, a large book open on her lap. Remember, it's the flick at the end that really matters. Harry nodded, focusing on Draco who stood ready with his wand. Expelliarmus, he called, putting more emphasis on the flicking motion. This time, a jet of scarlet light shot from his wand and struck Draco's hand, causing his wand to fly in a high arc toward Harry, who caught it with a seeker's reflexes. I did it! Harry exclaimed. Brilliant! Ron cheered. My turn to try. As Ron squared off against Susan, Harry returned Draco's wand and dropped onto the bench beside Hermione. What are you reading? He asked, noticing strange symbols in the book. Goblin legal code, Hermione replied, not looking up. Translated, obviously. I've been researching the precedents they're using in your case. Find anything interesting? Loads. She finally looked up, her eyes bright with intellectual excitement. The treaty they're invoking goes much deeper than just guardianship. It ties into ancient magical contracts about the protection of bloodlines and inheritance. Harry nodded, unsurprised. Ragnarok says goblins take inheritance very seriously. It's not just about gold, it's about preserving magical legacies. Exactly. Hermione said. And that's why Dumbledore's actions were so offensive to them. By placing you with abusive relatives and hiding your heritage, he wasn't just being cruel to you personally. He was violating fundamental magical principles that goblins consider sacred. From across the room, Draco overheard this and wandered over. Father says this is the first time in centuries goblins have invoked the covenant of rightful inheritance against a wizard guardian. Usually they just freeze accounts or demand financial penalties. It's because Harry's not just any heir, Hermione explained, warming to her subject. The Potters are one of the sacred 28, no they're not, Draco interrupted. The Potters were excluded because of their pro-Muggle stance. From Cantankerous Knott's list, yes, Hermione agreed, impressing both boys with her knowledge. But the Goblins have their own designation of ancient bloodlines, and the Potters are definitely on that one. They go back to the Peverills, who were among the oldest magical families in Britain. Harry blinked in surprise. I'm descended from the Peverills. Who were they? Supposedly the original owners of the Deathly Hallows, Draco said, lowering his voice dramatically. Powerful magical artifacts given by Death himself, according to legend. That's just a children's story, Hermione scoffed, though she looked uncertain. But the Peverills were a real family, and yes, Harry, you're descended from them. Which makes your bloodline particularly significant in Goblin records. More significant than, say, the Malfoys? Harry asked with a sly glance at Draco. Draco sniffed. The Malfoys came to Britain with the Norman conquest. We have our own ancient status. Anyway, Hermione continued, that's why the Goblins reacted so strongly. Dumbledore wasn't just neglecting any wizard child, he was allowing the heir of an ancient bloodline to be abused while controlling his inheritance. In Goblin culture, that's practically sacrilege. So they declared war, Harry mused. Not with weapons, but with laws and gold. The two things Goblins control that wizards can't ignore, Draco nodded. Clever of them. It's more than clever, Susan joined the conversation, having successfully disarmed Hannah. Auntie says it's exposed massive holes in wizard law. The Wizengamot is in chaos trying to determine if Goblin treaty rights supersede ministry guardianship regulations. Susan's auntie was Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, giving her unique insight into the ministry's perspective. What do you think will happen? Harry asked her. Compromise, eventually, Susan shrugged. The ministry can't afford a full Goblin rebellion, and the Goblins don't actually want one. They just want their treaty rights respected. And Dumbledore? Draco asked with studied casualness. Susan hesitated. Auntie says his political position is badly damaged. Too many influential families are asking why, if he knew the boy who lived was being mistreated, he didn't act. Because it served his purposes, Harry said quietly. All eyes turned to him. Dumbledore came to see me last week. He admitted he thought some hardship would be good for me. Prepare me for challenges ahead. That's horrible. Hannah exclaimed. It's calculated, Draco corrected. Potter was being groomed for something. The question is what? I think I know, Harry said, making a split-second decision to trust these classmates who'd become something like friends. But you have to swear not to tell anyone. One by one, they gave their word, even Draco, whose curiosity clearly overrode any other considerations. Voldemort's not really dead, Harry said simply, ignoring their flinches at the name. And Dumbledore's been preparing for his return. He thought. I'd need to face him eventually. Because you survived the killing curse? Hermione asked. Partly, Harry acknowledged. But there's more. Something about a prophecy. A prophecy? Draco looked skeptical. Divination is the woolliest branch of magic. Maybe, Harry shrugged. But Dumbledore believes it. And apparently Voldemort does too. That's why he came after my parents in the first place. A heavy silence fell over the group as they absorbed this. So that's why the goblins performed that ritual on your scar, Hermione said slowly. They found something, connected to you-know-who? Harry nodded. A fragment of his soul, they think. Left behind when the killing curse rebounded. Several gasps met this revelation. Merlin's beard, Ron breathed. You had a bit of you-know-who in your head. Not anymore, Harry assured them. The goblins got rid of it. Which Dumbledore apparently thought was impossible without you dying, Hermione concluded shrewdly. Based on what you've said about his plans. Exactly, Harry confirmed. He was preparing me to sacrifice myself when the time came. The perfect martyr, raised by people who made me think I was worthless, kept ignorant of my heritage and power. Another silence fell, this one stunned and uncomfortable. That's... Draco seemed at a loss for words, his usual smirk replaced by genuine shock. That's not what I expected from the leader of the light. The greater good, Hermione quoted bitterly. That's what dictators always say to justify atrocities. What will you do now? Susan asked quietly. Harry looked around at their concerned faces. Learn everything I can. Make allies. Prepare for Voldemort's return on my own terms, not Dumbledore's. Count me in, Ron said immediately, his freckled face determined. Whatever happens, I've got your back, mate. Me too, Hermione added. The research alone will be fascinating. One by one, the others voiced their support, even Draco, though he qualified his with assuming it doesn't conflict with family obligations. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with magic. This, he realized, was what Dumbledore had tried to prevent by isolating him, genuine connections, friends who supported him because they knew him, not because he was the boy who lived or Dumbledore's protégé. Thanks, he said simply. It means a lot. Enough sentimentality, Draco declared, reverting to his usual drawl. We've got a disarming charm to master. Weasley, your form is atrocious. Let me show you again. As the practice resumed, Harry exchanged a smile with Hermione. For the first time, he felt truly confident about the future. Dumbledore had wanted him isolated and dependent, instead, he had allies across all four houses. Voldemort might return someday, but Harry wouldn't face him alone. November brought the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs Slytherin. Despite being in Ravenclaw, Harry found himself invited to sit with Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor section, wrapped in warm cloaks against the chilly air. Wood's been training the team like mad, Ron explained as they climbed the stands. Says they've got a real shot at the cup this year with my brothers as beaters. Ravenclaw's team is strong too, Harry replied. Our seeker, Cho Chang, is really good. Ever thought about trying out next year? Ron asked. Sirius says your dad was a brilliant chaser. Maybe, Harry smiled. I've been practicing flying whenever I can. It feels natural, somehow. There's a genetic component to broom affinity, Hermione supplied, catching up to them. Studies show magical talents often run in families. Only you could make flying sound like homework, Hermione, Ron groaned, but his tone was affectionate. As they settled into their seats, Harry noticed Professor Quirrell a few rows ahead in the teachers' section, his purple turban distinctive among the black pointed hats. Something about the defense against the dark arts professor had always made Harry uneasy, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Strange, isn't it? Hermione had followed his gaze. Professor Quirrell seemed so different from how the older students describe him. They say he was confident and knowledgeable before his sabbatical year. What happened during the sabbatical? Harry asked. No one knows exactly, Hermione replied. Rumors mention Albania and an encounter with vampires, but nothing concrete. Vampires would explain why he reeks of garlic, Ron grinned. Harry laughed, but filed the information away for his next letter to Sirius. Something about Quirrell nagged at him, like a word on the tip of his tongue. The match began with Madame Hooch's whistle, and soon 14 players were zooming around the pitch. Fred and George Weasley were easy to spot, identical redheads wielding beaters' bats with gleeful precision. The Slytherin team, larger and more physically imposing, played a rougher game that drew boos from the Gryffindor section. Halfway through the match, with Gryffindor leading 70-40, Harry noticed something odd. Quirrell was muttering continuously under his breath, his eyes fixed on the Gryffindor seeker, who was suddenly having trouble controlling his broom. "Something's wrong with McKinley's broom," Harry said, pointing to the Gryffindor seeker who was jerking higher and higher, the broom bucking violently. "It looks like jinxed," Hermione gasped. "Someone's interfering with it." Harry scanned the teachers' section again. Quirrell was still muttering, never breaking eye contact with the struggling seeker. But a few seats away, Snape was also maintaining a fixed gaze, his lips moving rapidly. "It's either Quirrell or Snape," Harry said urgently. "Both of them are doing something." "Snape hates Gryffindor," Ron said immediately. "It must be him. Or he could be performing a counter-jinx," Hermione pointed out. "We need to interrupt one of them to see what happens." "I'll handle it," Harry decided, slipping away from his seat and circling behind the stands. He worked his way through the wooden supports until he was directly behind the teachers' section. Drawing his wand, he aimed carefully at Quirrell's turban and whispered, "Lacarnum Inflammary," just as Hermione had taught them during practice sessions. Blue flames shot from his wand, catching the edge of Quirrell's turban. The professor leapt up with a strangled yelp, batting at the flames and breaking his concentration. Simultaneously, McKinley regained control of his broom and dove sharply, narrowly avoiding a collision with a Slytherin chaser. Harry quickly retreated, making his way back to Ron and Hermione. "It was Quirrell," he confirmed as he rejoined them. "As soon as I distracted him, the jinx stopped." "But why would Quirrell try to hurt a student?" Hermione wondered, her brow furrowed. "Dunno," Ron shrugged, "but Snape doesn't look happy about it. Look." Indeed, the potions master was glaring at Quirrell with unconcealed suspicion as the defense professor adjusted his slightly singed turban. "I'm writing to Sirius about this tonight," Harry decided. "Quirrell's up to something." The match concluded with a Gryffindor victory after their seeker, recovered from the jinxing, caught the snitch in a spectacular diving catch. As the crowds began filing out of the stands, Harry noticed Quirrell slip away toward the Forbidden Forest rather than returning to the castle with the other teachers. "There he goes again," Harry murmured. "He's always heading into the forest alone." Following him would break about a dozen school rules, Hermione warned, correctly interpreting his expression. "Good thing I've got my dad's invisibility cloak," then, Harry replied with a grin. Sirius had sent it to him the previous week, along with strict instructions to use it for mischief, not just homework. Ron's eyes lit up. "Wicked. When do we go?" "We." Hermione squeaked. "Course we," Ron said as if it were obvious. "You don't think we'd let Harry investigate a potentially dangerous professor alone, do you?" Hermione looked torn between disapproval and curiosity. Finally, she sighed. "If we're doing this, we need a plan. And I'm researching defensive spells first." "Wouldn't expect anything less," Harry grinned. "Tonight, after curfew? The cloak's big enough for all three of us if we stick close together." As they made plans, Harry felt that familiar warmth again. This was what friends did, not just study together or share jokes, but face challenges together. Whatever Quirrell was hiding, Harry wouldn't have to discover it alone. In a shadowy corner of the Hog's Head Inn, Severus Snape nursed a glass of fire whiskey, his sallow face partially concealed by the high collar of his black cloak. The dingy pub, frequented by a rough-edged clientele who valued anonymity, was perfect for meetings one wished to keep from Albus Dumbledore's watchful eye. The door creaked open, admitting a blast of cold air and a cloaked figure who moved with the characteristic stealth of someone accustomed to not being noticed. Remus Lupin pulled back his hood as he approached Snape's table, his amber eyes scanning the room for potential eavesdroppers. "This is quite the clandestine setting, Severus," he commented mildly as he sat. "Though I admit I was surprised to receive your message. Necessity, not preference, brings me to meet with a werewolf," Snape replied coldly. "I require information, and regrettably, you are best positioned to provide it." Remus signaled the barman for a drink. "I'm listening." Snape leaned forward slightly. "What exactly did the goblins find in Potter's scar?" Remus stilled, his casual demeanor evaporating. "Why do you ask?" "Because Quirrell has been behaving strangely since the boy arrived without it," Snape said bluntly. "Today he attempted to jinx a student's broom during the Quidditch match. A first-year seeker with no connection to Potter. It makes no sense." "Unless he's testing his abilities," Remus suggested. "Building toward something bigger." "Precisely." Snape's black eyes gleamed. "But what?" Quirrell was a competent if uninspiring teacher before his sabbatical. Now he returns with that ridiculous turban, a affected stutter, and an inexplicable interest in whatever was removed from Potter's scar. Remus considered his words carefully. "The goblins removed a soul fragment," he finally said. "Not a proper Horcrux, but a piece of Voldemort that attached itself when the killing curse rebounded." If Snape was shocked by this revelation, he concealed it well. And Dumbledore knew of this? "Had theories, at least," Remus confirmed. His note suggested Harry might need to die to remove it. A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. "And the boy knows this?" "He knows everything, Severus. The goblins and we have been completely transparent with him." Snape's lip curled. "How very Gryffindor of you. And yet, the boy is in Ravenclaw." "Harry is his own person," Remus said quietly. "Not James, not Lily, not what Dumbledore tried to shape him into. He's—" A faint smile touched his lips. "He's remarkable, actually." Snape ignored this sentimentality. "If Quirrell has some connection to the Dark Lord, the removal of this soul fragment could have alerted him." "That's our theory as well," Remus nodded. "The goblins are investigating Quirrell's movements during his sabbatical." "But why are you coming to me with this rather than Dumbledore?" Snape's expression soured further. "Dumbledore has become fixated on regaining control of Potter. He views any threat to the boy as secondary to re-establishing his influence." "And you disagree?" "I made a vow to protect Lily's son," Snape said stiffly. "Regardless of Dumbledore's agenda." Remus studied the man across from him with new interest. "You're choosing sides." "I'm honoring a commitment," Snape corrected sharply. "Don't mistake pragmatism for sentiment, Lupin." "Of course not," Remus agreed, though his eyes held a knowing gleam. "So what do you propose?" "An exchange of information," Snape said. "I'll monitor Quirrell at Hogwarts. You inform me of anything the goblins discover about his activities abroad." Remus considered this. "And Dumbledore? What he doesn't know won't interfere with his grand designs," Snape said with evident distaste. "Agreed," Remus decided, extending his hand across the table. After a moment's hesitation, Snape shook it briefly. "Tell the mutt to keep Potter away from the school during Christmas," he added. "Dumbledore has plans to test the boy with something called the Mirror of Erist. Another manipulation?" "What else?" Snape rose, dropping coins on the table for his drink. "One more thing. The Horcruxes. How many has Black told the boy about?" "Everything we know," Remus said. "The goblins have already destroyed the locket from Grimmauld Place. They're tracking down the others." Something like approval flickered across Snape's face. Perhaps the mongrels aren't entirely useless. With a swirl of his black cloak, he strode from the pub, leaving Remus thoughtful behind him. The alliance was unexpected but potentially valuable. If Snape truly prioritized Harry's safety over Dumbledore's plans, it could make a significant difference in the coming conflict. As Remus finished his drink, he composed a mental note to Sirius. His old friend wouldn't like working with Snape, but he'd agree it was necessary. Especially if Quirrell really was connected to Voldemort. The chessboard was growing more complex by the day. Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled beneath the invisibility cloak, following the edge of the forbidden forest where they'd seen Quirrell disappear after dinner. The November night was cold, their breath forming small clouds that thankfully remained invisible along with their bodies. "This is mad," Hermione whispered for the third time. "If we're caught, we won't be," Harry assured her. "Look, there he is." Ahead, Quirrell's slim figure moved between the trees, his purple turban visible in the faint moonlight. He was walking purposefully, without the nervous twitching he displayed in class. "No stutter when he's alone," Ron observed quietly. "It's an act," Harry agreed. "Just like Sirius suspected." They followed at a careful distance, grateful for the fallen leaves that muffled their footsteps. Quirrell ventured deeper into the forest until he reached a small clearing where another figure waited, tall, cloaked, and imposing. "Snape!" Ron hissed as the moonlight revealed the potion's master's hooked nose. Harry gestured for silence as they crept closer, straining to hear the conversation. "Don't know why you wanted to meet here of all places, Severus," Quirrell was saying, his stutter completely absent. "Oh, I thought we'd keep this private," Snape replied, his voice icy. "Students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone, after all." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged startled glances under the cloak. "Have you found a way past that beast of Hagrid's yet?" Snape continued. But Severus, you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," Snape interrupted, stepping closer to the other professor. I don't know what you know perfectly well what I mean. Your little bit of hocus-pocus on Halloween while everyone was distracted by that troll. I'm waiting." But I don't." "Very well," Snape cut him off. "We'll have another chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decide where your loyalties lie." Snape threw his cloak over his head and strode out of the clearing. Quirrell remained frozen in place until Snape's footsteps faded, then slumped against a tree, his face contorted with something between fear and rage. "Master, I cannot deceive him much longer," he muttered, apparently to himself. Snape suspects. To the trio's horror, a cold, high voice answered, not from around them, but seemingly from Quirrell himself. "Use the boy. Potter knows something, the soul piece is gone." Quirrell nodded, straightening his turban. "Yes, my lord. I will get closer to Potter. Perhaps through that Granger girl he associates with." Under the cloak, Hermione stifled a gasp. Ron's hand closed protectively around her arm. "Now return to the castle," the high voice commanded. "We must not arouse further suspicion." Quirrell nodded again and began walking back toward Hogwarts, passing so close to the hidden trio that his robes brushed the cloak. They remained absolutely still until he was well ahead, then began a careful retreat of their own. Only when they reached the relative safety of the castle entrance hall did they pull off the cloak, ducking into an empty classroom to discuss what they'd witnessed. "That voice," Harry said immediately. "Who was he talking to?" "Didn't sound like it was coming from around him," Ron said, his face pale beneath his freckles. "It was like it was coming from Quirrell himself." "The turban," Hermione breathed, her eyes wide with horror. "There's something under the turban." "Or someone," Harry added grimly. "And they know about my scar being cleansed." "You don't think?" Hermione couldn't finish the thought. "Voldemort," Harry said flatly. "Somehow, he's possessing Quirrell." Ron flinched at the name but nodded shakily. "Makes sense. You know who's barely alive, needs a host. Quirrell's sabbatical in Albania. Where Voldemort was rumored to be hiding," Hermione completed the thought. "Oh, this is dreadful. We have to tell someone." "Dumbledore will just use it to try to control me again," Harry said. "But we can tell Sirius and Remus through the mirror. And maybe Professor McGonagall, she seemed genuinely upset about what happened to me." "What about Snape?" Ron asked. He was threatening Quirrell, trying to protect the stone. Philosopher's Stone, Hermione murmured. Nicholas Flamel's legendary artifact that can transform metals to gold and produce the elixir of life. Eternal life, Harry realized. That's what Voldemort's after. A new body, immortality. And it's hidden at Hogwarts, Ron added. That's what Fluffy's guarding in the third-floor corridor. Harry shuddered, remembering their accidental encounter with the massive three-headed dog weeks earlier. Hagrid's beast that Snape mentioned. We need a plan, Hermione said decisively. Not just to tell adults, they might not believe us without proof, but to protect ourselves. If Quirrell knows you're aware the soul fragment is gone, then I'm a threat, Harry concluded. Or a target for questioning. Either way, we need to be careful. Stay in groups, Ron suggested. Never be alone with Quirrell. And research defensive spells, Hermione added. If he tries something. Harry nodded grimly. I'll talk to Sirius tonight. The goblins need to know too, they might have resources for tracking Voldemort's soul magic now that they've dealt with the piece from my scar. As they made plans to separate and return to their common rooms, Harry beneath the invisibility cloak, Ron and Hermione claiming prefect-approved study time, Harry felt a strange mix of fear and determination. This was the threat Dumbledore had tried to prepare him for, but on his own terms, with real friends beside him and honest adults supporting him. Whatever Voldemort was planning, Harry wouldn't face it alone. The Gringotts War Council convened in their deepest chamber, goblin leaders gathering around the black marble table where centuries of strategic decisions had been made. Director Ragnarok presided, his expression grim as he reviewed the latest intelligence. Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort himself, he announced without preamble. Potter's communication confirms our suspicions. The Dark Lord seeks the Philosopher's Stone to create a new body. And Dumbledore? Silverax asked. Aware but inactive, Ragnarok replied. According to Snape's information via Lupin, he's using the situation as bait, both for Voldemort and for Potter. A test, Barchoke growled. Still trying to forge the boy into a weapon. Ragnarok nodded. Precisely. He believes that without the soul fragment, Potter is no longer marked as Voldemort's equal per the prophecy. He's attempting to engineer a confrontation to see if the connection remains. Using a child as bait, Bonecrusher spat. Wizards call us bloodthirsty. What of the Horcruxes? Gornick asked, bringing the discussion back to practical matters. We've destroyed two, the locket and the cup, Ragnarok reported. Our teams are closing in on a ring hidden in the Gaunt Shack and an item at Hogwarts, likely Ravenclaw's diadem based on residual magic patterns. That leaves one unaccounted for, assuming the diary in Malfoy's possession is indeed the sixth, Silverax noted. Our agreement with the senior Malfoy remains delicate, Ragnarok acknowledged. He believes we're merely confiscating dark artifacts that could implicate his family. He doesn't know we're targeting Horcruxes specifically. And Dumbledore's role in all this? Axebreaker asked. He's known about the Horcruxes for years, yet took minimal action. Political considerations, Ragnarok said with disgust. He feared the Ministry would interfere with his plans. He feared losing control of the narrative. Most of all, he feared anyone else gaining the credit for defeating Voldemort. So he left fragments of the darkest wizard in centuries scattered about Britain, Gornick summarized. While preparing a child for sacrifice. Precisely, Ragnarok confirmed. The question now is how to proceed regarding the immediate threat at Hogwarts. Remove Potter for the winter holidays as planned, Bonecrusher suggested. By then, our Cursebreakers can have recovered and destroyed the diadem. Without a Horcrux to sustain him, Voldemort's possession of Quirrell will weaken. And the Philosopher's Stone? Barchoke asked. Flamel is amenable to its removal, Ragnarok revealed. He created it, he understands its dangers better than most. Our agents have already approached him about transferring it to a more secure location. Dumbledore will resist, Silverax warned. He's invested too much in this trap. Let him, Ragnar said with a predatory smile. We've already outmaneuvered him on multiple fronts. One more battleground matters little. The council continued discussing logistics, security arrangements for Harry's holiday at Potter Manor, coordination with Sirius and Remus, monitoring of Malfoy Manor for the Diary Horcrux. Throughout, Ragnar found himself impressed anew with the young wizard at the center of it all. Harry Potter had shown remarkable composure in his mirror communication with Sirius, reporting the discovery of Voldemort's presence without panic or dramatics. He'd thought to ask practical questions about protections for his friends and sensible precautions for himself. Most importantly, he'd trusted his guardians and their goblin allies rather than attempting to handle the threat alone. It was a far cry from the isolated, desperate child Dumbledore had tried to create, one who might have felt compelled to confront Voldemort himself to prove his worth. Director, Griphook interrupted his thoughts, entering the chamber with a sealed message. Urgent communication from our Hogwarts informant. Ragnar broke the seal and scanned the contents, his expression darkening. Dumbledore has moved up his timetable. He's placed the Mirror of Erist in the final chamber guarding the stone and informed key staff to prepare for possible intrusion attempts. He's forcing the confrontation, Silverax realized. Before we can remove Potter for the holidays. Precisely, Ragnar growled. Contact Black and Lupin immediately. We need extraction plans for Potter and his allies. And inform our curse-breaking team at Hogwarts to accelerate their search for the diadem. As the council mobilized, Ragnar studied the map of Hogwarts spread before him, magical markers indicating the positions of key players. Dumbledore in his tower office. Quirrell in the defense classroom. Harry in Ravenclaw Tower. The old wizard was growing desperate, making riskier moves to regain control of his carefully orchestrated prophecy. But desperation led to mistakes, and Ragnar had been capitalizing on wizards' mistakes for over 2 centuries. This chess match was approaching its endgame. And goblins, contrary to wizard prejudice, excelled at chess. December arrived with swirling snow and mounting tension. The castle buzzed with end-of-term excitement, but Harry felt the weight of watchful eyes everywhere he went. Quirrell's gaze followed him in defense classes, while Dumbledore made increasingly frequent appearances in corridors and the Great Hall. Even Snape's customary hostility had transformed into something more complex, sharp assessment rather than simple dislike. Only Professor McGonagall treated him normally, though Harry sometimes caught concern in her gaze when she thought he wasn't looking. 2 days before the end of term, Harry received an unexpected summons to McGonagall's office. He arrived to find her seated behind her desk, her expression unusually serious. Mr. Potter, she greeted him. Please sit down. I've asked you here because certain concerns have been brought to my attention. Harry tensed, wondering if she'd somehow learned about their nighttime expedition to the forest. Your guardians have contacted me, she continued, surprising him. They believe you may be in danger here at Hogwarts. From Quirrell, Harry said immediately, deciding honesty was the best approach. And what's under his turban? McGonagall's eyebrows shot up. You know. We overheard him talking to it, Harry admitted. A voice coming from Quirrell himself, talking about using me to get the Philosopher's Stone. To his surprise, McGonagall didn't dismiss his claim or scold him for eavesdropping. Instead, she nodded grimly. I suspected as much. The headmaster insists the protections around the stone are adequate, but... She hesitated. His judgment in matters concerning your welfare has proven questionable. He wants me to confront Quirrell, Harry guessed. To test me. That is what your godfather believes, she confirmed. And having observed certain arrangements, I find myself inclined to agree. Harry studied her carefully. Are you helping Dumbledore set this up? No, Mr. Potter, I am not. McGonagall's voice was firm. Whatever my past loyalty to Albus Dumbledore, I am first and foremost a teacher responsible for the safety of my students. All my students. Relief flooded through Harry. So what do we do? Your guardians have requested permission to remove you from school 2 days early, she explained. As deputy headmistress, I have the authority to grant this request without the headmaster's involvement. He won't like that, Harry noted. No, he won't, McGonagall agreed with the ghost of a smile. Which is why we're having this conversation here rather than in his office. You'll leave tomorrow morning before breakfast, via a secure fluke connection from my quarters. What about my friends? Harry asked immediately. Ron and Hermione know about Quirrell too. They could be in danger. McGonagall nodded. Miss Granger's parents have already been contacted and have agreed to her early return. Mr. Weasley will be accompanying his brothers home via a special arrangement with Arthur. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me, Potter, she said quietly. I should have questioned Albus's decisions years ago, when he first placed you with those muggles. Perhaps then. It's not your fault, Harry assured her, echoing what he'd told Remus months earlier. You trusted him. Everyone did. Trust should be earned and maintained, not assumed, McGonagall said firmly. A lesson I've learned rather late in life, I fear. She straightened in her chair, her brisk demeanor returning. Now, you should pack quietly tonight. Tell no one except Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger of these arrangements. Harry nodded, rising to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor? What will happen with the stone? And Quirrell? The stone will be moved during the holiday break, she replied. As for Quirrell, certain precautions are being arranged. Something in her tone suggested these precautions wouldn't be to Dumbledore's liking either. Harry smiled slightly. Happy Christmas, Professor. Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter, she replied, a rare warmth entering her voice. I expect your first proper family holiday will be quite special. As Harry walked back to Ravenclaw Tower, he felt an unfamiliar lightness. Adults were actually protecting him, not using him. Making his safety a priority, not a secondary consideration. It was still a novel enough experience to fill him with quiet wonder. Tomorrow he would leave for Potter Manor, his first real home with his chosen family. Quirrell, Voldemort, and Dumbledore's manipulations would still be waiting when he returned, but for now, he could look forward to the holiday he dreamed of every Christmas locked in his cupboard. That night, as he packed quietly while his dormmate slept, Harry slipped his invisibility cloak over his shoulders and made one final expedition, not to investigate danger, but to say goodbye to his friends. Under the cloak's protection, he visited Gryffindor Tower, the password courtesy of Ron, to confirm arrangements with Ron and Hermione. McGonagall's brilliant, Ron whispered as they huddled in a corner of the common room. Dad says she contacted him directly, bypassing Dumbledore completely. My parents were confused but agreed immediately, Hermione added. Especially when Professor McGonagall explained it was a security concern. Sirius says we'll see each other over the holidays anyway, Harry assured them. You're both invited to Potter Manor for New Year's. Their faces lit up at this news. After finalizing plans and promising to use the communication mirrors Sirius had provided them all, Harry slipped back to his dormitory, ready for the morning's escape. Albus Dumbledore paced his office, his customary serenity shattered by the news Minerva had just delivered. Gone, he repeated incredulously. What do you mean, gone? I authorized Mr. Potter's early departure for the holidays, McGonagall repeated calmly. Along with Miss Granger and the Weasley children. They left via secure fluke connection this morning. You had no authority. As deputy headmistress, I have every authority to approve compassionate leave requests from guardians, she interrupted coolly. Particularly when those requests cite credible security concerns. What security concerns? Dumbledore demanded. Hogwarts is the safest place for Harry Potter. Is it? McGonagall arched an eyebrow. With a professor possessed by you-know-who roaming the halls. With a powerful magical artifact acting as bait for a confrontation you appear to be orchestrating? Dumbledore stilled. how did you know about Quirrell? Unlike some, I listen when students express concerns, she replied. And unlike some, I do not view children as acceptable bait for dark wizards. You don't understand the complexities. I understand that you left a child in an abusive home for 10 years, McGonagall cut him off, her Scottish accent thickening with anger. That you deliberately kept him ignorant of his heritage. That you've manipulated everyone around him to serve your greater plans. That ends now, Albus. At least where my responsibility as a teacher is concerned. Dumbledore sank into his chair, suddenly looking his considerable age. Minerva, everything I've done has been to prepare for Voldemort's return. The prophecy says he has the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, she interrupted. It does not say he must be abused, isolated, and manipulated to do so. It does not say he must face tests designed by you at age 11. Without the soul fragment, he's still the child of James and Lily Potter, McGonagall finished firmly. Still a remarkable young wizard in his own right. Still deserving of protection and proper preparation, not exploitation. Dumbledore stared at her as if seeing her for the first time. You've chosen sides. I've chosen to fulfill my duty to my students, she corrected. All of them. Even the ones featured in prophecies. As she turned to leave, Dumbledore called after her. Where is he, Minerva? At least tell me he's safe. She paused at the door. He's with his family, Albus. His real family. And yes, he's safer there than he would be here, serving as bait in your elaborate trap. The door closed behind her with quiet finality, leaving Dumbledore alone with his troubled thoughts. Outside his window, the snow fell steadily, covering the Hogwarts grounds in pristine white that matched his beard but contrasted sharply with the increasingly grey moral landscape he navigated. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, the phoenix's song unusually melancholy. I know, old friend, Dumbledore murmured. But what choice do I have? The boy must be ready when the time comes. The phoenix offered no answer, only another sad trill that seemed to echo the doubts growing in Dumbledore's own heart. Harry stepped through the flue into Potter Manor and stood transfixed, taking in the entrance hall of his ancestral home for the first time. Warm wood paneling, a sweeping staircase, and portraits that gasped and called out welcome created an immediate sense of belonging he'd never experienced before. Welcome home, pup, Sirius grinned, pulling him into a tight hug that Harry returned enthusiastically. The elves have been beside themselves preparing for your arrival, Remus added, taking his turn to embrace Harry. I think they've cooked enough for a small army. Master Harry, squeaked a small voice. A house elf wearing a tea towel with the Potter crest beamed up at him, ears quivering with excitement. Welcome home, Master Harry. Tilly is so happy to be meeting you at last. Hello, Tilly, Harry smiled, bemused but touched by the elf's obvious joy. It's nice to meet you too. Come on, we'll show you around, Sirius said eagerly. Your grandmother's portrait is particularly keen to meet you. The tour of Potter Manor took the entire morning. Harry discovered the family library with its thousands of books. Hermione would go mad with excitement, he thought, the informal sitting room where generations of Potters had relaxed, the extensive grounds currently blanketed in snow, and finally, his own bedroom, once his father's. We've redecorated a bit, Remus explained as Harry explored the spacious room. We thought you might want to make it your own, rather than living in a shrine to James. It's perfect, Harry said sincerely, taking in the large four-poster bed with blue hangings that echoed his Ravenclaw colors, the desk positioned to catch morning light, the comfortable window seat overlooking the snow-covered gardens. Bigger than the Dursleys' entire upstairs. Sirius's face darkened at the mention of the Dursleys, but he quickly smiled again. The best part is through here, he said, opening a door that led to a small private sitting room. Your own space for entertaining friends. We thought you might want privacy when Ron and Hermione visit. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. I don't know what to say. It's more than I ever imagined. It's what you always should have had, Remus said quietly. A real home. Your birthright. After lunch, during which the house elves kept appearing with additional dishes until Harry assured them he was completely satisfied, they settled in the family sitting room to discuss the situation at Hogwarts. McGonagall came through brilliantly, Sirius said approvingly. I never thought she'd defy Dumbledore so openly. She said his judgment regarding my welfare was questionable, Harry recalled. She seemed angry about it. Minerva takes her responsibility to students very seriously, Remus explained. Finding out Dumbledore was using you as bait for Voldemort crossed a line for her. So what happens now? Harry asked. With Quirrell and the stone. The goblins have negotiated directly with Nicholas Flamel, Sirius replied. The stone will be removed from Hogwarts during the break and placed in a special vault at Gringotts. Without that incentive, Voldemort's options are limited. And Quirrell? Snape and McGonagall will be monitoring him, Remus said. If he attempts anything, they'll intervene. The goblins have also located what they believe is Ravenclaw's diadem, another Horcrux, hidden somewhere in the castle. Their cursebreakers will extract and destroy it while the students are away. That leaves just the diary and the ring. Harry confirmed, having been kept informed of the Horcrux hunt. Sirius nodded. The goblins are close to pinpointing the ring's location. The diary is trickier, it's in Malfoy Manor, and while Lucius Malfoy has been surprisingly cooperative lately, invading his home would cross a line. Maybe Draco could help, Harry suggested. He's been almost friendly this term. Not a friend exactly, but an ally, I guess. Sirius and Remus exchanged surprised looks. You've been busy making connections, Remus observed. Harry shrugged. Seemed smart to have people in all houses. Draco's useful, he knows things about pureblood politics that even Susan doesn't. Speaking of politics, Sirius segued, the Wisengamot inquiry into Dumbledore's guardianship decisions is set for January. They'll want you to testify. Harry tensed. Will Dumbledore be there? Yes, Remus said gently. But so will we. And Director Ragnarok. You won't face him alone. Harry nodded, relaxing slightly. Good. I want to tell them everything. Not to get revenge, but, so it doesn't happen to someone else. Sirius ruffled his hair affectionately. That's your mother talking. Lily always fought hardest when it was for someone else. The conversation shifted to more pleasant topics, plans for Christmas, arrangements for Ron and Hermione's visit, a potential trip to France in the summer. As evening approached, they moved to the formal dining room for a special dinner the house elves had prepared to celebrate Harry's first night home. Halfway through the meal, a goblin security officer arrived with urgent news. The Ravenclaw diadem had been located and destroyed, taking a Horcrux with it. More significantly, Quirrell had attempted to breach the stone's protections that very evening, only to find McGonagall and Flitwick waiting for him. He escaped, the goblin reported grimly. But not before Minerva McGonagall blasted that turban off his head, revealing a second face growing from the back of his skull. Voldemort, Harry whispered. Indeed, the goblin confirmed. Quirrell fled the castle. The remaining staff are searching the grounds, but it's believed he's gone beyond the boundaries. Dumbledore? Sirius asked. Returned from London immediately upon notification. He is, by all reports, furious with Professor McGonagall for interfering with necessary events. Necessary events, Remus repeated with disgust. His trap failed, so now he's upset. What matters, Sirius said firmly, is that Harry wasn't there to be drawn into it. Whatever Dumbledore planned, it didn't work. Harry felt a complex mixture of relief and concern. Relief that he hadn't been forced to confront Voldemort directly, concern for what might happen next. Will McGonagall be okay? Dumbledore won't sack her, will he? He wouldn't dare, Sirius assured him. The political fallout would be enormous. Besides, Minerva has tenure and the full backing of the Board of Governors. For now, Focus on enjoying your holiday, Remus suggested. Voldemort has been driven from Hogwarts, another Horcrux has been destroyed, and you're safely home with family. The rest can wait. Harry nodded, allowing himself to relax and enjoy the remainder of dinner. Later, as he prepared for bed in his new room, he paused to look out the window at the snow-covered grounds of Potter Manor, his home, his birthright, the place his father had grown up. For the first time in his life, Harry felt truly secure. Not because danger had passed, Voldemort was still out there, and Dumbledore still had plans for him, but because he was no longer facing these threats alone or unprepared. He had a family now. Allies. A home to defend and return to. Whatever came next, Harry Potter was finally standing on solid ground. Christmas morning dawned bright and clear, sunlight streaming through Harry's bedroom windows and reflecting off the fresh snow outside. For a moment he lay still, savoring the knowledge that this Christmas would be different from all those spent at the Dursleys. No cupboard, no watching Dudley open mountains of presents while he received nothing, no cooking breakfast for everyone else. A gentle knock at his door preceded Remus poking his head in. "Happy Christmas, Harry. When you're ready, there are presents waiting downstairs." Harry grinned, grabbing his glasses from the bedside table. "Be right there." He dressed quickly in jeans and a warm sweater, then hurried downstairs to find the sitting room transformed. A massive Christmas tree dominated one corner, decorated with magical ornaments that sparkled and moved. Beneath it, a generous pile of wrapped packages waited. Sirius, wearing a ridiculous Santa hat, beamed at Harry's entrance. "There's my favorite godson. Ready to see what Father Christmas brought?" "You're ridiculous," Harry laughed, but his eyes were drawn to the presents, more than he'd ever received in his entire life combined. "Breakfast first," Remus insisted, "or at least hot chocolate. Traditions matter." So they settled with steaming mugs of rich chocolate topped with whipped cream, and Harry opened his first real family Christmas presents. From Sirius, a complete Quidditch training set, for when you try out next year, and a photo album of the Marauders' Hogwarts days. From Remus, a collection of defense books that went well beyond the first-year curriculum, never too early to learn proper defense, and a handcrafted wooden box containing memories of Lily Potter extracted from Remus's mind, viewable in a pensieve. That last gift left Harry speechless, his fingers tracing the runes carved into the box. "I don't know what to say," he managed finally. "You don't need to say anything," Remus assured him. "Your mother was my dear friend. She'd want you to know her through more than just stories." The morning continued with more presents, a Weasley sweater in Ravenclaw blue with a golden snitch on the front, books from Hermione, chocolate frogs from Ron, an elegant quill set from the Gringotts Goblins, and even a small silver pocket watch from Draco Malfoy with a note explaining it was a traditional gift between allied families. After breakfast, they bundled up for a walk around the snow-covered grounds, visiting the family cemetery where generations of Potters were buried. Harry placed Christmas wreaths on his grandparents' graves, asking questions about them that Sirius and Remus answered with fond remembrance. "Your grandfather was brilliant with transfiguration," Sirius recalled. "Taught James all sorts of tricks. Your grandmother was the one with business sense, though, she quadrupled the family investments during her lifetime." "And my dad?" Harry asked as they walked back toward the house. "A natural leader," Remus smiled. "People just gravitated to him. He could be arrogant, especially when we were younger, but he grew into a man of real principle. By 7th year, when he finally won your mother over, he became someone even Lily couldn't help admiring." "And Mum?" "Brilliant. Kind but fierce," Sirius said. "She'd help a first year with homework 1 minute and hex James for showing off the next. Had a temper to match her red hair when it came to injustice. She stood up for me," Remus added quietly. "When she figured out about my condition. Said it didn't matter, that I was still me. That kind of acceptance was rare then. Still is." Harry absorbed these stories hungrily, building a mental image of the parents he couldn't remember. Later, they'd view some of Remus's memories in the pensieve that Sirius had set up in the study, but these personal recollections felt equally valuable, the small details that made his parents real people, not just martyred heroes. After lunch, more visitors arrived, the Weasleys bringing additional presents and holiday cheer, Amelia Bones and her niece Susan stopping by with ministry updates disguised as social calls, and finally, to everyone's surprise, Professor McGonagall. "I hope I'm not intruding," she said formally as a house elf took her cloak. "But I wanted to deliver Mr. Potter's holiday assignment personally, and perhaps update you on the situation at Hogwarts." "You're always welcome here, Minerva," Remus assured her. "Please, join us for tea." Once settled in the sitting room with tea and Christmas biscuits, McGonagall's stern demeanor softened slightly. "The castle seems quite empty without you and your friends causing trouble, Mr. Potter." "We try our best," Harry grinned. "How much trouble are you in for helping us leave early?" She sniffed. "Albus has expressed his disappointment in my decisions. However, as deputy headmistress acting on credible security concerns, my authority is quite clear." "And Quirrell?" Sirius asked, leaning forward. "Vanished," McGonagall confirmed. "After I removed his turban, revealing what was beneath, he fled into the Forbidden Forest. The centaurs report he passed through their territory, moving east. Albania," Remus guessed. "Where Voldemort was rumored to be hiding before." McGonagall nodded grimly. "That is Albus's theory as well. Without the Philosopher's Stone, it seems you know whose options for restoration are limited." "And the stone itself?" Harry asked. "Removed to Gringotts this morning," she replied, with a small nod to Harry that suggested she knew about the goblin involvement. "Nicholas Flamel personally oversaw the transfer. He and his wife have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order before." She paused delicately. "Before they die," Harry finished, understanding. "After 600 years, that's their choice." Indeed, McGonagall looked faintly surprised at his maturity. "A remarkably philosophical perspective, Mr. Potter." Harry shrugged. "Seems like living forever might not be all it's cracked up to be. Especially if it makes you a target for dark wizards." "A wisdom beyond your years," McGonagall commented. "Now, regarding next term. Professor Dumbledore has hired a temporary defense instructor to replace Quirrell, an Auror on sabbatical named Kingsley Shacklebolt." Sirius brightened. "Kingsley. Excellent choice. He's solid, helped with my case, actually." "Indeed," McGonagall agreed. The headmaster wished to appoint someone else, but the Board of Governors insisted on ministry security credentials given recent events. The way she emphasized insisted suggested Lucius Malfoy's influence, Harry thought. Interesting that Draco's father would push for a qualified, trustworthy defense teacher. Perhaps his alliance with the goblins against Dumbledore extended further than they'd realized. "And Dumbledore himself?" Remus asked carefully. McGonagall's lips thinned. "Preparing for the Wisengamot inquiry in January. He believes he can justify his decisions regarding Mr. Potter's placement and supervision." Her tone made it clear what she thought of those chances. "He'll try to control the narrative," Sirius warned. "Paint himself as the wise mentor with the greater good in mind." "Perhaps," McGonagall allowed. "But there are facts he cannot explain away. And witnesses he cannot discredit." She glanced meaningfully at Harry. "Particularly when those witnesses include the boy who lived himself." Harry met her gaze steadily. "I'll tell the truth. That's all." "Sometimes, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said with rare warmth, "the truth is the most powerful magic of all." The conversation shifted to lighter topics after that, with McGonagall sharing amusing anecdotes about James and Lily as students that had Harry alternately laughing and blinking back tears. When she finally departed, she surprised Harry with a brief but fierce hug. "Your parents would be exceptionally proud of you," she said quietly. "Not for what you've survived, but for who you're becoming. Remember that when you face the Wisengamot." After she left, Harry found himself reflecting on how much had changed in the few months since the goblins had rescued him from Privet Drive. He had a home, a family, true friends, allies in unexpected places. He was learning about his heritage and his own capabilities without Dumbledore's manipulative filtering. Most importantly, he was developing his own understanding of the challenges ahead. Voldemort would return eventually, that seemed inevitable. But Harry would face that threat on his own terms, with proper support and preparation, not as the sacrificial pawn Dumbledore had tried to create. As Christmas Day faded into evening, with Sirius and Remus bickering good-naturedly over the proper way to make eggnog, Harry felt something he'd never truly experienced before: contentment. Not just happiness, which could be fleeting, but a deeper sense of rightness and belonging. This was what the goblins had fought for when they declared war on Dumbledore, he realized. Not just justice in the abstract, but this, a child's right to grow up loved, protected, and prepared to meet his destiny without being broken by it. For that, Harry would be eternally grateful. The Ministry of Magic's grand atrium buzzed with unprecedented activity. Wizards and witches from across Britain crowded the space, trying to secure seats for what the Daily Prophet had dubbed the trial of the century. Though technically only an inquiry, the Wisengamot's investigation into Albus Dumbledore's guardianship of Harry Potter had captured public imagination like nothing since Voldemort's defeat. Harry, Sirius, and Remus entered through a private flue connection, emerging in a secure antechamber where Amelia Bones waited to escort them to the hearing. "Quite the circus out there," she commented dryly. "We've had to double security. Everyone wants to witness Dumbledore's reckoning." "Or support him," Remus added. "He still has many loyal followers." "Fewer than he might expect," Amelia replied. "The evidence the goblins submitted has been compelling. Speaking of which," she turned to Harry, "are you ready for this? You don't have to testify if you don't want to." "I want to," Harry said firmly. "I need to." Amelia nodded approvingly. "Very well. The format will be straightforward. The Chief Warlock, Tiberius Ogden, is serving in that capacity today, as Dumbledore has recused himself. Will call witnesses. You'll be asked to describe your life with the Dursleys and any interactions with Dumbledore. Members of the Wisengamot may ask questions. Your guardians will be present throughout." "And Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Will be present and may cross-examine witnesses," Amelia confirmed. "But he's not permitted to use legilimency or any other form of magical influence. Gringotts has provided special wards to ensure this." Harry nodded, feeling calmer than he'd expected. Months of preparation with Sirius, Remus, and the goblins had left him confident in his ability to speak his truth. Besides, this inquiry wasn't really about punishing Dumbledore, it was about ensuring no other magical child suffered his fate. They moved through a side entrance into the Wisengamot chamber itself, a vast circular room with tiered seating for the 50 members of Wizarding Britain's High Court. Hundreds of spectators filled the gallery above, their excited chatter diminishing to hushed whispers as Harry entered. Dumbledore was already seated at a small table to one side, resplendent in formal purple robes, his long white beard neatly combed. He inclined his head slightly as Harry passed, blue eyes twinkling as always, though Harry thought he detected tension in the old wizard's posture. The proceedings began with Tiberius Ogden calling the inquiry to order. A court scribe recorded every word as the formal charges were read: negligence in magical guardianship, knowingly placing a magical child in an abusive environment, failure to monitor said child's welfare, misappropriation of Potter estate funds, and violation of the Magical Guardian Covenant of 1637. Each charge sounded more serious than the last, and Harry noticed several Wisengamot members glancing at Dumbledore with open skepticism. The headmaster maintained his serene expression throughout, hands folded calmly in his lap. The first witness was a surprise: Vernon Dursley, brought in under magical escort, his face purple with suppressed rage as he was made to sit in the witness chair. "Mr. Dursley," Ogden began, "please describe your treatment of Harry Potter while he was in your care." "I didn't want the freak in the first place," Vernon blustered. "He was dumped on our doorstep with a letter. A letter. Telling us to take him in, that we'd be protected if we did. Nothing about payments or special treatment for his kind. And how did you treat the boy? Ogden pressed. Vernon shifted uncomfortably. We gave him shelter. Food. More than he deserved, taking up space and resources meant for our Dudley. Did you provide him a bedroom? He had the cupboard, Vernon muttered. Perfectly adequate for his size. A ripple of shock ran through the Wisengamot at this casual confirmation. And when did he receive his Hogwarts letter? Ogden continued. Those blasted letters, Vernon growled. Hundreds of them. Coming down the chimney, through the mail slot. That's when we gave him Dudley's second bedroom. To make them stop. So for nearly 10 years, Harry Potter, the child credited with defeating you-know-who, slept in a cupboard under your stairs. What does it matter where he slept? Vernon demanded. He was fed, wasn't he? Had clothes on his back, didn't he? More than his wastrel father ever provided. Sirius tensed beside Harry, but Remus placed a restraining hand on his arm. Mr. Dursley, Amelia Bones cut in, bank records show you received a stipend of 5,000 galleons, approximately £25,000, annually for Mr. Potter's care. How was this money spent? Vernon's face paled slightly. House expenses. Food. General upkeep. Yet Mr. Potter wore cast-off clothing, received no toys or books of his own, and by your own admission, was kept in a cupboard, Amelia persisted. Where did the money go, Mr. Dursley? That's our business. Vernon blustered. We took the boy in. We deserved compensation. The questioning continued, with Vernon growing increasingly defensive as details of Harry's treatment emerged, the chores, the punishments, the neglect. Throughout, Harry sat quietly between Sirius and Remus, their supportive presence keeping him grounded. After Vernon, Petunia testified more subdued, occasionally glancing at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. She confirmed the cupboard, the chores, the hand-me-down clothes, though she insisted they'd done their best with an abnormal child. When asked about Dumbledore, she revealed more than her husband had. He came once, when the boy was about 7. Potter had ended up on the school roof somehow, more of his freakishness. Dumbledore visited that evening, spoke with us privately. Said the protection depended on the boy calling our house home, but that didn't mean he needed to be happy. This revelation caused another stir among the Wisengamot members. Dumbledore's face remained impassive, but Harry noticed his fingers tighten slightly on his wand. Next came the Goblin evidence, monitoring records showing Harry's condition over the years, financial statements tracking the Dursleys' misuse of his funds, and most damning of all, Dumbledore's magical signatures acknowledging receipt of monthly welfare reports. Director Ragnarok himself presented this evidence, his formal goblin attire and dignified manner commanding respect even from the most anti-goblin members of the Wisengamot. These monitoring charms, Ragnarok explained, were standard provisions in the Potter will, activated upon their deaths. They recorded the heir's physical condition, living environment, and general welfare. Each month, a compilation was sent to his magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore. Each report was magically acknowledged upon receipt, creating a binding record. He projected a series of images for the Wisengamot to see, Harry at various ages, thin and small for his age, sleeping in the cupboard, wearing Dudley's enormous clothes, nursing bruises and welts. And these reports were acknowledged by Dumbledore. Ogden confirmed. Every single one, Ragnarok stated firmly. For 10 years. Without action. When Sirius testified about finding Harry at Privet Drive, malnourished, wearing rags, nursing fresh bruises from his uncle, many in the audience openly wept. His description of the contrast between Harry's trust vault, meant for school supplies, and the main Potter vault, which Dumbledore had prevented him from knowing about, further damaged the headmaster's position. Finally, it was Harry's turn. As he took the witness seat, a hush fell over the chamber. Harry felt hundreds of eyes upon him but focused instead on Sirius and Remus, drawing strength from their encouraging nods. "Mr. Potter," Ogden began gently, "in your own words, please describe your life with the Dursleys." Harry took a deep breath. "For as long as I can remember, I lived in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive. My first memory is being maybe 3, crying in the dark because I was hungry, and Aunt Petunia telling me to be quiet or I'd get nothing the next day either." He continued calmly, describing the neglect, the casual cruelty, the isolation. He explained how he'd cooked breakfast from age 5 standing on a stool, how he'd been punished for accidental magic he couldn't control, how he'd never had a birthday present or proper clothes. "I didn't know my name was Harry until I started school," he said. "The Dursleys called me boy or freak. I didn't know about magic or my parents or anything about the wizarding world until Hagrid delivered my Hogwarts letter." "And Albus Dumbledore?" Ogden prompted. "When did you first meet him?" "At Hogwarts," Harry replied. "Though apparently he'd visited the Dursleys when I was 7. I wasn't told about that visit." "Has he ever explained why he left you with the Dursleys?" "He said it was for my protection," Harry confirmed. "That my mother's blood sacrifice created wards that required me to live with Aunt Petunia. But when the goblins checked, those wards were actually weakened by the Dursleys' treatment of me. Protection magic responds to love and care, not fear and hate." Dumbledore finally stirred at this, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his composed mask returned. "Do you believe Albus Dumbledore knew how the Dursleys treated you?" Ogden asked. "I know he did," Harry said firmly. "He admitted it to me at Hogwarts. Said he believed some hardship would build my character and prepare me for challenges ahead." "Hardship," Ogden repeated. "Would you characterize your experience as hardship, Mr. Potter?" Harry met the Chief Warlock's eyes steadily. "I would characterize it as abuse, sir. Deliberate and sustained." When Harry finished his testimony, Dumbledore was invited to cross-examine him. The headmaster rose slowly, approaching the witness stand with measured steps. "Harry," he began gently, "I want to express my deepest regret for any suffering you experienced. I truly believed the blood protection was worth certain sacrifices." "That wasn't a question," Harry pointed out quietly. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Very well. Did you ever consider that your upbringing, however difficult, might have developed qualities in you that will prove essential in the challenges that lie ahead?" "I considered that someone might think that," Harry replied carefully. "But I've learned more about strength, courage, and love in the months since leaving the Dursleys than in 10 years with them. They taught me to be invisible and to expect nothing. How does that prepare anyone for anything good?" Dumbledore's questions continued, each attempting to frame his decisions as necessary sacrifices for some greater purpose. Harry answered truthfully but firmly, refusing to accept the premise that abuse could ever be justified. Finally, Dumbledore played what he clearly thought was his strongest card. "Harry, are you aware of the prophecy concerning you and Lord Voldemort?" A gasp ran through the chamber at the casual use of the feared name. "Objection!" Sirius called out. "The prophecy is sealed Department of Mysteries material and irrelevant to this inquiry." "On the contrary," Dumbledore countered. "My decisions regarding Harry's placement were directly informed by the prophecy's contents and the continuing threat from Voldemort." Ogden considered briefly. "The Wizengamot will hear the relevance, but tread carefully, Dumbledore. This is an inquiry into guardianship, not prophecy." Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "Are you aware of the prophecy?" "I know it exists," Harry replied. "And I know you believe it means I have to face Voldemort again someday. What I don't understand is how being raised in a cupboard, underfed, and abused prepares me for that." "Sometimes, Harry, adversity teaches the wrong lessons," Harry interrupted. "The Dursleys taught me I was worthless. That no one would help me. That might makes right. Are those the lessons that will help me face Voldemort?" Dumbledore had no immediate answer for this. "Or," Harry continued, gaining confidence, did you want me desperate for approval? Grateful for any kindness? Willing to sacrifice myself because I'd been taught my whole life that I didn't matter? The chamber had gone completely silent. Even Dumbledore seemed momentarily at a loss. I never intended, he began. But you knew, Harry said simply. You received the reports. You visited when I was 7. You chose to leave me there. Whatever you intended, you knew what was happening and did nothing. With that simple truth, Harry had accomplished what many had thought impossible. He had left Albus Dumbledore without words. The final witness was Dumbledore himself. Under questioning from Amelia Bones, he maintained that his decisions, while perhaps flawed in execution, had been made with the best intentions and the greatest need in mind. The blood protection was real, he insisted. It shielded Harry from Voldemort's remaining followers. As for the monitoring reports, I acknowledge I should have intervened more directly when certain patterns became apparent. For that failure, I am deeply sorry. Yet you continued to withhold information from Mr. Potter even after he arrived at Hogwarts, Amelia pressed. About his family, his inheritance, the Horcrux in his scar. I wish to give him time to adjust to the wizarding world, Dumbledore explained. To experience childhood before burdening him with these heavier matters. Childhood, Amelia repeated skeptically. After 10 years in a cupboard. The deliberations lasted less than an hour. When the Wizengamot returned, Tiberius Ogden announced their findings. In the matter of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore's guardianship of Harry James Potter, this body finds clear and convincing evidence of negligence, failure to monitor welfare, and violation of the Magical Guardian Covenant. The evidence does not support criminal intent but does demonstrate a pattern of serious misjudgment. Ogden paused, looking directly at Dumbledore. Consequently, the Wizengamot orders the following. First, Albus Dumbledore is permanently removed as magical guardian to Harry Potter. Second, all guardianship authorities are confirmed in Sirius Black and Remus Lupin jointly. Third, Dumbledore is required to make financial restitution of 50,000 galleons to the Potter estate for misappropriated funds and damages. He turned to the broader chamber. Furthermore, the Ministry will establish a Magical Child Welfare Office to ensure no magical child suffers similar neglect in future. The Dursleys' misappropriation of Potter funds will be handled through Muggle legal channels as arranged with Goblin Liaison. The findings weren't as harsh as they might have been, no criminal charges, no removal from his positions at Hogwarts or the ICW, but they represented a significant public rebuke to a wizard long considered beyond reproach. As they left the chamber, Harry felt a curious lightness. The inquiry hadn't been about vengeance or punishment, it had been about truth and prevention. Future magical children would be better protected because he'd spoken up. That mattered more than any punishment Dumbledore might have received. Outside in the Ministry atrium, reporters swarmed, cameras flashing. Sirius deftly guided them toward the secure Fleur departure point, but before they reached it, a familiar voice called Harry's name. Dumbledore stood several paces away, looking suddenly old and tired without his customary twinkle. "Harry," he said again. "A moment, please." Sirius tensed, but Harry touched his arm reassuringly and turned to face the headmaster. "What is it, Professor?" "I wanted to say, without the formal setting, how truly sorry I am," Dumbledore said quietly. "My intentions, however well-meaning, do not excuse the suffering you experienced." Harry studied the old wizard's face, searching for manipulation or calculation but finding what appeared to be genuine regret. "I believe you're sorry," he said finally. "But I also believe you'd make the same decisions again if you thought they served your greater plan." Dumbledore didn't deny this. The burdens of leadership sometimes require difficult choices. "The difference," Harry replied, "is that now I get to make my own choices. With people who put my welfare first, not fifth or sixth down their list of priorities." "Indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged. "And you appear to be making them wisely. Your mother would be proud." He hesitated, then added, "I hope, in time, we might find a way to work together against the darkness that will eventually return." Not as mentor and student, perhaps, but as allies with a common purpose. Maybe, Harry allowed. But trust has to be earned back, Professor. It doesn't just reset because you need it to. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. A lesson I'm learning rather late in life, it seems. Good day, Harry. As Dumbledore walked away, his purple robe swishing behind him, Harry felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder. All right there, pup. Harry nodded, turning back toward the flue. Yeah. Let's go home. The remainder of the school year passed in a blur of classes, friendships, and steadily building alliances. Harry returned to Hogwarts after the inquiry with a new confidence and clarity of purpose. No longer concerned about Dumbledore's manipulations or Quirrell's threats, he focused on expanding his knowledge and strengthening his connections across all 4 houses. Dumbledore maintained a respectful distance, neither seeking Harry out nor avoiding him entirely. Their interactions were cordial but formal, a détente that suited Harry perfectly. The headmaster's political position had been weakened by the inquiry, but he remained a powerful and influential figure at Hogwarts and beyond. With Kingsley Shacklebolt teaching defense, Harry and his friends made rapid progress in practical protective magic. The Auror professor took a special interest in their inter-house study group, occasionally joining their practice sessions to demonstrate more advanced techniques. Shield charms are typically taught to 3rd years, Kingsley explained one evening as they practiced in an unused classroom. But given recent events, I see no reason to delay with motivated students. Under his guidance, Harry mastered the basic Protego faster than anyone expected, earning a thoughtful look from the professor. You have a natural affinity for defensive magic, Kingsley observed. Just like your mother. These casual connections to his parents, from professors who had known them, from Sirius and Remus via their weekly mirror calls, from the portraits at Potter Manor during holidays, helped Harry develop a richer understanding of his heritage beyond the boy who lived narrative. Meanwhile, the goblin hunt for Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes continued. By Easter, Ragnarok reported they had located and destroyed the Gaunt Ring, leaving only the diary known to be at Malfoy Manor. We're negotiating with Lucius Malfoy, Sirius explained during a mirror call. He doesn't know it's a Horcrux, but he's realized having dark artifacts connected to Voldemort isn't politically advantageous anymore. Draco mentioned his father's been repositioning their family, Harry confirmed. Less about blood purity, more about preserving magical tradition or something. Smart, Sirius acknowledged. Especially with you building connections across blood status lines. The old power structures are shifting. The diary was finally secured in May, extracted from Malfoy Manor through a complex legal agreement that left Lucius believing he'd cleverly disposed of incriminating evidence while securing Goblin banking advantages. The moment it was destroyed, Harry felt an inexplicable lightening, as if some distant shadow had lifted. That's the last one, Remus confirmed during their next call. All Horcruxes accounted for and destroyed. Voldemort remains as the wraith that fled with Quirrell, but he has no anchors left. He can still come back though, right? Harry asked. Find another body or something? Possibly, Remus acknowledged. But it would require complex dark magic and assistance. Without Horcruxes, he's mortal again. Vulnerable. This knowledge brought both relief and responsibility. The prophecy still existed, suggesting Harry and Voldemort would face each other again someday. But with the Horcruxes destroyed and Harry growing stronger every day, that eventual confrontation felt less like an insurmountable destiny and more like a challenge he could prepare for. As the school year drew to a close, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since the Goblins had declared war on Dumbledore. He'd gone from an abused, ignorant child to a young wizard with a home, a family, and a growing network of allies. He'd learned about his heritage, his capabilities, and the threats he might someday face. Most importantly, he'd learned he wasn't alone. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Voldemort's eventual return, the ongoing political shifts in Wizarding Britain, or simply growing up as Harry Potter rather than the boy who lived, he would face them with support, knowledge, and choice. On the final evening of term, as Harry packed his trunk for the return to Potter Manor, a school owl delivered an unexpected note. The handwriting was thin and slanting, unmistakably Dumbledore's. Harry, as another year concludes, I find myself reflecting on paths taken and choices made. Your journey this year has demonstrated wisdom and strength beyond your years, qualities I always hoped you would develop, though I grievously erred in how I sought to foster them. The Goblin's intervention, while personally humbling for me, has undeniably benefited you. You have grown into a young wizard your parents would recognize and admire. For that outcome, if not the methods, I am grateful. The challenges ahead remain significant. Voldemort will return, and the prophecy binds your fates together. But you face this future better prepared and better supported than my flawed plans would have allowed. Perhaps there is wisdom in that I had not considered. Should you ever wish to discuss these matters, my door remains open. Not as your controller or manipulator, but as one who shares your ultimate goal. With respect and continued hope, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the note twice, considering its implications. The tone seemed genuine, a rare acknowledgement from Dumbledore that his plans had been flawed. Whether this represented true growth or simply tactical repositioning remained to be seen. He tucked the note into his trunk rather than burning it. Not because he trusted Dumbledore's apparent change of heart, but because it represented something important, the shifting of power from manipulator to equal. Dumbledore was now seeking Harry's cooperation rather than assuming his compliance. That, perhaps more than anything, demonstrated how thoroughly the Goblins had won their war. Not through weapons or violence, but through truth, justice, and the strategic application of law and finance. They had transformed not only Harry's life but the very dynamics of power in Wizarding Britain. As the Hogwarts Express carried him toward London the next day, Harry sat surrounded by friends from all four houses, Ron and Hermione from Gryffindor, Susan and Hannah from Hufflepuff, Terry and Padma from Ravenclaw, and even Draco Malfoy representing Slytherin for part of the journey. Their conversation flowed easily across topics, from summer plans to next year's classes to ongoing political developments. Looking around at these connections, unthinkable under Dumbledore's original isolating plans, Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward the Goblin nation. Their declaration of war had started as a matter of financial honor and treaty obligations. But it had grown into something more profound, a restoration of choice, dignity, and possibility to a boy who had been designated as sacrifice before he could walk. Whatever the future held, Harry Potter would meet it standing tall, surrounded by allies, and forged not by abuse and manipulation but by care, truth, and connection. And that made all the difference in the world. Chapter 3, The Two Wars. Harry sprawled across a blanket on the vast lawn of Potter Manor, enjoying the warm July sunshine as he flipped through a book on advanced defensive charms. The summer after his second year at Hogwarts had been the best of his life so far, 2 whole months of freedom, magic, and family without the complications of Hogwarts politics. Still studying? Sirius flopped down beside him, his casual elegance somehow undisturbed even when lounging on grass. It's summer, pup. You're allowed to relax occasionally. Harry grinned. Says the man who spent 3 hours in the dueling room with Remus this morning. That's different, Sirius protested. That's fun. This is fun for me, Harry countered, then relented. But I could be convinced to take a break for flying. Sirius's face lit up. Excellent. I'll grab the Quidditch chest. As his godfather bounded away with puppyish enthusiasm, Harry marked his place in the book. His summer hadn't been all study, far from it. Sirius had taken him to professional Quidditch matches, Remus had arranged visits to magical historical sites across Britain, and they'd even spent 2 glorious weeks in magical France. But with third year approaching, Harry couldn't ignore the nagging sense that things were shifting beneath the surface of magical Britain's apparent calm. The Goblin intelligence reports shared by Ragnarok during his weekly visits painted a troubling picture. Despite the destruction of all known Horcruxes, traces of Voldemort's magic had been detected in Eastern Europe. Former Death Eaters who'd claimed Imperius influence were quietly meeting. And most concerning, Dumbledore had spent the summer traveling extensively, visiting old contacts throughout Europe. "Something's coming," Harry murmured to himself, closing the book and standing to join Sirius for their impromptu Quidditch session. Whatever it was, Harry intended to be ready. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement as Harry pushed his trolley toward the Hogwarts Express. Sirius and Remus flanked him, both scanning the crowd with casual vigilance. "Harry! Over here!" Hermione waved enthusiastically from where she stood with her parents. Harry grinned and changed direction, eager to reconnect with his friends after their summer correspondence. "You've grown!" Hermione exclaimed, giving him a quick hug. She pulled back, studying him with approval. "And you look much healthier than last year." "Quidditch training with Sirius," Harry explained. "Plus Remus makes sure I eat properly. Unlike some people, Mrs. Granger said fondly, ruffling her daughter's bushy hair. "Who forget meals when they're reading." While Hermione introduced her parents to Sirius and Remus, Harry spotted Ron's distinctive Weasley red hair approaching through the crowd, accompanied by the entire clan. "Mate!" Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Bloody hell, you've shot up." "Language, Ronald," Mrs. Weasley scolded, before pulling Harry into a bone-crushing hug. "Harry, dear, you look wonderful. Those guardians of yours are certainly feeding you properly." "Best cooking in Britain," Harry agreed, winking at Sirius, who pretended to be offended. "I'll have you know I've mastered at least 3 dishes," his godfather protested. "Yes, and they're all breakfast," Remus added dryly. As the adults chatted, Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved slightly apart to speak privately. "Did you get my letter about the ministry shakeup?" Hermione asked urgently. Harry nodded. "Fudge forcing Madame Bones out of the DMLE is bad news. Especially with Lucius Malfoy's friend replacing her." "Dad says it's a power play," Ron confirmed. "Fudge is scared of losing influence with all the reforms the Wisengamot passed after your hearing last year." "The Child Welfare Office has really changed things," Hermione agreed. 3 more magical children have been removed from abusive situations already. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction. Those reforms had been a direct result of his testimony against Dumbledore. Whatever else happened, that positive change would endure. Speaking of change, he lowered his voice further. Ragnarok shared some intelligence. Death Eater movements. Voldemort sightings in Albania. Something's brewing. Hermione's eyes widened. "But the Horcruxes are all destroyed," Harry confirmed. "But that just means he can die for real. He's still out there, still trying to return." "Bloody hell," Ron muttered. "And with Fudge gutting the Auror department." "Perfect timing," Harry agreed grimly. "Almost like someone's coordinating from inside the ministry." Before they could discuss further, the train whistle blew. After quick goodbyes to the adults, they boarded and found a compartment. They were soon joined by Neville Longbottom, who'd grown closer to their group during second year, and Luna Lovegood, a peculiar Ravenclaw who saw the world through uniquely insightful eyes. "The Raxperts are swarming this year," Luna announced dreamily as she settled across from Harry. "They're attracted to complicated plots." Harry had learned not to dismiss Luna's odd statements. "Any idea what kind of plots, Luna?" "The kind with many players thinking they're in different games," she replied, opening her upside-down quibbler. "Like wizard chess where half the pieces think they're playing Exploding Snap." "That's actually a good description of magical politics right now," Hermione said, looking surprised at finding Luna's metaphor apt. The compartment door slid open again to reveal Draco Malfoy, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle. The blonde Slytherin's habitual sneer had softened over the past year into something more resembling a smirk. "Potter," he nodded, then glanced at the others. "Granger. Weasley. Longbottom. Lovegood. Malfoy," Harry returned evenly. "Something on your mind?" "Information," Draco replied, glancing meaningfully at Crabbe and Goyle before adding, "for your ears only, Potter." Harry considered for a moment, then nodded. "Give us a minute," he told his friends, following Draco into the corridor. Once alone, Draco's composed facade cracked slightly. Fathers acting strangely. Secret meetings. Visitors I recognize from old photographs, people who were accused of being Death Eaters. Harry's eyebrows rose. This was more forthcoming than he'd expected from Draco, whose alliance had always been carefully calibrated to maintain plausible deniability. "Why tell me?" Draco looked uncomfortable. "Because I saw what happened when the Dark Lord was in power the first time. In memories father doesn't know I accessed in our pensive. He wasn't serving voluntarily, Potter. He was terrified. We all were. And you don't want a repeat." "I want options," Draco corrected. "The goblins forced a new equilibrium. Families like mine adapted. If that balance shifts again..." He shrugged. "I'm just keeping my possibilities open." "Smart," Harry acknowledged. "Anything specific I should know?" "They're looking for something," Draco said. "Something important." Father had old maps of Hogwarts grounds out. And they mentioned Albania repeatedly. Harry nodded, filing this information alongside Ragnarok's reports. "Thanks. I owe you one." "I'll collect," Draco assured him with a flicker of his old smirk. "Stay alert, Potter. This year won't be like the others." As Harry rejoined his friends and shared Draco's warning, the train rolled northward through increasingly rugged countryside. Their conversation shifted from immediate concerns to broader strategies. "We need to expand our study group," Hermione decided. "Not just academic practice anymore, but serious defense training." "Like a student militia?" Neville asked skeptically. "Like preparation," Harry corrected. "Whatever's coming, Dumbledore has his plans, the Ministry has theirs, and even the Goblins have their approach. But we've seen how those adult agendas can overlook what matters most." "The students," Luna nodded. "Who always suffer first when darkness rises." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "So we create a third option. Not aligned with Dumbledore or the Ministry, but focused on practical protection for students first, and then addressing the larger threat." Ron looked thoughtful. "We'd need students from all houses. Real training, not just classroom stuff. And a secure place to practice," Hermione added. "Somewhere professors and prefects won't interrupt." "I might know a place," Neville said unexpectedly. "My gran told me about a room at Hogwarts that changes to become whatever you need. The Room of Requirement. She said it saved her once during a student prank gone wrong in her 6th year." Harry exchanged excited glances with Hermione. "That sounds perfect. We'll need to find it first thing." As they continued planning, the train suddenly lurched and began slowing. The temperature dropped precipitously, frost crystallizing on the windows despite the summer day outside. "We can't be there yet," Hermione said nervously, her breath now visible in the rapidly cooling air. Harry stood, reaching for his wand. "Something's wrong." The lights flickered and died, plunging the compartment into dim gray half-light. From the corridor came sounds of confusion and fear. Harry moved to the door, peering out cautiously. Dark, hooded figures were gliding down the corridor, tall, skeletal forms draped in tattered black cloaks that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the dim light. As one approached, Harry felt an unnatural cold seep into his bones, accompanied by a rising tide of his worst memories. The cupboard. Uncle Vernon's belt. Quirrell's second face. The basilisk lunging. Dementors, he gasped, recognizing them from Remus's descriptions. On the train. The Azkaban guards. Hermione sounded horrified. "But why?" Her question was cut short as one of the creatures paused outside their compartment. The door slowly slid open, revealing a towering figure that drew a rattling breath, seeming to suck more than air from the space around it. A gray, scabbed hand emerged from the cloak, reaching toward Harry. Distant screaming filled his ears, a woman's voice pleading, "Not Harry, please not Harry." His mother's voice, he realized with horrified clarity. Her final moments. Expecto Patronum. A brilliant silver light erupted from the corridor behind the Dementor. Something large and four-legged charged the creature, driving it back. Harry glimpsed Professor Lupin. No, Remus was at home, another man with graying hair brandishing a wand confidently. "Stay in your compartments," the stranger called as his silver wolf Patronus chased the Dementors away. "Ministry inspection only. Remain seated." As warmth gradually returned, Harry slumped back into his seat, accepting the chocolate Hermione had already unwrapped and was pressing into his hand. "Eat," she instructed. "It helps with Dementor exposure." "How did you know that?" Ron asked, looking pale but less affected than Harry. "I read about them after Harry mentioned Sirius's time in Azkaban," she replied. "Harry, are you all right? You went completely white." Harry nodded, the chocolate already working to dispel the chill in his core. "I heard my mother," he said quietly. "The night she died." His friends exchanged horrified looks. "Dementors force you to relive your worst memories," Neville said, his own face ashen. "Gran told me." "But what are they doing on the Hogwarts Express?" Hermione demanded. "They're supposed to guard Azkaban." "Ministry inspection," that man said. Ron frowned. "But inspect what? Why?" Their questions were answered minutes later when their compartment door opened again to reveal the silver-haired wizard whose Patronus had driven away the Dementor. "Everyone all right in here?" he asked briskly. "I'm Thaddeus Northbrook, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Sorry about the Dementors, new ministry protocol for inspecting the train." "Inspecting for what?" Harry asked sharply. Northbrook's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, recognition dawning. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Well, I suppose there's no keeping it quiet now. We're searching for an escaped prisoner, Peter Pettigrew." "What?" The exclamation came simultaneously from Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "I thought he was dead," Ron said. "Killed by Sirius Black, then Black was exonerated when they found out Pettigrew was the real traitor." "Apparently not as dead as believed," Northbrook replied grimly. "Sighted in Scotland last week. Minister ordered Dementor deployment around Hogwarts and inspection of the train." "But Dementors around children?" Hermione protested. "That's incredibly dangerous." "Take it up with the minister," Northbrook shrugged. "I'm just following orders." He glanced at their shocked expressions. "Don't worry too much. They'll be stationed at the school boundaries, not on the grounds themselves." After Northbrook left, Harry immediately pulled out his communication mirror. "Sirius Black," he said clearly. Seconds later, Sirius's concerned face appeared in the glass. "Harry? Everything all right?" "The train connection usually breaks up, Dementors on the train," Harry interrupted. "Ministry searching for Pettigrew. He's been spotted alive." Sirius's face drained of color. "That rat, we should have known he'd surface eventually." "Are you okay?" "The Dementors, I'm fine. Someone named Northbrook cast a Patronus. But they're stationing Dementors around Hogwarts, Sirius." "Bloody hell," Sirius swore. "Remus and I will contact Amelia right away. She may be out as department head, but she still has influence." And Harry, his expression grew intense, "Be extremely careful. Pettigrew is desperate and dangerous. He betrayed your parents to save his own skin. He won't hesitate to hurt you if he thinks it serves his purposes." "I understand," Harry assured him. "I'll stay alert." After ending the call, Harry shared a grim look with his friends. "This changes things." "Pettigrew worked for Voldemort," Hermione said quietly. "If he's resurfaced now." Then the activity Draco mentioned, the Death Eater meetings, the Albania sightings, they're all connected, Harry concluded. "Voldemort's making his move, and Pettigrew's part of it." And the Ministry's response is to surround the school with soul-sucking monsters, Ron added bitterly. Brilliant. Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces. We need to accelerate our plans. The defense group, the room of requirement, everything. If Pettigrew's targeting Hogwarts, we need to be ready. Not just for Pettigrew, Luna said softly. For whatever he's trying to find here. As the train resumed its journey, Harry gazed out at the darkening landscape. The relative peace he'd enjoyed since the destruction of the Horcruxes was ending. Two conflicts were converging, the political battle between Ministry, Dumbledore, and the Goblin Alliance, and the more deadly struggle against Voldemort's returning forces. Harry Potter's third year at Hogwarts was shaping up to be his most dangerous yet. The start-of-term feast maintained its usual splendor despite the somber mood created by Dumbledore's announcement about the Dementor presence. From his seat at the Ravenclaw table, Harry observed the staff reactions with interest. Professor McGonagall's lips had thinned to near invisibility during the headmaster's explanation of the Ministry security measures. Professor Flitwick looked deeply troubled, while Professor Sprout kept glancing worriedly at her Hufflepuffs. Most intriguing was the new defense against the dark arts professor, introduced as Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, a retired Auror. The scarred, grizzled man with a magical eye that rotated independently of his normal one had snorted audibly at Dumbledore's assurances that the Dementors wouldn't interfere with daily school activities. Fat chance, Harry heard Moody mutter. Dark creatures don't follow Ministry directives when they smell fear. After the feast, as students filed toward their dormitories, Harry felt a light touch on his shoulder. Professor McGonagall stood behind him, her expression uncharacteristically gentle. Mr. Potter, a moment of your time. The headmaster would like a word. Harry tensed slightly. His interactions with Dumbledore had been minimal since the Wisengamot inquiry, limited to necessary school business and always in the presence of other professors. Is it urgent, Professor? I'd like to unpack and settle in. McGonagall's lips twitched slightly. I believe it concerns recent security developments, Potter. I will accompany you, of course. This last addition was clearly meant to reassure him. Since taking Harry's side during the inquiry, McGonagall had become something of an unofficial advocate, ensuring Dumbledore never had unsupervised access to him. All right, Harry agreed, signaling to his friends that he'd join them later. They found Dumbledore in his office, standing at the window overlooking the darkened grounds. He turned as they entered, his blue eyes lacking their customary twinkle. Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming. Minerva, you may stay if Harry wishes. I'd prefer that, Harry said immediately, taking a seat while McGonagall remained standing beside him. Dumbledore nodded, as if he'd expected this. I wanted to speak with you about Peter Pettigrew's escape and what it might mean. That Voldemort's gathering strength, Harry replied directly. Pettigrew's been hiding for years. He wouldn't surface unless he had a purpose or was forced to. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at Harry's bluntness. Precisely my assessment. I believe Pettigrew is acting on Voldemort's orders, likely to retrieve something from Hogwarts that his master needs. Something that survived the Horcrux destruction, Harry suggested, watching Dumbledore's reaction carefully. The headmaster's surprise was evident only in a slight widening of his eyes. You continue to be remarkably well informed, Harry. The goblins believe in transparency with their allies, Harry replied with a slight shrug. Unlike some. McGonagall cleared her throat pointedly, preventing the conversation from veering into past grievances. What specifically do you believe Pettigrew seeks, Albus? I cannot be certain, Dumbledore admitted. But I suspect it may be knowledge rather than an object, specific information about rituals that could restore Voldemort to a proper body. The restricted section contains several ancient texts that, while not explicitly describing such magic, contain principles that could be adapted. And the Dementors? Harry asked. How do they help catch Pettigrew? They don't, Dumbledore said flatly. They are Cornelius's panicked response to public pressure. I objected strenuously, but was overruled. The minister insisted the public needed to see decisive action, McGonagall added, her disapproval evident. Never mind that Dementors are more likely to harm students than capture Pettigrew. Which brings me to my request, Dumbledore continued. Harry, despite our past differences, I hope we can cooperate on matters of genuine security. Your network of student contacts across all houses gives you awareness of the castle that even I lack. If you notice anything unusual, I'll report it to Professor McGonagall, Harry interrupted, who can inform you if necessary. A flicker of sadness crossed Dumbledore's face, but he nodded. That would be acceptable. I merely wish to ensure all students' safety, whatever personal disagreements remain between us. On that, we agree, Harry said, rising. Is there anything else, Professor? Just one thing, Dumbledore said. The Patronus charm would be an excellent defensive measure against the Dementors. Perhaps Professor Lupin, Remus already taught me the theory, Harry cut in. I'll be practicing with friends. Very good, Dumbledore nodded. It is an advanced charm, but with your mother's talent for such magic, I believe you'll master it quickly. The reference to Lily Potter was clearly an olive branch of sorts. Harry acknowledged it with a slight nod before taking his leave, McGonagall following close behind. As they descended the spiral staircase, the professor sighed softly. He is trying, Potter. I know, Harry conceded. But trust has to be earned back, Professor. I can work with him against Voldemort without forgetting what he did. McGonagall studied him with something like pride. Your capacity for practical cooperation without blind forgiveness does you credit. Though I suspect you learned that from the goblins rather than from us. They're excellent teachers, Harry agreed with a small smile. Speaking of teaching, would you be willing to supervise some advanced defensive practice for a student group? Given the circumstances, we'd like to be prepared. An admirable initiative, McGonagall approved. Though I suspect Professor Moody might be better suited. Defense is his specialty, after all. I'll ask him, Harry promised. But having you involved would mean a lot to students who trust you. Her expression softened momentarily. Very well, Potter. Arrange your group, find a suitable location, and I will assist when my schedule permits. Harry thanked her and headed toward Ravenclaw Tower, his mind already working through logistics. Dumbledore's confirmation of his suspicions about Pettigrew's purpose added urgency to their defense group plans. If Voldemort was seeking restoration, they had limited time to prepare. The three-way conflict between Dumbledore, the Ministry, and the Goblin Alliance had created openings that Voldemort's agents could exploit. Harry needed to establish his own approach, one focused on practical protection rather than political positioning. The real war was coming, and Harry intended to be ready when it arrived. The room of requirement exceeded Harry's wildest expectations. Following Neville's instructions to walk past a specific 7th-floor corridor 3 times while concentrating on what they needed, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had discovered a perfect training space, spacious, equipped with defensive practice dummies, lined with relevant books, and most importantly, unplottable on school maps. It's brilliant! Ron exclaimed, examining the practice targets. We could fit 30 people in here easily. And it's created exactly what we asked for, Hermione added, already browsing the bookshelves. Look, advanced defensive theory, practical counter-jinxes, these are restricted texts we couldn't access normally. Harry tested the room's responsiveness by mentally requesting cushions for falling practice. Immediately, thick blue mats appeared on one section of the floor. This solves our location problem, he agreed. Now we need to carefully select participants. Over the next week, they approached trusted students from each house. The core group from their previous study sessions formed the foundation, Neville, Luna, and Ginny from their immediate circle, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, Terry Boot and Padma Patil from Ravenclaw. The Slytherin contingent proved trickier, but Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini eventually agreed to participate, with Draco maintaining plausible deniability while providing indirect intelligence. Their first full meeting took place 2 weeks into term, with 27 students gathering in the room of requirement under the official guise of an Inter-House Study Association, approved by Professor McGonagall. "Welcome, everyone," Harry began, standing before the assembled group. "You're here because you understand that real dangers exist beyond classroom theory. Pettigrew's escape, Dementors at Hogwarts, and other signs point to darker times ahead." "You mean you know who?" Zacharias Smith said skeptically. "Some of us aren't convinced he's coming back." "I'm not asking you to take my word for it," Harry replied evenly. "I'm suggesting that learning practical defense benefits everyone, regardless of what threats materialize." "Harry's right," Susan Bones spoke up. "My aunt says the ministry's in disarray. Even if there's no Dark Lord returning, the Dementors alone justify learning the Patronus charm." Murmurs of agreement followed this practical assessment. "So what's the plan?" asked Terry Boot. "Advanced spells? Dueling practice?" "Both," Hermione answered, stepping forward with a parchment. "We've developed a curriculum starting with foundational defensive spells, disarming, shielding, stunning, then progressing to counter curses, the Patronus charm, and eventually, small group tactical scenarios." "Who's teaching all this?" Zacharias challenged. "Potter." "We teach each other," Harry corrected. "Different people have different strengths. Hermione's research skills are unmatched. Neville's plant knowledge offers unique defensive applications. Susan has aura-trained family. We learn together." This collaborative approach seemed to satisfy most objections. They proceeded to organize a schedule of twice-weekly meetings, with additional specialized sessions as needed. Their first practical focus was the Patronus charm, given the Dementor presence around the school. Harry demonstrated his still-forming Patronus, which produced a strong silver shield but hadn't yet taken creature form. "The key is focusing on your happiest memory," he explained, repeating Remus's instructions. "The incantation is expecto patronum, but the emotion behind it matters more than perfect pronunciation." They practiced in pairs, with Harry, Hermione, and surprisingly Luna, who produced a full-formed hair Patronus on her fourth attempt, circulating to assist. By the end of their 2-hour session, everyone had produced at least silver mist, with several achieving partially formed patronuses. "That was excellent progress," Harry encouraged as they prepared to leave in small groups to avoid attention. "Practice your memory selection before next time, finding your truly happiest moment makes all the difference." As the last students departed, Hermione, Ron, and Neville remained behind with Harry. "This is actually working," Ron said, sounding mildly surprised. 27 students from all 4 houses, and nobody hexed anyone. "Yet," Neville added with a small smile. "Though I noticed Zacharias Smith looked tempted when Malfoy's friends showed up." "They're here because they're scared," Harry observed. "Fear of Dementors, fear of Pettigrew, fear of what's coming. Fear can unite people who'd otherwise be at each other's throats." "Speaking of fears," Hermione said, lowering her voice, "I've been researching what ritual Pettigrew might be seeking for Voldemort. There are several possibilities in the old texts, but most require—" She hesitated. "Require what?" Harry prompted. "Your blood," she finished reluctantly. "The blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. You're the obvious choice, given your history with him." Harry absorbed this grim information. "Then Pettigrew will try to get to me at some point. Which means we need a plan," Ron said decisively. "Bodyguards, security measures, the works. And we need to find Pettigrew first," Neville added quietly. "Before he finds whatever he's looking for." Harry nodded, his expression determined. "We'll add reconnaissance to our group activities. The Marauders map Sirius gave me shows everyone in the castle. If Pettigrew enters Hogwarts, we'll spot him. Assuming he comes as a human and not as a rat," Hermione pointed out. "In his animagus form, he could hide anywhere. Then we need to learn to detect animagi," Harry decided. "Another research project for us." As they left the room of requirement, Harry felt a curious mixture of concern and confidence. The danger was real and growing, but for the first time, he wasn't facing it alone or under someone else's direction. He was building his own response, his own team, his own strategy. Whatever Pettigrew and Voldemort were planning, Harry would be ready to counter it on his own terms. October arrived with howling winds and the first frost, turning the Hogwarts grounds into a beautiful but forbidding landscape. The Dementors remained at their assigned boundaries, but their presence cast a perpetual chill over school activities. Several younger students had already been treated for Dementor exposure after wandering too close to the perimeter. Harry's defense group, unofficially nicknamed the DA for Defense Association, had grown to 40 members, with sessions now divided between general practice and specialized training. Their progress had been remarkable, with over half the group now capable of producing corporeal patron uses and everyone mastering basic shield charms. Professor Moody had become an unexpected ally, occasionally dropping in to observe their practice and offer gruffly delivered but invaluable advice. Constant vigilance, he barked during one session, his magical eye spinning wildly. Potter's got the right idea. Ministry won't protect you. Dumbledore's got his own agenda. You lot need to look after yourselves. Even more surprising was Professor Snape's tacit support. While he never attended sessions personally, he had twice, accidentally, left advanced defensive potion recipes where Hermione could find them, and had become strangely lenient toward members of the group in his classes. I think he's worried about the same things we are, Hermione theorized after Snape had merely assigned detention rather than his usual threatened expulsion when Neville melted another cauldron. Voldemort's return would put him in an impossible position as a former Death Eater. Outside their training sessions, Harry maintained regular communication with Sirius, Remus, and Ragnarok. The Goblin director provided weekly intelligence updates, confirming Harry's suspicions about increased Death Eater activity. Our sources report multiple meetings at Malfoy Manor, Ragnarok explained during one mirror call. Lucius claims they are merely political gatherings, but the attendee list suggests otherwise. Knott, Crabbe, Goyle, Avery, all former Death Eaters who escaped imprisonment by claiming Imperius. And Pettigrew? Harry asked. No confirmed sightings since Scotland, Ragnarok admitted. But we've detected unusual magical signatures near Hogwarts boundaries, not quite human, not quite animal. We believe he is scouting in his animagus form. The Marauder's map should show him even as a rat, Harry noted. We've been monitoring it daily. A wise precaution, Ragnarok approved. Now, regarding the Ministry situation, Fudge's position is weakening. His Dementor deployment has proven deeply unpopular, and his dismissal of Amelia Bones is being questioned after several botched Auror operations under her replacement. Could that work in our favor? Harry asked. Potentially, Ragnarok allowed. A ministry in disarray might seem advantageous, but it also creates openings for Voldemort's influence. We prefer a stable government we can negotiate with over chaos we must constantly counter. After ending the call, Harry joined Ron and Hermione in the library, where they'd been researching animagus detection methods. Their corner table, now informally recognized as their territory by other students, was covered with ancient texts and magical creature identification guides. Any luck? Harry asked, sliding into a seat. Maybe. Hermione pushed a dusty tome toward him, open to a page titled Revealing the Hidden Form. This describes a charm specifically designed to force animagi to reveal themselves. It's complex, but theoretically manageable for advanced students. Harry studied the incantation and wand movement. We should practice this at the next DA meeting. If Pettigrew's lurking around as a rat, this could expose him. There's something else, Ron said, uncharacteristically serious as he pushed forward a newspaper clipping. Dad sent this, it's from an internal ministry bulletin not released to the public. The clipping detailed 3 mysterious disappearances in Albania, wizards who had been investigating reports of dark magic in the forests there. Their last known communications mentioned a spectral presence and possession attempts. Voldemort, Harry said grimly. He's getting desperate if he's becoming this careless about witnesses. Or confident, Hermione suggested. If he believes his restoration plan is close to fruition, he might be less concerned about secrecy. Either way, Ron concluded, the timeline's accelerating. Whatever Pettigrew's supposed to find here, he needs to find it soon. Harry nodded, a plan forming in his mind. Then we need to set a trap. Use the map to track any sign of him, have DA members patrolling in shifts, and prepare that animagus revealing charm. If Pettigrew enters Hogwarts, we'll be ready. The opportunity came sooner than expected. 3 days later, during a late-night map check, Harry spotted a dot labeled Peter Pettigrew moving along a third-floor corridor toward the library. Got him, Harry whispered, immediately activating the enchanted galleons Hermione had created for the DA to communicate. He sent a simple message, target located. Library. Response team only. Within minutes, Harry had been joined by Ron, Hermione, and Neville, the core response team they'd designated for initial confrontations. All had been practicing the animagus revealing charm daily. He's still there, Harry confirmed, checking the map again as they hurried through the dark corridors under his invisibility cloak. Moving between the restricted section shelves. Looking for ritual information, just like Dumbledore suggested, Hermione whispered. They reached the library entrance and paused to formulate their approach. I'll take the invisibility cloak and get behind him, Harry decided. You three enter normally and block the main exit. On my signal, cast the revealing charm simultaneously. With nods of agreement, they separated. Harry slipped silently through the stacks, following the map until he spotted movement near the restricted section, a small rat with a distinctive bald patch, scurrying between shelves. Harry positioned himself at the end of the aisle, then sent red sparks floating above the shelves, their agreed signal. Immediately, he heard the library doors open and his friend's footsteps approaching from the main entrance. The rat froze, whiskers twitching frantically. As it turned to flee down the aisle where Harry waited invisible, he threw off the cloak and raised his wand. Now, he shouted. For voices cried out in unison, Revelio Animagus. Blue-white light engulfed the rat from multiple directions. It squealed in panic as its form began to elongate, limbs extending, fur receding. Seconds later, a short, balding man with pointed features and watery eyes crouched where the rat had been, his expression transitioning from shock to calculation. Harry. Pettigrew's voice was high and squeaky. Harry, please, your father's old friend, you wouldn't hurt me, stupefy. Four stunning spells converged on Pettigrew simultaneously. He managed to deflect Neville's with a hastily conjured shield but couldn't block the others. The combined force slammed him against a bookshelf, which toppled over with a tremendous crash as he collapsed unconscious. Incarcerus, Hermione added, binding the stunned man with magical ropes. We need to alert the professors, Neville said, keeping his wand trained on Pettigrew. Before he wakes up. And check what he was after, Harry agreed, examining the fallen books from the collapsed shelf. He picked up an ancient, leather-bound volume entitled Magic Most Evil that had fallen open to a chapter on blood rituals. Here, he called to Hermione. This page on flesh, blood, and bone, it describes a resurrection ritual. Hermione paled as she scanned the text. This is it. The exact components I theorized, bone of the father, flesh of the servant, and blood of the enemy. With these, a disembodied spirit can regain physical form. A groan from Pettigrew interrupted their discovery. Despite being stunned by multiple spells, the rat animagus was already stirring, a testament to dark magical protection. Ron, get McGonagall, Harry ordered. Neville, find Moody. Hermione, stay with me to keep him contained. As his friends hurried off, Harry maintained a careful distance from the bound figure, wand ready. Pettigrew's eyes flickered open, cloudy with confusion before sharpening with fear as he registered his situation. Harry, he wheedled, merciful Harry. Your mother would show compassion, don't you dare speak about my mother, Harry cut him off coldly. You betrayed her to Voldemort. I had no choice. Pettigrew whined. The Dark Lord, you don't understand his powers. What would you have done? Died rather than betray my friends, Harry replied without hesitation. Like they were prepared to do for me. Something ugly flashed across Pettigrew's face, his pretense of pitiful weakness momentarily dropping. You sound just like your father. So righteous. So confident. Right up until the end. Where is Voldemort now? Harry demanded, ignoring the taunt. Pettigrew's lips curled into a surprisingly cunning smile. Closer than you think, Harry Potter. And he remembers you. Speaks of you often. Of how you'll help him rise again, stronger than before. The ritual won't work, Hermione stated firmly. We've destroyed all his Horcruxes. Even if he regains a body, he'll be mortal. Genuine shock registered on Pettigrew's face. All of them? Impossible. The diary, the cup, the locket, the diadem, the ring, and the one in my scar, Harry listed. All gone. Your master can die permanently now. Pettigrew's expression cycled through disbelief, calculation, and finally, a strange desperation. Then perhaps we can make a deal, Harry Potter. Information for mercy. I know things about the Dark Lord's plans. The library doors burst open as Professor McGonagall arrived with Ron, followed moments later by Professor Moody and Neville. Behind them came Professor Dumbledore, still in a night robe, his expression grave. Well done, Potter, Moody growled, magical eye fixed unblinkingly on Pettigrew. Caught yourself a rat. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, please step away, McGonagall instructed, her wand trained steadily on Pettigrew. Albus, should we summon Aurors? Immediately, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I fear Minister Fudge will complicate matters with his political considerations. Then summon Amelia Bones directly, Harry suggested. She's not in office anymore, but she still has authority as a Wizengamot member. And she'll prioritize security over politics. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded. A wise suggestion. Minerva, would you make the contact? As McGonagall departed, Moody roughly hauled Pettigrew to his feet, checking his magical restraints. Found what you were after, did you, rat? Planning your master's return party? I don't know what you mean, Pettigrew whimpered, reverting to his cowering persona. I was just hiding, scared, confused. Save it, Moody snapped. We found the ritual book. Blood of the enemy, that's Potter, I'm guessing. Well, you won't be getting near him now. Professor, Harry interjected, Pettigrew said Voldemort is closer than we think. Could he already be near Hogwarts? Dumbledore's expression grew more concerned. It's possible. Without a proper body, he would require a host, possession of animals or willing humans. Like Quirrell, Hermione remembered. Precisely, Dumbledore agreed. We must secure the castle boundaries immediately. Alastair, once Amelia arrives to take custody of Pettigrew, please organize a systematic search of the grounds. Already planning on it, Moody growled. And I'll want Potter's little defense group helping. They've got the best patron uses in the school after that training they've been doing. If Dumbledore was surprised by Moody's knowledge of the DA, he didn't show it. An excellent suggestion. Their assistance under proper supervision would be valuable. Harry caught Hermione's eye, sharing a moment of validation. Their preparation was being recognized as genuinely useful, not just student practice. When Amelia Bones arrived 30 minutes later, accompanied by 2 trusted Aurors who had served under her leadership, the transfer of custody was handled efficiently. Pettigrew, now heavily sedated with a potion Snape had provided, was securely bound with anti-animagus restraints. He'll be held in a secure location, not Azkaban, Amelia informed them. Given the Dementor situation and his animagus abilities, we can't risk standard incarceration. I'll personally oversee his questioning under Veritaserum. The minister won't interfere? Harry asked skeptically. Amelia's expression hardened. Cornelius will be informed after the fact. Some matters transcend political chains of command, Mr. Potter. The return of you-know-who is one such matter. As Pettigrew was removed from Hogwarts, Harry turned to Dumbledore. The ritual book, we need to secure it. If Voldemort has other servants, they might try to complete what Pettigrew started. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Though I believe the specific text should be removed from Hogwarts entirely. Perhaps your goblin allies would be willing to secure it in their deeper vaults. The acknowledgement of the goblins' role as Harry's allies rather than just as bankers represented a significant shift in Dumbledore's approach. Harry recognized the concession with a nod. I'll contact Director Ragnarok immediately. Gringotts has special vaults for dangerous magical texts. Very good, Dumbledore approved. Now, I suggest you all return to your dormitories. Tomorrow will bring many challenges as we secure the castle, and you'll need your rest. As they walked back toward their respective common rooms under prefect escort, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged significant looks. They had won an important victory tonight, but Pettigrew's capture was just the beginning. Voldemort was near, seeking restoration. The true conflict was only just beginning. News of Pettigrew's capture spread through Hogwarts like wildfire the next morning. By breakfast, wild speculation filled the Great Hall, with theories ranging from somewhat accurate to completely absurd. I heard Potter single-handedly dueled him into submission. No, it was a trap set by Dumbledore using Potter as bait. My cousin's friend in Hufflepuff said the Dementors actually helped catch him. Harry ignored the gossip, focusing instead on organizing the DA's role in the upcoming castle search. Professor Moody had requested their assistance immediately after breakfast, dividing the 40 members into 10 teams of 4, each assigned to a specific section of the grounds under staff supervision. Remember, Harry instructed as they gathered in the entrance hall, we're looking for any sign of unusual magic or creatures behaving strangely. Animals acting unnaturally could indicate possession. Stay with your teams, maintain Patronus readiness, and don't take risks. The search continued throughout the day, methodically covering the castle interior, grounds, and edges of the Forbidden Forest. By late afternoon, they had found several concerning signs, a cluster of dead unicorns deep in the forest, reported by Hagrid's team, strange silver blood trails leading toward Hogsmeade, and most alarmingly, a series of small animals, squirrels, rabbits, even a fox, found dead with evidence of magical possession. He's been body hopping, Moody concluded grimly during the search coordination meeting in Dumbledore's office. Using animals temporarily, burning through them as vessels while he sought Pettigrew and the ritual information. The trail leads toward Hogsmeade, Professor Flitwick noted, pointing to the map they'd marked with findings. Specifically in the direction of the Shrieking Shack. An isolated location with access to the school via the secret tunnel, Dumbledore mused. A logical choice for a temporary headquarters. We should raid it immediately, Moody argued. Before he relocates. Without knowing what form he currently inhabits, we risk missing him entirely, Snape countered. The Dark Lord is nothing if not adaptable. If he suspects Pettigrew's capture, he will already be implementing alternative plans. Harry, included in the meeting as DA coordinator, studied the map thoughtfully. If Voldemort needs my blood specifically for the ideal ritual, his options are limited. He either needs to get to me, get me to come to him, or find a substitute that's less optimal but still workable. Astute analysis, Mr. Potter, McGonagall approved. Which suggests our primary focus should be your security while we locate him. I won't hide while everyone else searches, Harry objected. That's exactly what he'd expect. No one is suggesting you hide, Dumbledore said mildly. Merely that your movements be coordinated with proper protection. The meeting concluded with a comprehensive security plan. The castle wards would be strengthened, the Hogsmeade weekend scheduled for the following day would be cancelled, DA patrols would continue under staff supervision, and Harry would maintain his normal schedule but with discreet aura protection arranged through Amelia Bones. As Harry left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore called him back briefly. Harry, a moment please. Harry paused, allowing the others to continue ahead. I wanted to commend you, Dumbledore said quietly. Your defense group, your capture of Pettigrew, your analytical approach to the current threat, all demonstrate leadership beyond your years. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied, somewhat surprised by the praise. It occurs to me, Dumbledore continued, that our past differences, however significant, matter little in the face of Voldemort's return. Perhaps we might establish a working relationship focused on the common enemy. Harry considered this carefully. I'm willing to cooperate tactically, he said finally. Share information, coordinate responses. But I maintain my independence and that of the DA. We're not Order Junior members. Nor would I ask you to be, Dumbledore assured him. Your approach differs from mine in important ways, ways that may prove complementary rather than contradictory. It was as close to an equal partnership as Dumbledore had ever offered. Harry recognized both the practical value and the significance of the shift. Then we have an arrangement, he agreed. Information sharing and tactical coordination, with mutual respect for different methods. Dumbledore's eyes regained a hint of their old twinkle. Indeed. Though I suspect Director Ragnarok might say we've just negotiated a limited treaty rather than a true alliance. Harry smiled slightly. The goblins would insist on more specific terms and put it in writing. Quite so, Dumbledore acknowledged. Their influence on your diplomatic skills is evident, and not unwelcome. Good evening, Harry. As Harry rejoined his friends, he reflected on the subtle but significant evolution in his relationship with Dumbledore. Not friendship or mentorship, but a pragmatic alliance between different power centers united against a common enemy. It wasn't forgiveness for past wrongs, but it was progress, and perhaps the best they could achieve under the circumstances. The warning came at midnight, 3 days after Pettigrew's capture. Harry was awakened by his communication mirror vibrating urgently on his bedside table. Sirius's face appeared as soon as he activated it, tense with concern. Harry, emergency situation. Amelia just contacted us. The ministry's been infiltrated. Fudge is missing, and at least 3 department heads are under Imperius. Death Eaters have seized the Auror Communication Center. Fully awake now, Harry sat up straight. A coup? Looks that way, Sirius confirmed grimly. Coordinated attacks at multiple locations. The Bones residence was hit, though Amelia and Susan were already at a safe house. Arthur reports the burrow was targeted too. Everyone's okay, they evacuated to Aunt Muriel's. Voldemort? Harry asked. No confirmed sightings, but this has his signature. Multiple strikes to create chaos while achieving specific objectives. Sirius ran a hand through his hair distractedly. Listen, Remus and I are activating the Potter Manor defenses and heading to Hogwarts. Ragnarok has offered Goblin security forces to protect the school if needed. I'll alert Dumbledore and the DA immediately, Harry promised, already pulling on clothes. Any specific targets we should watch for? You, Sirius said bluntly. Intelligence suggests they still need you for the ritual. Without Pettigrew, they'll send others. Be extremely careful, pup. After ending the call, Harry quickly activated the DA galleons with an emergency summons, then headed for McGonagall's quarters, the nearest staff member he trusted implicitly. The professor answered her door immediately, already dressed despite the hour. Potter? What's happened? Death Eater coup at the Ministry, Harry reported succinctly. Multiple coordinated attacks. Fudge missing, department heads under Imperius. Sirius and Remus are en route to Hogwarts, and Director Ragnarok has offered Goblin security forces. To McGonagall's credit, she absorbed this information without wasting time on shock or questions. I'll alert Albus. Gather your defense group in the Great Hall. We'll need coordinated student protection, particularly for younger years. Within 30 minutes, the castle was on full alert. Prefects escorted sleepy students to the Great Hall, where staff transfigured the house tables into comfortable sleeping arrangements. DA members helped organize by year group, performing head counts and calming frightened first years. In Dumbledore's office, an emergency council convened. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Moody representing the staff, Sirius and Remus, who had arrived via emergency floor access, Harry and Hermione representing the DA, and Director Ragnarok with 2 goblin warriors, connecting through a secure magical projection. The Ministry situation is critical, Ragnarok reported. Our sources confirm at least 17 dead, including 2 Wizengamot members who resisted. The Daily Prophet offices have been seized, and St. Mungo's is under Imperius-controlled Ministry protection. A textbook first-stage takeover, Moody growled. Control communication, medical resources, and legal authority. They're moving faster than last time. Because they're desperate, Snape observed. Without the Dark Lord physically present to lead, they must secure power quickly before resistance organizes. What about Voldemort himself? Harry asked. Any sign of him? Nothing confirmed, Sirius replied. But given the coordination of these attacks, he must be directing operations somehow. Through a new lieutenant, perhaps, Dumbledore suggested. With Pettigrew captured, someone else has taken the role of primary agent. Lucius Malfoy, Remus proposed. He has the influence and connections to orchestrate this. Unlikely, Snape countered. Lucius values self-preservation above all. He wouldn't risk such open moves without absolute certainty of success. This has the hallmark of someone with less to lose. Regardless of who leads them, Ragnarok interjected, their next target is clearly Hogwarts, or more specifically, Mr. Potter. The ritual remains their priority. Then we defend on multiple fronts, Dumbledore decided. The castle physically, the students organizationally, and Harry specifically. The DA can handle internal security, Harry offered. We've trained for this. Protecting younger students, maintaining communication, coordinating evacuation if necessary. Sirius and I will focus on Harry's personal security, Remus added. Along with goblin warriors if Director Ragnarok can spare them. 3 of our elite guards are already en route, Ragnarok confirmed. And I've activated our treaty provisions with the Centaurs. They will patrol the forest boundaries against ground infiltration. The planning continued into early morning, addressing every aspect of castle defense. Dumbledore strengthened the ancient wards with additional protective enchantments. Flitwick and McGonagall established tactical transfiguration points throughout the corridors, ready to convert statues and suits of armor into defenders. Sprout prepared her more aggressive plans for perimeter protection, while Hagrid organized the magical creatures who would help guard the grounds. By dawn, Hogwarts had transformed from a school into a fortress. The DA patrolled in disciplined groups, older students looking after younger ones with remarkable efficiency. Teachers maintained their calm professionalism while preparing for battle, and the 3 goblin warriors who arrived, fierce, heavily armed fighters named Grimclaw, Steelblade, and Ironfoot, took positions near Harry with vigilant precision. Around mid-morning, the first test of their preparations arrived. A ministry owl delivered an official proclamation, by order of the interim minister for magic, Pius Thickness, due to the regrettable security situation and terrorist actions against ministry officials, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is hereby placed under direct ministry control. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore is suspended pending investigation. Dolores Umbridge is appointed High Inquisitor with full authority over the school. All staff and students are required to cooperate fully with ministry representatives who will arrive at noon today to implement these changes. Resistance will be treated as sedition against the lawful magical government of Britain. Well, Sirius commented dryly after Dumbledore read the proclamation aloud to the gathered defenders, at least they're being direct about their intentions. Pius Thickness, Moody spat. Head of International Magical Cooperation. Never had an independent thought in his life. Perfect puppet. And Umbridge is Fudge's most loyal undersecretary, Remus added. Known for her anti-creature legislation and blood-purist sympathies. They expect us to simply surrender the castle and Harry? McGonagall asked incredulously. No, Harry said, understanding immediately. They expect us to refuse, so they have justification for a full assault. This proclamation isn't for us, it's for the public record. We tried legal means first, will be their narrative. Precisely, Dumbledore agreed. Which gives us approximately 3 hours to implement our final preparations and communicate with potential allies. Harry turned to Ragnarok's projection. Director, can Gringotts issue a formal statement regarding the Ministry situation? Something that legitimizes resistance without directly engaging the bank in conflict. Ragnarok's expression showed approval of Harry's political thinking. We can issue a security advisory noting irregular authority transitions at the Ministry and advising clients to postpone government-related financial transactions. Not a direct challenge, but a clear signal of non-recognition. And if we could get similar statements from the ICW and other magical governments. Hermione suggested. Already in progress, Dumbledore confirmed. My remaining contacts are alerting international authorities. By noon, the so-called interim minister will face significant external pressure. The morning passed in focused preparation. Harry worked with the DA to organize defensive positions and evacuation routes. The Room of Requirement was reconfigured as an emergency medical station under Madame Pomfrey's direction, with senior healing students assisting. Younger children were secured in the deepest parts of the castle, protected by multiple layers of defenders. At precisely noon, the expected Ministry delegation appeared at the Hogwarts gates, a force of 30 wizards led by a squat, toad-like woman in a pink cardigan who could only be Dolores Umbridge. Accompanying her were several known Death Eaters poorly disguised as security consultants, including Walden McNair and Antonin Dolohov. Dumbledore, accompanied by McGonagall, Sirius, and Harry, against multiple objections but at his own insistence, met them at the boundary. The Goblin warriors remained close to Harry but slightly hidden, ready to intervene if necessary. Dolores, Dumbledore greeted pleasantly. What an unexpected pleasure. That's High Inquisitor Umbridge to you, Dumbledore, she replied in a girlishly high voice that contrasted bizarrely with her harsh expression. I have here an official ministerial decree removing you from your position and placing this school under proper ministry management. How fascinating, Dumbledore remarked, examining the document she thrust forward without taking it. I was unaware that Pius Thickness had the authority to issue such orders without Wizengamot approval. The emergency provisions apply only under specific circumstances requiring full Wizengamot notification, McGonagall interrupted crisply. No such notification has been issued. Umbridge's face reddened. The circumstances require immediate action. Blood traders and creatures have attempted a coup against the rightful ministry. Curious, Sirius commented lazily. From our information, it was Death Eaters who seized control of multiple ministry departments last night, killed Wizengamot members, and placed officials under Imperius. Lies. Umbridge spat. Propaganda spread by enemies of wizard kind. Mr. Potter, she suddenly shifted focus, her voice honeyed, surely you understand the importance of proper authority. Come with us now, and we can ensure your safety from those who would use you for their agenda. Harry met her gaze steadily. I'm exactly where I need to be, Madame Umbridge. With people I trust against Voldemort's servants. The name caused several in the ministry delegation to flinch visibly. Umbridge's false smile disappeared entirely. You have been misled by dangerous elements, she declared. The Dark Lord has not returned. This is a power grab by Dumbledore and his foreign allies. She glared particularly at the barely visible goblin guards. You have one opportunity to depart peacefully, Dumbledore said, his gentle tone belying the steel beneath. Hogwarts does not recognize your authority, nor the legitimacy of the current ministry leadership. Any attempt to force entry will be met with necessary defensive measures. McNair stepped forward, hand on his wand. You're outnumbered, old man. And we have reinforcements coming. Do you? Dumbledore asked mildly. How interesting. As if on cue, a series of pops and cracks announced the arrival of at least 50 witches and wizards appearing behind the defenders, members of the reconstituted Order of the Phoenix, foreign allies from the ICW, and a contingent of goblins in battle armor, led personally by Ragnarok. I believe, Sirius observed with a wolfish grin, the numerical advantage may have shifted. Umbridge's delegation fell back in disarray, clearly unprepared for organized resistance. After a hasty conference, she stepped forward again, her voice shrill with fury. This is your final warning. Surrender, Potter, and stand down, or face the consequences. I believe we've made our position clear, Dumbledore replied. Hogwarts remains independent and under its rightful leadership. We will protect our students from all threats, including those masquerading as legitimate authority. With an incoherent sound of rage, Umbridge signaled her forces to withdraw beyond the boundary. This isn't over, Dumbledore. The full might of the Ministry will descend upon this illegal insurrection. As they retreated, Harry turned to Ragnarok. Director, your personal presence honors us. But isn't it risky for you to be here directly? The Goblin Director's sharp teeth gleamed in what might have been a smile. The Goblin High Council has declared this a matter of treaty enforcement, Mr. Potter. The attempted seizure of a client under our protection constitutes a direct challenge. My place is here, leading our response. They'll return with greater numbers, McGonagall predicted as they walked back toward the castle. Counting on it, Sirius said grimly. Better a direct confrontation than endless assassination attempts and infiltration. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Though I suspect their true purpose today was reconnaissance, testing our defenses and resolve while their main force prepares elsewhere. Harry nodded thoughtfully. This was never going to be resolved with one confrontation. They need me specifically, but they also need to neutralize Hogwarts as a resistance center. Voldemort won't give up on either objective. Which means we maintain vigilance and prepare for siege, Moody growled as they rejoined the castle defenders. For the remainder of the day, Hogwarts existed in a state of tense readiness. Students remained in protected areas, with DA members rotating through guard duties and comfort patrols for the younger children. Adult defenders strengthened positions and coordinated communication with outside allies. The Daily Prophet, now under Death Eater control, published a special edition labeling Dumbledore and Harry as dangerous insurgents and calling for their immediate surrender to legitimate authorities. In response, the Quibbler issued an emergency broadsheet presenting the truth of the Ministry takeover, complete with names of the dead and evidence of imperious use. Luna's father had outdone himself, distributing copies via every independent owl service in Britain. By nightfall, the battle lines were clearly drawn. The corrupted Ministry controlled most official channels and resources, but faced significant resistance from multiple fronts: Hogwarts under Dumbledore's leadership, the Goblin Nation enforcing treaty protections, international magical authorities questioning the new regime, and scattered pockets of resistance organized by former Aurors loyal to Amelia Bones. As Harry conducted a final check of the DA's defensive positions before curfew, Hermione fell into step beside him. It's remarkable, she observed quietly, watching younger students being comforted by DA members. A few months ago, these houses barely interacted. Now they're protecting each other without hesitation. Shared danger clarifies priorities, Harry replied. House rivalries seem pretty trivial when facing Death Eaters. It's more than that, Hermione insisted. It's leadership, your leadership. You created a space where cooperation was normalized before the crisis hit. That's why it's working now. Before Harry could respond, his communication mirror activated. Ragnarok's voice emerged, tense and urgent. Potter, emergency alert. Our wards have detected massive dark magic activation near Hogsmeade. Signature consistent with necromantic ritual. Harry's blood ran cold. The resurrection ritual? But they don't have my blood. Unknown components, Ragnarok replied. But the power surge suggests a major working in progress. Dumbledore is being notified. I'll meet you at the command center, Harry confirmed, already running toward the headmaster's office with Hermione close behind. They arrived to find organized chaos. Magical sensors were triggering alarms, while Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, and Moody huddled around a complex magical model of Hogwarts and its surroundings. Ragnock and McGonagall joined moments later. Location confirmed, Moody announced grimly. The old Riddle Mansion on the hill beyond Hogsmeade. Massive dark magic, consistent with corporeal restoration. But how? Sirius demanded. Without Harry's blood, alternatives exist, Snape interrupted, sweeping into the room. Less optimal but functional. The Dark Lord was always obsessed with Potter's blood specifically, but scholarly texts suggest substitutions are possible. What kind of substitutions? Harry asked, a horrible suspicion forming. Blood relation, Snape confirmed. Not ideal, but workable. Your father's family is extinct, but your mother's, Petunia, Harry realized. They took Aunt Petunia. Unlikely, Dumbledore countered. The blood wards around her home were compromised months ago, Harry interrupted. When I left permanently. The goblins confirmed they'd weakened significantly once I stopped calling that place home. I'll have our intelligence unit check immediately, Ragnock said, already communicating through a goblin device. Seconds later, his expression confirmed Harry's fears. Petunia Dursley was reported missing 18 hours ago. Local Muggle authorities are investigating, but our sources confirm magical signatures at the scene. We have to act immediately, Remus insisted. If Voldemort completes this ritual, he already has, Dumbledore said quietly, indicating the magical sensors. The power surge is consistent with completion, not process. A heavy silence fell over the room as the implications sank in. Voldemort had returned to a physical body, using Petunia Dursley's blood as a substitute for Harry's. What now? Harry asked finally. Will he attack immediately? Unlikely, Snape analyzed. The post-ritual period requires adjustment to the new physical form. However, with corporeality achieved, his power and control over his forces will increase significantly. So we have hours, not days, Moody summarized. Perfect time for a preemptive strike. Against a newly restored Dark Lord at his moment of triumph? McGonagall questioned. That seems extraordinarily risky. Not direct confrontation, Harry said slowly, an idea forming. But disruption of his support structure. The corrupted ministry is his primary tool right now. If we could expose the Imperius victims, remove the puppet minister. Create chaos within his organization while he's still adapting to physical form, Sirius completed the thought approvingly. That could work. It would require a multi-pronged approach, Dumbledore mused. One team to secure and deprogram key ministry officials, another to establish legitimate alternative authority, while our main force defends Hogwarts against inevitable retaliation. The goblins can assist with ministry infiltration, Ragnock offered. Our cursebreakers are skilled at Imperius detection and removal. And I have contacts among foreign ministries who could provide international recognition to a legitimate interim government, Dumbledore added. Amelia Bones, Harry suggested immediately. She has the reputation and authority to lead a transitional administration. Planning continued into the night, addressing contingencies and coordinating with outside allies. By dawn, 3 task forces had been organized, a ministry intervention team led by Moody and supported by Goblin Cursebreakers, a legitimacy establishment group under Sirius and Amelia Bones, and the Hogwarts Defense Force commanded by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Remus. What about me? Harry asked as assignments were finalized. I should be doing more than just staying protected here. You are our most critical strategic asset, Dumbledore replied. Not merely for your own safety, but because your leadership of the student defenders maintains order and security here at Hogwarts. Albus is right, Sirius agreed reluctantly. As much as I prefer you safely hidden, your presence here keeps the DA functioning at peak effectiveness. The younger students trust you in a way they don't trust us adults. Harry accepted this logic, though it chafed to remain behind while others took direct action. I'll maintain internal security and readiness, he promised. But the moment Voldemort himself moves against Hogwarts, we adapt accordingly, Dumbledore completed. You have proven yourself more than capable, Harry. Your role is not passive defense but active leadership of our most vulnerable point. As the intervention teams departed for their missions, Harry returned to DA headquarters to brief his core team. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and the other senior members listened intently to the situation update and revised security protocols. So you know who's back in a body, Ron summarized grimly. And we're expecting retaliation once he realizes we're disrupting his ministry control. Exactly, Harry confirmed. Our job is to maintain absolute security here while the adult teams work to undermine his power base. Every student protected is one less vulnerability he can exploit. The younger years are scared but managing well, Neville reported. Our house mixed buddy system is working. No one's alone or isolated. Excellent, Harry approved. We'll maintain 4-hour rotation shifts for DA patrols. Everyone gets proper rest and meals. This isn't a sprint, it might be a marathon. As his friends dispersed to implement the updated protocols, Harry found himself momentarily alone with Hermione. You're worried about something specific, she observed quietly. What haven't you told the others? Harry sighed. Trust Hermione to read him so accurately. Voldemort's resurrection with Petunia's blood, it's not as powerful as if he'd used mine, but it creates a connection. Dumbledore thinks he might be able to breach the castle wards in ways others can't. Because he shares blood with someone who lived here, Hermione realized. Even indirectly through your aunt. Exactly. Which means our last line of defense might fail in ways we can't predict. Hermione considered this soberly. Then we need redundancy, layers of protection independent of the main wards. The Room of Requirement might be useful, its magic operates differently from the rest of the castle. Good thinking, Harry agreed. Work with Luna on that angle. She understands magical theory in ways the rest of us don't. With a nod, Hermione departed on her mission, leaving Harry to continue his rounds. As he walked the castle corridors, checking defenses and reassuring younger students, Harry felt the weight of leadership more acutely than ever before. These children were depending on him, not as the boy who lived, but as the leader who had earned their trust through practical action. Whatever came next, Harry was determined to prove worthy of that trust. The ministry intervention proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Under Moody's tactically brilliant guidance and with Goblin cursebreakers identifying imperious victims, the team had secured the primary ministry departments by mid-afternoon. Pius Thickness and 5 department heads were freed from imperious control, while several actual Death Eaters were captured in the process. Simultaneously, Amelia Bones was installed as emergency interim minister with international recognition from the ICW and major magical governments. Her first official acts included issuing arrest warrants for known Death Eaters and invalidating all orders signed by Thickness during his compromised period. It's working better than we dared hope, Sirius reported via mirror communication. The remaining Death Eaters have retreated from the ministry entirely. We've secured the communication networks, St. Mungo's, and the Daily Prophet offices. Too easy, Harry said immediately, suspicion evident in his voice. This was supposed to be their power center. Why abandon it with minimal resistance? Because it was a diversion, Remus realized, joining the conversation from his position coordinating Hogwarts perimeter defenses. They wanted us to commit resources to the ministry while planning something else. As if summoned by his words, alarms began blaring throughout Hogwarts. Harry dropped the mirror and ran to the nearest window, where an impossible sight met his eyes. Hundreds of dark figures were approaching the castle from all sides, not just wizards, but giants, trolls, werewolves in human form, and most terrifying of all, the Dementors previously stationed as security, now clearly allied with the attackers. Full defensive positions. Harry shouted, activating his DA galleon with the emergency code. All students to designated shelters. Combat teams to assigned positions. The DA responded with practiced efficiency, older students guiding younger ones to the secured inner chambers while defense teams moved to their stations. Within minutes, Hogwarts had transformed from cautious readiness to full battle stance. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the castle, magically amplified, "All defenders to positions. This is not a drill. Adult defenders to the main courtyard for tactical assignment." Harry ran to the central coordination point, where Dumbledore was already directing responses. "Professor. It's a full assault from all sides." "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed grimly. "And with concerning coordination. Multiple magical species working in concert suggests Voldemort's direct influence." "He's here," Harry stated with certainty. "I can feel it." A faint pressure had been building behind his scar, not pain as he'd experienced near Quirrell, but a distinct awareness of malevolent presence. "Agreed," Dumbledore nodded. Though likely observing rather than directly engaging at this stage. His new form will still be adjusting. McGonagall arrived, her normally immaculate appearance slightly disheveled from rushing to position. "Outer wards are holding but straining under giant assault. The Forbidden Forest edge is under attack by werewolf contingents, though the centaurs are containing them currently." "And the Dementors?" Harry asked, already knowing the answer from the unnatural cold spreading across the grounds. "At least 100, McGonagall confirmed. All formerly under Ministry control, now clearly taking orders from you-know-who. Patronus teams to the north and west battlements," Dumbledore directed. "Mr. Potter, your DA members have shown particular aptitude with that charm. Would you coordinate their deployment?" "Already on it," Harry confirmed, activating his communication galleon again to direct the specialized teams they'd established during training. As he headed toward the north battlements where Ron was leading the primary Patronus response, Hermione intercepted him with urgent news. "Harry. The room of requirement is ready as a secondary command center and last resort shelter. Luna discovered it can create passages to Hogsmeade if needed for evacuation." "Brilliant," Harry approved. "Make sure all DA squad leaders know the access protocol. And Hermione," he hesitated briefly, "if things go badly, you're authorized to implement emergency protocol sanctuary. Get the younger students out, regardless of other considerations." Hermione's eyes widened at the implications, but she nodded firmly. "Understood. But it won't come to that. We're better prepared than they expect." They separated, each rushing to their assigned positions. As Harry reached the north battlement, he found Ron directing a team of 15 DA members, all with wands ready as Dementors approached in a dark, gliding mass. "Ready on my mark," Ron called, displaying the leadership that had emerged during their training sessions. "Remember your memories, the strongest, happiest moment you have. 3, 2, 1, now. Expecto Patronum." The battlements blazed with silver light as 15 patron uses erupted simultaneously, Ron's terrier, Ginny's horse, Luna's hare, and a dozen others charging toward the advancing Dementors. Harry added his own stag Patronus to the charge, its powerful light driving back the dark creatures. The combined Patronus force created a silver barrier that the Dementors couldn't penetrate, forcing them to retreat and regroup. "They'll try again with greater numbers," Harry warned. "Conserve your energy, rotate casters so everyone stays fresh." Similar scenes played out across Hogwarts as the attack intensified. Giants hurled boulders at the outer walls, weakening the ancient stones despite their magical reinforcement. Death Eaters launched coordinated spell barrages at specific points, testing for weaknesses. Trolls battered at the gates with enormous clubs. In the midst of organizing the eastern defenses, Harry's mirror activated with Sirius's voice, now tense with urgency. "Harry. The Ministry attack was definitely a feint. Most of our forces are trapped there by anti-apparition wards that activated after we secured the building. Moody and the Goblins are working to dismantle them, but it will take time. How long before reinforcements can reach Hogwarts?" Harry asked, ducking as a stray hex flew overhead. "Hours, not minutes," Sirius admitted grimly. We're trying to establish flow connections, but they're being systematically disabled across the network. We'll hold, Harry assured him, with more confidence than he felt. The castle defenses are strong. As night fell, the battle entered a new phase. The attackers had established positions around the castle perimeter, setting up for what appeared to be a prolonged siege. Flares of spellfire illuminated the darkness as skirmishes continued at key points, but the main assault had paused temporarily. Harry used the respite to check all DA positions, ensure wounded students received treatment, and coordinate with the remaining adult defenders. In the Great Hall, now converted to a triage center, Madame Pomfrey and her student assistants treated injuries ranging from minor hexes to more serious curse damage. Potter, Professor McGonagall called as he completed his rounds. Headmaster Dumbledore requests your presence in the command center immediately. Harry followed her to Dumbledore's office, where a grim council had assembled. Dumbledore stood examining a magical map of the castle grounds, while Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and a surprisingly present Snape provided status reports. The 3 goblin warriors attended as well, their armor now bearing battle marks. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him. "Thank you for joining us. I fear our situation has developed complications. The outer wards are failing at 3 points, Flitwick explained, indicating locations on the map. Giant attack has weakened the structural integrity of the north wall, Death Eaters have created a curse fracture in the east wards, and something, possibly Voldemort himself, is eroding the main gate protections." "How long will they hold?" Harry asked. "Hours at most," Sprout replied soberly. "By dawn, they'll have breach points unless we can reinforce significantly. Which we cannot do without external support," Snape added. "The remaining staff and order members are already stretched beyond sustainable limits." Harry studied the map, mind racing through options. "What about the secret passages? Are they secure?" "All known passages are sealed and warded," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though I fear, as you suggested earlier, Voldemort's connection through your aunt's blood may eventually allow him to bypass certain ancient protections. So we need alternatives," Harry concluded. "Professor, could the Fox transport method evacuate students?" Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. "Fox can carry only a few individuals at a time, and the anti-transportation wards the attackers have established would exhaust even his remarkable abilities after a few journeys. Then we need to create our own opportunity," Harry decided. "A counteroffensive at a specific point to allow reinforcements in or vulnerable students out." "A risky proposition," McGonagall cautioned. "Our defenders are already at their limits." "Which is exactly why we need to change the dynamics," Harry insisted. "A defensive siege favors their numbers and resources. We need asymmetric action." To his surprise, Snape nodded in agreement. "Potter is correct. Conventional defense merely delays inevitable defeat. An unexpected offensive might create momentary advantage." "What do you propose, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, clearly willing to consider unconventional approaches. "A focused breakthrough at the Hogsmeade boundary," Harry suggested, pointing to the map. "The DA has established an evacuation route through the Room of Requirement. If we can create a distraction at the opposite end of the grounds, we might secure that exit point for both evacuation and reinforcement entry." "A two-pronged approach," Flitwick mused thoughtfully. "Classical misdirection tactics." "Precisely," Harry confirmed. "We make them think we're attempting a desperate breakthrough at the main gates, committing visible forces there, while our actual operation secures the hidden Hogsmeade tunnel." After extensive discussion, the plan was refined and roles assigned. Dumbledore would lead the diversionary effort at the main gates, drawing Voldemort's attention with an impressive display of magical power. Meanwhile, Harry, with Goblin warrior support, would secure the Room of Requirement evacuation route and establish contact with reinforcements gathering in Hogsmeade. "This plan places you at significant risk, Harry," Dumbledore noted with concern. "Voldemort's primary objective remains your capture. Which is why he'll focus on the distraction where he expects me to be," Harry countered. Besides, I'll have elite goblin protection and DA support. The boy has tactical instincts, Grimclaw, the senior goblin warrior, approved. We will ensure his security during the operation. As the meeting concluded and preparations began, Harry pulled Dumbledore aside briefly. Professor, there's something I need to ask. If Voldemort directly confronts you during the diversion, I am prepared for that possibility, Dumbledore assured him. Though I suspect he will avoid direct engagement while still adapting to his new form. But if he does, Harry persisted, you should know that with all Horcruxes destroyed, he's fully mortal now. The goblins confirmed it. Something like surprise flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. You've been more thorough than I realized, Harry. Yes, that knowledge is significant. Thank you for sharing it. They parted with mutual nods of respect, not mentor and student, but allied commanders with a shared objective. As Harry gathered his team for the mission, he reflected on how dramatically his relationship with Dumbledore had evolved since the Goblins' intervention years earlier. From manipulation and distrust to pragmatic cooperation based on recognized mutual strengths. Not friendship, perhaps, but something equally valuable in the current crisis, effective alliance. The operation was scheduled for 3 a.m., when defender rotation and attacker vigilance would both be at lower efficiency. Harry's team, consisting of himself, Hermione, Neville, Luna, the 3 Goblin warriors, and 6 selected DA members, gathered in the Room of Requirement, which had configured itself as a tactical planning center. The passage emerges behind the Hog's Head, Harry explained, indicating the magical map they'd created. According to our intelligence, that area is lightly guarded, with most enemy forces concentrated around the main roads and castle-facing positions. Stealth will be essential until we secure the exit point, Ironfoot, one of the Goblin warriors, noted. Our magic can mask a small group briefly, but not indefinitely. Once we establish the secure corridor, Hermione continued, we signal the reinforcements waiting in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius confirmed they've gathered at least 30 capable fighters there, unable to approach the castle through conventional means. And the younger students' evacuation? Neville asked. Begins immediately after the corridor is secured, Harry confirmed. McGonagall has organized them in groups of 10 with older student escorts. Luna's team will coordinate the handoff at the Hogsmeade end. Luna nodded serenely. The Thestrals have agreed to assist with transportation beyond Hogsmeade. They're immune to many magical barriers. Harry had long since stopped questioning Luna's mysterious connections with magical creatures. If she said Thestrals would help, they would. Everyone clear on their roles? Harry asked, receiving affirmative responses. Then synchronize timepieces. Dumbledore begins the diversion at exactly 3 a.m. We move through the passage at 3:05. As the minutes ticked down, Harry felt the familiar calm of pre-action focus settling over him. Not the reckless courage he'd shown in his early Hogwarts years, but something more measured, the composed readiness of a leader responsible for others. At exactly 3 a.m., the castle trembled as Dumbledore's diversionary attack began. Even from deep within the Room of Requirement, they could feel the surge of magical power as the headmaster unleashed impressive displays at the main gates, designed to draw attention and resources away from other areas. That's our cue, Harry said at 3:05. Move out. The passage revealed itself, a long, torchlit corridor sloping gradually downward toward Hogsmeade. They moved swiftly but cautiously, the goblins taking point and rear positions while the students maintained communication discipline in the center. After what seemed an eternity but was actually less than 15 minutes, they approached the exit point. Steelblade raised a hand for halt, then activated a goblin detection device that scanned beyond the passage. For guards, he reported quietly. Standard sentry positions around the building. No apparent awareness of the passage. We need them neutralized silently, Harry decided. Disillusionment charms for our first team, stunning from multiple angles simultaneously. With practiced efficiency, Hermione disillusioned Neville, herself, and 2 of the Goblin warriors. They slipped through the passage exit, emerging behind the hog's head as planned. Less than a minute later, steel blades signaled all clear. Guards neutralized, area temporarily secured, he reported. Anti-detection wards established, but they won't hold against dedicated scanning. Harry nodded. Signal the reinforcements. Luna, prepare your evacuation team. While Hermione sent a Patronus message to Sirius's group at the Shrieking Shack, Luna organized the receiving area for evacuating students. Minutes later, the reinforcements arrived, Sirius and Remus leading a group of former Aurors, international wizards recruited through Dumbledore's contacts, and additional goblin warriors sent by Ragnarok. Harry. Sirius embraced him briefly. Brilliant strategy. Dumbledore's diversion has them completely focused on the main gates. They've committed at least half their forces there. Including Voldemort? Harry asked. Unconfirmed, Remus replied, but there have been sightings of a tall, pale figure directing operations from the tree line. The description matches what we'd expect for his restored form. Then our window is limited, Harry concluded. We need to move reinforcements in and vulnerable students out before he realizes what's happening. The operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Reinforcements moved through the passage toward Hogwarts in tactical groups, while the first evacuation teams of younger students began arriving from the castle end. Luna's Thestrals, invisible to most but positioned strategically beyond anti-transportation wards, carried the children to secure locations where portkeys awaited. Harry remained at the Hogsmeade end, coordinating movements and maintaining communication with both Hogwarts and evacuation destinations. After almost an hour of successful operations, with over 200 younger students evacuated and approximately 50 reinforcements delivered to the castle, the inevitable complication arose. Detection wards breached, Grimclaw reported suddenly, his goblin sensors flashing warning signals. Enemy forces converging from multiple directions. Estimated 2 minutes until contact. Luna, accelerate final evacuations, Harry ordered immediately. Sirius, we need a defensive perimeter around the exit point. Hermione, alert Dumbledore that our position is compromised. Everyone moved with practiced urgency to their assignments. Harry joined the defensive perimeter, positioning himself where he could both coordinate and participate in the coming engagement. The attack came from 3 directions simultaneously, Death Eaters operating to predetermined points just beyond their defensive wards, coordinating spellfire to create concentrated pressure. The defenders responded with well-practiced coordination, shield charms interlocking to create layered protection while counterspells targeted the attackers. For several minutes, the defensive position held effectively, allowing the final evacuation groups to reach the Thestrals. Then, just as Harry was preparing to order a strategic withdrawal back through the passage, a cold, high voice cut through the battle noise. Enough of this tedious resistance. The fighting paused momentarily as all eyes turned toward the tall, skeletally thin figure that had appeared at the edge of the conflict. Lord Voldemort had arrived personally, his restored body pale and snake-like, red eyes gleaming in the pre-dawn darkness. Harry Potter, he continued, his voice carrying effortlessly despite its soft tone. How predictable that you would prioritize others' escape over your own. Your mother's sacrificial tendencies live on, it seems. Harry stepped forward, wand ready, positioning himself between Voldemort and the passage entrance where the last students were still evacuating. And you're just as theatrical as I expected, Tom, he replied steadily, deliberately using Voldemort's birth name. Couldn't resist making a grand entrance. Anger flashed across the inhuman features. You speak with unearned confidence, boy. I have returned to full power, while you hide behind children and creatures. Full power? Harry questioned skeptically. With substitute blood and no Horcruxes? The goblins found and destroyed them all, Tom. You're just as mortal as anyone else now. For the first time, uncertainty crossed Voldemort's face, quickly replaced by furious denial. Impossible. No one knew of all, the diary, the cup, the locket, the diadem, the ring, and the piece in my scar, Harry listed again, as he had for Pettigrew. All gone. Whatever body you've made is your last. With a howl of rage, Voldemort raised his wand. Then I shall secure my future by ending yours. Avada Kedavra. Protego Maxima. Multiple voices shouted as Harry dove sideways, goblin warriors pulling him behind enhanced shields. The killing curse struck a combined barrier created by Sirius, Remus, and several others, exploding in a shower of green sparks rather than penetrating. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Harry's defenders launched a coordinated counterattack, forcing Voldemort and his Death Eaters to focus on defense rather than pursuit. Fall back to the passage. Sirius ordered, maintaining shield coverage as defenders began strategic withdrawal. Not without everyone, Harry insisted, firing stunning spells around the edges of protection barriers. The evacuation is complete, Hermione confirmed, appearing at his side. Luna's taken the last group. Dumbledore's been alerted and is converging on our position from inside. With this assurance, Harry began coordinating the fighting retreat toward the passage entrance. Voldemort, recognizing their strategy, intensified his attack, dark magic lashing out with increasing ferocity. You cannot escape me, Potter, he seethed as Death Eaters pressed forward under his covering fire. Your death has been prophesied since before your birth. Prophecies are fulfilled in unexpected ways, Tom, Harry called back, deflecting a curse. Like how a teenager and some creatures dismantled your precious Horcruxes while you floated around as less than a ghost. The taunt had its intended effect. Voldemort's next attack became sloppier, fueled by rage rather than calculation. This created the opening they needed to get the remaining defenders through the passage entrance, with Harry, Sirius, Remus, and the Goblin warriors forming the rear guard. Go! Harry urged Sirius. I'm right behind you. As Sirius reluctantly entered the passage, Harry prepared to follow with the final defenders. But at that moment, Voldemort played his last card. Perhaps you don't care for your own life, Potter, he called, his voice coldly triumphant, but what about your precious aunt? Two Death Eaters dragged forward a terrified, bruised Petunia Dursley, her bony frame trembling as Voldemort placed his wand against her throat. Surprising how useful Muggles can be, isn't it? Voldemort continued. Her blood restored me, and now her life will deliver you. Come forward alone, or watch her die. Harry hesitated, torn between tactical reasoning and the moral impossibility of abandoning even Petunia to torture and death. Despite everything the Dursleys had done to him, sacrificing his aunt to save himself was unconscionable. Harry, no. Remus grabbed his arm. It's a trap, he'll kill her anyway. I know, Harry said quietly. But I can't just. Before he could complete the thought, a burst of Phoenix song filled the air. Fawkes appeared in a flash of flame directly above Petunia, dropping something that glinted in the pre-dawn light, the sword of Gryffindor, materializing precisely between the Death Eaters holding her. In the moment of confusion that followed, several things happened simultaneously. Petunia, displaying unexpected presence of mind, grabbed the sword and swung it wildly, forcing her captors to release her. From the passage entrance, Dumbledore emerged with remarkable speed for a man his age, immediately engaging Voldemort in fierce magical combat. And from within Hogwarts itself, a wave of centaurs charged from the forest edge, having circled behind the Death Eater positions. Now! Harry shouted, signaling the prearranged contingency plan. Defenders who had appeared to retreat through the passage re-emerged in tactical formation, while Dumbledore's arrival team converged from the opposite direction. Caught in the crossfire and with centaurs attacking their flank, the Death Eaters fell into disarray. Voldemort, however, remained focused on his primary objective. Disengaging from Dumbledore with a sweeping blast of dark magic that forced the headmaster onto the defensive, he lunged toward Harry with inhuman speed. Your interference ends tonight, Potter, he snarled, closing the distance between them faster than Harry could retreat. Harry! Sirius shouted in warning, trying to intercept but finding his path blocked by debris. In that crucial moment, with Voldemort bearing down on him and escape cut off, Harry made a split-second decision. Rather than attempting to flee or shield, he stepped forward to meet the attack, wand raised in the dueling position Flitwick had drilled into him. Expelliarmus. Harry cast with perfect form, timing his spell to meet Voldemort's Avada Kedavra at precisely the conjunction point between them. The spells collided in mid-air, creating not the expected explosion but a strange connection, a golden thread linking their wands, splintering into a dome of light that enclosed them in a magical cage. Identical looks of shock appeared on both their faces as their wands vibrated violently, neither able to break the connection. "What is this magic?" Voldemort demanded, his voice betraying rare uncertainty. "Brother Wands," Dumbledore called from outside the golden cage, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Phoenix feather cores from the same bird. They cannot be forced to fight each other." Inside the dome, beads of golden light had formed on the connecting thread, sliding back and forth between the wands as their wielders fought for dominance. Harry, drawing on every ounce of magical strength and will, forced the beads slowly toward Voldemort's wand. As the first bead connected with Voldemort's wand tip, something extraordinary happened. A smoky figure emerged from it, a young wizard Harry didn't recognize, followed by an elderly Muggle man, and then others. Priori incantatem, the reverse spell effect was forcing Voldemort's wand to regurgitate echoes of his previous victims. "Hold on, Harry," Sirius called encouragingly from beyond the dome. "Don't break the connection." More figures emerged, surrounding Voldemort with accusing stares, dozens of victims spanning decades of terror. And then, to Harry's shock, a silvery form that could only be his mother materialized, followed immediately by his father. "Harry," his mother's echo said, her voice distant but clear. "We're so proud of you. So proud of the man you've become." "You've broken his power," his father added. "His anchors are gone. When the connection breaks, we can hold him back briefly. You'll have seconds, no more. We love you," his mother finished. "Now and always." Tears blurred Harry's vision, but he maintained his focus on the wand connection, forcing more and more beads into Voldemort's wand. The Dark Lord's expression had transformed from confidence to growing panic as he realized his inability to break free. "Now, Harry," his father's echo suddenly shouted. With a final surge of will, Harry wrenched his wand upward, breaking the golden connection. The dome shattered in a blinding flash, and as promised, the echoes converged on Voldemort, momentarily disorienting him. In that crucial moment, Harry cast the spell he'd been practicing with the DA for months, not a killing curse or complex dark magic, but the simple, powerful disarming charm executed with absolute precision and intention. Expelliarmus. The red jet struck Voldemort directly in the chest as he attempted to reorient himself. His wand flew from his hand in a perfect arc, and Harry caught it with a seeker's reflex. The moment his fingers closed around both wands, a shock wave of magical energy pulsed outward, knocking everyone within 30 feet to the ground. When Harry regained his footing, he saw Voldemort struggling to stand, wandless and visibly weakened by the magical backlash. Around them, the battle had paused as all eyes turned to witness the confrontation between prophesied adversaries. "It's over, Tom," Harry said, his voice carrying in the sudden silence. "Your Horcruxes are gone. Your followers are surrounded. And you are mortal." "I cannot die," Voldemort hissed, though uncertainty had replaced conviction in his voice. "Lord Voldemort is eternal. Tom Riddle was born, and Tom Riddle can die," Harry countered. "The only question is how, with some dignity intact, or fighting to the bitter end." For a moment, it seemed Voldemort might actually consider surrender. Then his red eyes hardened, and with surprising speed, he lunged toward a fallen Death Eater, grabbing their wand. "Avada," he began, but multiple spells from defenders struck him simultaneously before he could complete the killing curse. Dumbledore's binding spell, Sirius's stunner, Remus's impediment jinx, Hermione's petrification charm, and Grimclaw's goblin magic all converged on Voldemort at once. The combined magical impact lifted him off his feet and slammed him back to the ground with devastating force. When the magical discharge cleared, Voldemort lay motionless on the ground, his borrowed body broken by the combined assault. His red eyes stared sightlessly at the lightning sky as dawn broke over Hogsmeade. Lord Voldemort was dead, not by Harry's hand directly, but through the combined efforts of all those who had fought against his darkness. In the stunned silence that followed, Death Eaters began disapparating in panic or surrendering where escape was impossible. The remaining defenders moved to secure prisoners and treat the wounded. Harry stood motionless, the enormity of what had just occurred washing over him in waves. Sirius reached him first, pulling him into a fierce embrace. "It's done, Harry. It's finally done." "Not just by me," Harry said, his voice hoarse with emotion. "By all of us. Together." As medical teams arrived and ministry officials secured the area, Harry found himself surrounded by the people who had made this victory possible: Sirius and Remus, his chosen family, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and the DA members who had followed his leadership, the Goblin warriors who had honored their alliance to the end, Dumbledore, whose strategic vision had complemented Harry's tactical approach, and dozens of others who had fought not for glory but for a better world. And in the growing light of a new day, Harry realized that the Goblin declaration of war years ago had done more than rescue him from abuse, it had created the conditions for a very different kind of victory. Not the sacrificial destiny Dumbledore had originally envisioned, but a collaborative triumph built on alliance, preparation, and mutual respect across magical species and traditions. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but on terms no one could have predicted when it was first spoken. Epilogue. 3 years later the Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled beyond capacity as witches, wizards, goblins, centaurs, house elves, and representatives from magical communities worldwide gathered for the 3rd anniversary of what historians now called the Battle of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Harry, now a 7th-year student preparing for his newts, observed the gathering from a quiet corner, marveling at how much had changed. Minister Bones had formalized her emergency position through proper election, implementing significant reforms to magical governance. The Wizengamot now included non-wizard members with full voting rights, Director Ragnarok representing the Goblin Nation, Forenza for the Centaurs, and others. The Magical Child Welfare Office had expanded into a full department, ensuring no magical child suffered the neglect Harry had experienced. Hogwarts itself had evolved, with inter-house cooperation normalized through initiatives that had grown from the original DA Foundation. Professor McGonagall, now headmistress following Dumbledore's retirement, had implemented curricula that better prepared students for both magical careers and informed citizenship. "Hiding from your admirers?" Hermione teased, joining him with 2 butterbeers. "Just taking it all in," Harry replied, accepting the drink gratefully. 3 years ago, I couldn't have imagined any of this. "You helped make it possible," she reminded him. "Your leadership during the battle, your testimony during the reforms, your ongoing advocacy for magical cooperation." Harry shook his head modestly. "I was part of something much bigger. The Goblins started it all when they declared war on Dumbledore. They saw what everyone else missed, that protecting one child's rights properly could change everything." Speaking of whom, Hermione nodded toward the entrance, where Ragnarok had arrived with a formal Goblin delegation. The director spotted Harry and made his way through the crowd with the dignified efficiency that characterized Goblin movement. "Mr. Potter," he greeted formally, before allowing a small smile. "Or perhaps today, simply Harry." "Director Ragnarok," Harry returned warmly. "I'm honored you could attend." "The Hogwarts Cooperation Treaty signing is historic," Ragnarok noted. "The first formal educational exchange program between Goblin and Wizard institutions in 8 centuries. I would not miss it." The treaty, which would allow Goblin students to study certain subjects at Hogwarts while Wizard students could learn financial magic and metallurgy at Goblin institutions, represented another step in the ongoing transformation of magical Britain. "Professor Flitwick seems particularly pleased," Harry observed, nodding toward the half-Goblin charms master who was animatedly discussing implementation details with both Wizard and Goblin officials. "As he should be," Ragnarok agreed. His dual heritage made him the natural choice to coordinate the program. Their conversation was interrupted as Sirius and Remus approached, both now respected figures in the new ministry, Sirius heading the reformed Auror office and Remus directing the newly established Magical Beings Liaison Department. "Harry! There you are," Sirius called cheerfully. "McGonagall's looking for you." Apparently the ceremonial signing can't proceed without the student representative who exemplifies interspecies cooperation or something similarly flowery. Harry groaned good-naturedly. "I told her I didn't want a formal role." "Responsibility follows capability," Ragnarok observed philosophically. "A burden you've carried well since our paths first crossed." As Harry reluctantly allowed himself to be led toward the ceremony, he reflected on the Goblin director's words. From that first meeting in Ragnarok's office after being rescued from the Dursleys, through years of growth, conflict, and finally victory, his life had been transformed by the Goblin declaration of war. Not the war they had initially declared on Dumbledore, which had been resolved through negotiation and reform. But the more fundamental war against the prejudice, isolation, and manipulation that had characterized the old magical world. That war continued in quieter, more constructive ways, through treaties instead of battles, education instead of confrontation, and cooperation instead of dominance. It was a war Harry was proud to still be fighting, alongside allies who had become family in all the ways that truly mattered. As he took his place for the ceremony, with Hermione, Ron, and their friends from all houses beside him, Sirius and Remus standing proudly nearby, and representatives of multiple magical species gathered in peaceful cooperation, Harry knew with absolute certainty, this was the real victory, not Voldemort's defeat, but the world they were building together in the aftermath. A world where no child would suffer as he had, where ancient divisions were healing, and where the greater good truly meant the well-being of all, not the sacrifice of the vulnerable for others' grand designs. The Goblins had declared war. And against all expectations, everyone had won. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.